What really surprised him were the points of the people above him in the rankings, especially those in the top 10. They all shockingly had points above 1,000, which was truly something remarkable. However, he wasn't too shocked. They must have completed 3 or 4 tasks, maybe even more, so it wasn't impossible to achieve such high points. Those guys are something that didn't seem to waste any time. Apollo murmured as he looked at the points of the top 10 trialists. But he wasn't going to follow them and madly clear tasks. He would take time and slowly decide what to do. Sol shook his head, a grin spreading across his face. Brother Apollo, you truly are something else. I thought I was doing well, but to see your name here on your first try, that's incredible. There were some people naturally present who heard Sol's shocked voice and his words, as they weren't trying to hide and couldn't help but feel surprised. After both of them left, word started to spread that a newcomer had ranked within the top 100 on his first attempt. Whispers and murmurs filled the air as people started to gather around the pillar, eager to see the name of the rising star who had taken a spot among the best. The trialists who had been in Sky City for a day or two were particularly shocked. The name Apollo quickly became a topic of conversation, with some speculating about his origins, abilities, and strength. Back at the plaza, Sol couldn't stop grinning as they continued their tour of the city. You really stirred things up, Brother Apollo, that I wouldn't be surprised if people start trying to figure out who you are and what you're capable of. Apollo remained composed, his thoughts focused on his next steps, but he had no intention of rushing through the trials, preferring to take his time and approach each challenge with careful consideration. The sight of the top 10 trialist points had impressed him, but it also reinforced his belief that true strength wasn't just about speed, it's all about strength and understanding. They can speculate all they want, Apollo said calmly, his eyes scanning the bustling streets of Sky City. I'm in no rush. Let them try. Sol nodded, respecting Apollo's measured approach. That's the right mindset. There's plenty of time to explore its secrets. He now wanted to first find out if there was anything, or any treasure, in Sky City that could improve or increase his speed of understanding the laws. After that, he planned to find his master in Pussy King. Sol, is there any place in Sky City where you can learn and deepen your understanding of the laws? Apollo asked quickly, certain that a city as vast and mystical as this one, filled with treasures, must have such a place. Sol pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, there are a few places in Sky City known for helping trialists deepen their understanding of the laws. One of the most famous is the Temple of Laws. It's a place where you can meditate and gain insights into various laws. He paused, then added, there are also certain shops and auction houses that offer treasures or artifacts specifically designed to aid in the comprehension of laws, though the sky points needed can be high, so that even the top 10 in the list cannot buy them. Apollo's interest was piqued. Where is this Temple of Laws? It's in the central district of Sky City. Needed to travel through the teleportation portal. I can take you there if you'd like. Apollo nodded in agreement, eager to visit this place that could potentially enhance his understanding of the laws. Let's go. With that, Sol led the way through the bustling streets of Sky City, heading toward the teleportation portal that led to the Temple of Laws. They quickly arrived in front of a teleportation portal that led directly to the central district, the heart of Sky City, filled with countless miracles. Sky City was vast, divided into numerous districts, each with its unique wonders that move from one district to another. One had to use transportation portals. The area where they had been strolling was considered the outermost region, often referred to as the lobby, where most trialists were initially transported upon their arrival in Sky City. As Apollo and Sol approached the teleportation portal, they could feel the energy radiating from it, a shimmering gateway that connected the different parts of Sky City. The portal was a swirling vortex of colors, constantly shifting and filled with mysterious power. Trialists and inhabitants of the Sky City moved in and out of the portal, each heading toward their own destinations within the city. Once we step through, we'll be in the central district, Sol explained. The Temple of Laws is one of the most revered places in the district. It's said that even a brief moment within it can increase your understanding of laws by leaps and bounds, as if you've gained insight that would normally take years to achieve. Apollo nodded, intrigued by the possibilities, though his talent and comprehension were extraordinary, allowing him to advance his understanding of the laws rapidly over the past 3 years. He had begun to notice a slowdown in his progress. The higher one ascends in the understanding of laws, the more challenging and arduous it becomes. The opportunity to deepen his understanding was too valuable to pass up. With a final glance around the bustling outer region, Apollo stepped through the portal with Sol beside him. The world around them blurred, and in the next instant, they found themselves standing in the central district. The streets were lined with grand structures, each more magnificent than the last. Towering statues of ancient figures stood as silent guardians, their eyes seeming to watch over all who entered this sacred place. The air was thick with the energy of countless laws, and even the most casual observer could feel the immense pressure that seemed to be emitted from every corner. "There it is," Soul said, pointing to a large temple a few miles away. The Temple of Laws stood at the center of the district, an imposing structure that seemed to touch the sky itself. Its walls were covered with unique carvings that appeared to depict the various laws of the world, and the very air around it hummed with a powerful resonance. Apollo felt a surge of anticipation as they approached the temple. This was the place where he could potentially break through into the new depths of understanding, a place that could elevate his understanding of the laws to new heights. As they reached the entrance of the temple, Apollo took a deep breath, ready to step inside. But Soul didn't follow him inside as he didn't have enough points, so he waited outside. Even with 100 sky points, Apollo also could not remain inside for much longer. Just as he entered the Temple of Laws, the space around him shifted, and he found himself standing before a grand temple-like building. An old humanoid man with a peculiar eye-shaped mark on his forehead was sitting calmly at the entrance, as if guarding the temple. The man's presence was mysterious, and his gaze seemed to pierce through Apollo as he approached. Apollo quickly calmed down, as the gaze of this old man was too much, as it seemed to have almost pierced his all secrets. "Senior, I want to enter the Temple of Laws to deepen my understanding of the laws," Apollo stated with determination. The old man shifted his gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly as he assessed Apollo. "A minute within the temple will cost you 10 sky points," he replied in a calm, emotionless voice that carried the weight of countless years. "So, how much time are you planning to spend?" Apollo considered this for a moment before deciding. 5 minutes will do," he responded, figuring that it would be enough to gauge the effectiveness of the Temple of Laws while still conserving some of his points, as sky points are the most important currency in the Sky City and for almost everything it is needed. "Okay, then go straight," the old guardian instructed, his voice steady as the sky mark tattoo on his hand began to glow. The temple's gate responded to the energy, opening wide and pulling Apollo inside with a force akin to a black hole. In an instant, Apollo found himself in a vast, empty space, its dimensions seemingly endless. Ahead of him was a single futon, serene and inviting, floating in the middle of this mysterious realm. Apollo understood that the moment he sat on the futon, his enlightenment would begin. Taking a deep, calm breath, he centered himself, knowing he needed to be in peak condition to fully take advantage of the opportunity. Before sitting on the futon, Apollo quickly decided to glance at his current status and strength in the system's profile to judge his progress later. Void Creation System. Host, Apollo Fletcher, human form. Life level, 3rd rank limit breaker, warrior path. 3rd rank advanced mage, mage path. Status, healthy. Physique, 5625. Normal adult human equals 1. Spirit, 5830. Normal adult human equals 1. Prana, life energy, 61,600 units. Mana, 64,545 units. Law, Ice, 35.3%. Death, 30.08%. Devour, 10.94%. 5 elements, 28.9%. Space, 4%. Swordsmanship, Eternal Ice Sword Aura, 99%. When it reaches 100%, Sword Aura will transform into Sword Domain. 33 Sword Style, 14 Sword. Warrior Skills, Ice Cut, lowest grade. Boost, lowest grade. Ice Nova, middle grade. Blade Storm, middle grade. Sword Ray, middle grade. Absolute Crush, high grade. Arrow of Ice God, high grade. Mage Skills, Blink, high grade. Engraved, Purple Sky, Thunder Shower, high grade. Engraved, Wings of Wind, high grade. Engraved, Spirit Armor, high grade. Engraved, 5 Elements Annihilation, super grade. Engraved, Creation Energy, 5,455 points. Looking at his profile, he couldn't help but feel a little proud of his improvements in the last 3 years. Over the past 3 years, Apollo's strength has undergone a remarkable transformation. He had ascended from the 1st rank to the 3rd rank in both the warrior and mage paths, a feat that would have been considered impossible for most. His physical and magical prowess had both grown exponentially, a testament to his relentless training and natural talent. Not only that, but his understanding of the laws had also improved exponentially. Although the numerical increase might not seem significant at first glance, he had shattered an entire dimension in both the Ice Law and Death Law. He had already reached the stage where he comprehended law domains, a level of understanding typically reserved for saints. He currently understands 2 law domains, the domain of ice and the domain of death. This achievement makes him rare even among saints, as it is uncommon for someone to master 2 domains. Additionally, he has gained a deep understanding of the law of five elements, and he is on the verge of grasping the law domain of five elements as well, almost becoming a person who controls three domains. His swordsmanship had also advanced rapidly, bringing him just a step away from reaching the sword domain realm, but he had fully mastered the 14 sword techniques his master had created, although the technique was named the 33 sword style. In truth, only 14 swords have been developed so far. The name represented his master's ambition to create an unparalleled technique, one that would eventually include all 33 swords, each more formidable than the last. With all that still, the most improvement lies in the mage path. His primary focus was on mage cultivation improvement, but he not only reached the third rank mage, but also engraved 5 spells. Although he can engrave many more spells on his foundation runes, Apollo refrains from doing so with low and middle grade spells, as they wouldn't significantly enhance his abilities, that he knows that he cannot squander his potential by merely filling up numbers. Instead, he focused on engraving only high grade and even super grade spells on his foundation runes. Over the past 3 years, he also made a significant breakthrough in understanding the king of laws, the space law, thanks to the insights gained from his use of the blink spell. Overall, his strength had grown exponentially, and he believed he could now face an ordinary saint even in his normal human form. Although breaking through to the saint realm slightly alters one's life force, imbuing it with a hint of divine energy, similar to what he experienced in his demon god form, which strengthens their laws, Apollo's life force and mana were not weak. They had also begun to change, perhaps not entirely equal to a saint's semi-divine energy, but with his mastery of 2 domains, he could certainly fight back without being easily suppressed. Moreover, he still had the trump card of his demon god transformation. Even though he wasn't entirely sure how strong he would become after transforming, the potential power was something he could rely on in a dire situation. In short, he is very, very strong, and he is still just a 15-year-old teenager. After reviewing his system's profile and feeling a surge of confidence, Apollo took a deep breath and centered himself that he was determined to use this opportunity to either break through in his understanding of the 5 elements law or, if possible, advance his sword aura to the next level. With a clear goal in mind, he prepared himself that he looked at the futon that was emitting a mysterious aura and slowly sat on it. As Apollo sat down on the floating futon, he could immediately feel a profound shift in his consciousness. The futon was surrounded by a gentle, mysterious, yet overwhelming aura that seemed to envelop him, creating a cocoon of tranquility and focus. The vast, empty space around him began to fill with energy, resonating with the rhythm of the laws that governed the universe. Apollo's senses sharpened, and he found himself slipping into a deep meditative state. The world outside faded away, and all that remained was the connection between his mind and the essence of the laws. Apollo could feel the mysterious aura of the laws flowing through him, each one distinct yet interconnected. Here at the moment, he had a feeling that he almost had merged with the laws. His mind started to intercept and understand what was going on. But his focus was on the 5 element laws that were glowing within this mysterious field of laws. He felt the fire, water, earth, metal, and wood in a harmonious cycle, their energies intertwining and complementing each other. Gradually, the cycle grew stronger as his understanding of the 5 elements deepened, that he visualized their interactions, the balance and conflict between them, and the subtle ways in which they could be harnessed. Apollo focused on his understanding. He sensed a subtle change in the 5 elements laws he had previously not been able to grasp. The laws, which had been expansive, began to compress, gradually condensing into a sphere only a meter in diameter. Despite the compression reaching its limit, it exploded, transforming into a burst of mysterious power. The compressed laws then expanded once more, this time growing until they reached 30 meters in diameter, forming the 5 elements domain. But he didn't stop. As only 2 minutes had passed outside, he still had 3 minutes. He immediately started to focus on his sword aura. All 3 law domains appeared beside him and started to push the eternal sword aura he understood. Slowly, a hint of charm started to appear on his eternal sword aura, and a unique domain of swords started to form. The essence of the 3 domains, ice, death, and 5 elements, began to converge, their unique energies intertwining and coalescing within the embryo of Apollo's eternal sword domain. The fusion of these powerful forces created a delicate balance, each domain complementing the others in a complex, harmonious cycle. Finally, as the energies reached a critical point, the barrier was shattered and the eternal sword domain was born. This new domain was unlike any other, embodying the life cycle of the five elements and filled with countless swords of frost and death, all existing in an eternal cycle of creation and destruction. A.S. The Eternal Sword. Domain formed. The 5 minutes within the Temple of Laws swiftly came to an end, and Apollo was immediately transported back outside, appearing before the old guardian. The transition was so abrupt that Apollo didn't even notice the change in his surroundings. Still immersed in the profound insights and understanding he had gained, the old guardian, accustomed to this reaction, did not disturb Apollo, knowing that everyone who emerged from the temple often needed a moment to process the deep knowledge they had acquired. But a minute later, Apollo opened his eyes, now filled with a mysterious aura. His presence had grown increasingly ethereal, catching the attention of even the old guardian, who took a few curious glances at him. Law. Ice, 35.3%. Death, 30.08%. Devour, 10.94%. 5 elements, 32.9%. Space, 4%. Swordsmanship. Eternal Sword Domain, 1%. When it reaches 100%, Sword Domain will transform into Sword World. He glanced at the few changes in his system profile before leaving. Thank you, Senior. Apollo bowed respectfully and silently left the temple. As he watched Apollo depart, the old guardian murmured to himself, someone interesting has finally appeared. But Apollo was already outside, where Sol was patiently waiting for him, unaware of the guardian's words. When Apollo stepped outside, Sol immediately felt a mysterious pressure emanating from him. It vanished in an instant, leaving Sol momentarily confused, as if it had been a hallucination. Still, when he looked at Apollo, he couldn't shake the feeling that something about him had changed, something indescribable yet unmistakable. So, how was it? Was the Temple of Laws magical as described? Sol asked, brushing off the strange feeling he just felt. He was genuinely curious. As a third-rank warrior himself, Sol had yet to grasp any laws, which left his strength merely above average among his peers. He was eager to understand the laws, knowing that doing so would significantly enhance his strength and pave the way for future breakthroughs. It was good, if you have enough time. Understanding laws isn't difficult. Apollo nodded, recalling the profound experience he had within the Temple of Laws. It was worth every point he had spent. He had already decided to return with enough points to stay inside longer, allowing him to deepen his understanding of the laws. After reaching the domain level, every bit of progression in the laws was painstakingly slow. Even for him, it might take a year or two for him to reach the peak in a single domain, not to mention he had 4 domains to master it, so it was too slow for him. But if others heard his words, they would die of horror. Even for most saints, it takes decades or even hundreds of years to reach the peak of their domain. Yet for him, it's just a year or two. How could they survive such a staggering difference? Come now, let's go to the place where you're staying, Sol said, leading Apollo to the area where most of the trialists resided. They took a portal and arrived at a location filled with countless small mountains and valleys scattered throughout the landscape. The atmosphere was thick with heavenly and spiritual energy, several times more abundant than before. Apollo could already feel the improvement in the cultivation speed of both his warrior and mage paths as they walked through the landscape of small mountains and valleys. Apollo couldn't help but appreciate the tranquil beauty of the surroundings. Sol turned to Apollo with a knowing smile. This is where most of us stay. Each mountain or valley can be claimed by a trialist. It becomes their personal space to train, meditate, and cultivate in peace. The spiritual energy here will aid in your cultivation, and the isolation will help you focus. But this place is only free for a week for trialists, and after a week they had to pay sky points for it. There are also better places, and the higher you go, the better the conditions are, but naturally, the expense of points will also increase. Apollo still nodded, taking in the sight. It's a good place to settle, train, and plan my next moves, even if later it costs some points. Now, they can only select the smallest mountain at the bottom. Apollo also selected one such mountain. Sol left him alone after that as he had to consolidate his new strength. His breakthrough in 2 domains required some time to adjust, so he spent 12 hours resting and stabilizing his state of body and mind. Afterwards, Apollo felt ready to head to the trial district to complete some tasks and earn more sky points. As he arrived at the trial district by traveling through a portal, he noticed that his ranking on the trialist list had dropped significantly, now sitting at the 99th place, teetering on the edge of being pushed out of the top 100. He didn't mind that, as it was just the beginning. And then he quickly came to the trial place, where everyone could get their next trials and learn about the tasks. But the only problem is that the task or trials are random. It can be easy or hard. It depends on luck. The tasks are somewhat random, but are dependent on the level of the Skymark. Since Apollo currently has a 1-star Skymark, the tasks he receives will fall within the range of a 1-star level. These tasks can vary in difficulty, but will always be within a specific level of challenge. Similarly, if someone is already a 2-star Skymark warrior, the tasks they receive will be of 2-star caliber. After learning the conditions required to upgrade a 1-star Skymark to a 2-star Skymark, Apollo was surprised to discover that the top 3 on the leaderboard were already 2-star Skymark warriors. To achieve this upgrade, they needed to complete 10 tasks, and in just over 2 days, those top 3 individuals had already done it. He didn't think more about that, as he was now also going to try his second task. And he was looking forward to receive his task. Apollo just needed to stand on the special platform that was surrounded by some unique statues of warriors from all different races, which would teleport the trialists to their trial place. There were 10 such platforms scattered around, each with a small line of people waiting their turn. The lines moved quickly, and it wasn't long before Apollo's turn arrived. As there were only about 10 people ahead of him, he quickly positioned himself at the center of the platform. The moment he stood there, the eyes of the statues surrounding the platform glowed with a mysterious blue light. Instantly, he was enveloped in a strange aura, and the world around him began to spin. A moment later, he disappeared from the platform in a burst of blue lightning. Apollo, on the other hand, felt a brief sensation of weightlessness as the world around him shifted. The blue lightning that enveloped him during the teleportation crackled with energy, and within moments, he found himself standing in an entirely different environment. The transition was disorienting, but Apollo quickly regained his composure, his senses sharpening as he took in his surroundings. He was now in what appeared to be a dense, ancient forest. The trees were enormous, their trunks thick and covered in moss, with branches that stretched high into the sky. The air was thick with the scent of earth and foliage, and the sound of distant creatures echoed through the trees. The atmosphere was both serene and foreboding, a reminder that this place was not to be taken lightly. Apollo quickly assessed the situation, recalling the randomness of the tasks assigned to trialists. The forest could either be a simple trial of endurance and navigation or something far more dangerous, as he still didn't know the full magnitude of 1-star Skymark tasks. He couldn't afford to let his guard down. His thoughts turned to the potential dangers that might lurk within this forest. The fact that the trial's difficulty was random meant that anything could happen, and he needed to be prepared for the unexpected. But just as he was thinking of what to do, the same voice that appeared during his first trial appeared in his mind. Task is being created. Task: hunt 10 blood monsters. Time limit: 3 days. He immediately understood the task, as it was a clear task to hunt blood monsters. Although he didn't know what kind of monsters they were, soon he would be able to figure that out. Apollo leapt 60 or 70 meters into the air, landing silently atop a large tree. From this vantage point, he began to survey the vast forest below, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of movement or hidden dangers that Apollo's sharp gaze swept across the dense canopy, searching for any indication of the blood monsters mentioned in his task. The forest stretched out in all directions, a sea of green with patches of shadowy undergrowth that could easily conceal any number of threats. The wind rustled the leaves, carrying with it the faint sounds of distant creatures, but nothing immediately caught his attention, except the eerie aura in the AI. Yes, he carefully looked. He felt the aura of some beasts, but he could not be sure as this. Forest seemed to have weird energy in it that seemed to interfere with his spiritual sense, as he was only able to use 1/3 of his spiritual power. Since he had found something, Apollo decided to follow the directions, mindful of the task's time limit. Though he knew that only after failing 3 tasks would someone be eliminated, it wasn't clear whether elimination meant being transported back to the eastern continent or something more permanent. The uncertainty added an extra layer of urgency to his mission. Deciding to investigate, he moved with the grace of a shadow, leaping from tree to tree. His movements were swift and precise, each jump calculated to minimize noise and disturbance the time. He seemed to have fully adjusted to this weird forest, like an experienced hunter moving towards his prey. Within minutes, Apollo reached a small clearing where the air seemed heavier and tinged with a faint bloody scent. He landed silently on a branch and peered down. Below, the ground was stained red, and the vegetation seemed to wither and rot, as if the very life force of the area had been drained away. In the center of the clearing, a creature crouched over what appeared to be a lifeless animal, its form twisted with strange, writhing tentacles. The creature was unlike anything Apollo had seen before. It seemed to be a bizarre amalgamation of liquid. But no, on closer inspection, it was something even more unsettling. A life form entirely made of blood, shifting and changing shape, as if it had no fixed physical form. Apollo was shocked to see such a life form for the first time, even in this fantastical world. GSS? GSS? The low, eerie sound of viscous liquid echoed as the blood creature slowly devoured the beast's blood entirely. He didn't immediately attack or confront the life form. Instead, he observed it, trying to gauge its strength and identify any weaknesses it might have. Apollo's eyes narrowed as he continued to observe the blood creature, taking in every detail of its unsettling form. The way it moved, with those writhing tentacles and the liquid-like consistency of its body, defied the natural order of things. That it was as if the creature was a living embodiment of blood, with no bones, muscles, or organs, just a shifting, amorphous mass that could change shape at will. The eerie sound of the creature's feeding echoed through the clearing, making Apollo's skin prickle with unease. The once lifeless animal beneath it was now nothing more than a drained husk, its essence completely consumed by the monstrous entity. This creature didn't just kill. It absorbed every blood and the very life force of its prey, leaving nothing behind but death and decay. Apollo's thoughts raced as he considered his options. Charging in blindly against such an unknown and bizarre foe would be foolish. He also needed to be cautious of the creature's fluid nature. It might be immune to conventional physical attacks, but he had an elemental bonus as an ice life force warrior, and law attacks should be useful against this tangible life form. After watching the weird life form for some time while remaining hidden, he finally decided to make his move. Finally, the moment he had arrived. The blood creature's form wavered, its tentacles retracting slightly as if it were momentarily exhausted from feeding. This was his chance, and without hesitation, Apollo sprang into action. He leapt from his perch, descending rapidly towards the creature with his sword drawn. His speed was astonishing as his sword burst forth with a cold, heavenly chill capable of freezing anything in its path. Slash. His sword sliced cleanly through the viscous blood life form of the T first. It seemed unaffected, merely divided into two. But then, as the icy force kicked in, the creature began to wiggle and emit a strange, eerie noise, as if in pain. The ice started to gather around it, gradually confining the creature and halting its movements. It is effective. A smile appeared on his face after seeing this. But he had to say that this thing was quite tenacious. As he was about to attack and gain the blood, life counterattacked him as large tentacles made up of poisonous blood came towards him like snakes. But it was too slow for him. In a single moment, he slashed through the tentacles countless times, freezing most of them in his path. The tentacles crumbled, frozen into what looked like red crystals. Yet their poisonous nature persisted, turning the land beneath them black as it seemed to lose its life to the poison. That he didn't wait any longer. In one stride, breaking the sound barrier, he appeared near the blood life form. Fifth sword, 100 sword severance. With a swift motion, he sliced the blood life form into hundreds of pieces, each severed by the freezing cold life force that emitted from his sword. But he didn't feel good, as although all of it was frozen, it was still alive. If it breaks the ice, then with some time, it will regain its strength. He had to admit, it was quite an annoying life form. Not wanting to waste any more time, he focused his mind, and slowly, the mysterious aura of the 5 elements enveloped the blood life form. SZZE. The ice began to crack, and the bloody form wiggled with a strange sound, but within moments, it went completely silent. Its once viscous, dense liquid form lost cohesion, and with a final splash, it spread across the land like ordinary blood and finally died. Good, it seems to have finally died. Apollo murmured as it felt completely dead, and at the same time, he heard the cold mechanical ding sound associated with the change in task progress. Task: kill 10 blood monsters, 1/10. He already guessed this blood life form should be the blood monster mentioned in the task, and the notification just confirmed it. However, he had to admit that this task would be challenging for most third-rank warriors like Soul, who hadn't yet grasped any laws. The blood monster seemed nearly immune to physical attacks, and from what Apollo had observed, the only thing that truly affected and hurt it was the power of laws. Without an understanding of the laws, clearing this task would be nearly impossible. Taking a deep breath, Apollo scanned the surrounding area. His senses heightened as he searched for any signs of movement or another beast that was attracted towards her. The forest had returned to its eerie stillness, but the lingering sense of danger still lingered that kept him on edge. He needed to stay alert, ready for the next blood monster that might appear or something worse, as this forest is not only weird but enormous. That might be a weirder thing here. Without wasting any more time, he leapt back into the trees, moving with the same silent precision as before. His goal was clear: find and eliminate the remaining blood monsters as quickly as possible. The quicker he completes the task, the more quickly he will leave this place. As he moved deeper into the forest, Apollo couldn't shake the feeling that these creatures were more than just mindless beasts, like they were part of something and connected to something big. But for now, he pushed these thoughts aside. The forest seemed endless, with each section appearing more twisted and corrupted than the last. The air grew heavier, and the faint scent of blood became more pronounced, guiding Apollo towards his next target. That he felt the same weird presence again that he felt before, which means that it could be another blood monster. He also noticed that the deeper he went into this forest, the gloomier it became, and the weird bloody energy also seemed to be increasing. But before he could think more, he found his target, and to his surprise, there wasn't just one but 3 blood monsters that seemed to be trying to devour one another. Apollo didn't hide it but charged towards the 3 blood monsters with fast speed, as he had a feeling that staying in this deep forest for a longer time would bring trouble. His sword burst out with his powerful and dangerous sword aura that now had the power of 5 elements and death. He was going to end in a single strike. 11th Sword Life Destruction. The 3 blood monsters, which had been locked in a struggle to devour each other, instantly ceased their fight upon noticing Apollo. They turned their focus on him, their numerous tentacles poised to strike. But they were too slow. In a flash, Apollo seemed to teleport, appearing 10 meters away as he swung his sword. Boom! With that swing, powerful and mysterious sword energy appeared and, like some heavenly force, annihilated the 3 blood monsters. Even every drop of their blood seemed to evaporate, leaving no trace behind. The attack was so powerful that the blood monsters didn't even feel their destruction. In less than a second, they were obliterated, their existence erased without a moment of awareness. Task: kill 10 blood monsters, 4 out of 10. Immediately, the number of blood monsters slain increased from 1 to 4. However, just as these 3 blood monsters perished within the depths of the forest, thousands of miles away, in a desolate place devoid of life and soaked in blood and venomous liquids, an unknown being opened its eyes, which seems to trigger all the blood monsters within the forest as they all suddenly start to move toward Apollo's direction unknown to him. But he had a serious premonition something serious was about to happen, so he didn't stay there and left to find more blood monsters and quickly leave this place. As he jumped from one tree to another, he suddenly felt weird as he felt the weird aura of the blood monsters from all directions, and it seemed to be coming toward him. He felt a twinge of unease as his premonition came true. From the other side, a blood monster quickly moved toward him, its speed far surpassing the previous ones. Apollo didn't run away. Knowing he was surrounded, he could sense the aura of blood monsters closing in from every direction. As the fast one approached, he finally got a good look at it. This one was different, larger, and with a somewhat humanoid shape. Its body was covered in countless blood pustules and a weird, slimy liquid, making it look utterly disgusting. Its aura was stronger than the blood monster he met before, and it seemed to have some intelligence. It moved its hand, and then the tentacles came out like homing missiles and launched toward him, tracking his every move with relentless precision. Fuck! He swiftly dodged the incoming slimy, poisonous tentacles with quick, precise movements. That moment, he became certain that these creatures were specifically targeting him. More of them seemed to be converging on his location. Realizing something troublesome was unfolding, he knew he couldn't afford to wait any longer. Determined, he resolved to cut through them and finish his task. He didn't hold back, unleashing a powerful, destructive sword aura as he slashed with his full strength toward the humanoid blood beast. The moment the sword energy appeared, it seemed to suppress the very world around it. The blood beast, sensing the overwhelming force, tried to flee, but it was completely subdued by the sword's energy. It couldn't move an inch as the energy tore through everything in its path, annihilating the creature instantly. Task: kill 10 blood monsters, 5 out of 10. But he didn't care about that, as 3 other humanoid blood monsters appeared from another side and directly attacked without a moment's hesitation. Apollo was alert, and instantly a large ice wall appeared that stopped the numerous poisonous tentacles in its path. Bang! 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 It collided with the ice wall, which was harder than crystals, and effortlessly took their attack. He quickly jumped over the ice wall and counterattacked and slashed 3 consecutive strikes, creating 3 gigantic sword rays that seemed to tear space and obliterate the 3 blood monsters. Task: kill 10 blood monsters, 8 out of 10. Below. Boom! Without giving him a moment's reprieve, gigantic tentacles of crimson blood erupted from beneath the ground, assaulting him relentlessly. They were like raindrops in a storm, continuously coming, no matter how many he cut down. Not good, it's buying time, he immediately realized, sensing two very strong auras descending into his range of detection. They resembled the humanoid blood beasts, but with clearer human characteristics, towering over 20 feet in height like giants. Percent corrosive blood waves. They murmured in a strange, unknown language, waving their hands to summon massive waves of corrosive blood. The waves surged forward, corroding the land and forest at an alarming speed, trying to swallow him whole. The range of attack was quite wide and had devastating power. Apollo didn't dare to be careless. Ice Nova. He exploded with his skill, and an instantly chilling cold mist appeared that started to expand and collide with the blood waves, trying to freeze them in their path. Crack, zessis. In its path, the blood waves started to freeze, creating large, red, glacier-like masses. But the two giant blood monsters didn't stop and were prepared to hold him back. Apollo wasn't playing around anymore as his premonition grew stronger, warning him that if he didn't leave immediately, he might face unimaginable consequences. Ice Domain, Eternal Sword Domain. He unleashed two domains simultaneously, enveloping the two giant blood monsters. These two blood creatures seemed to have reached the 4th rank limit breaker level, so Apollo knew he needed to use real strength to end them quickly. The moment the two domains covered them, it was as if they were rats trapped in a cage. The ice domain, with its heavenly cold, froze them to their core in an instant. But their ridiculous tenacity kept them from dying instantly. However, a moment later, countless sword energies from various sources bombarded them from every corner, annihilating every last drop of their existence. Task killed 10 blood monsters, 10 out of 10. But at that moment, a powerful aura seemed to descend on the forest that started to wither the entire area, slowly turning the land desolate with a fearsome, gloomy, bloody aura that he felt tremendous pressure. It was like the moment he saw the weird god in the ruins before activating the system. Even though he was countless times stronger than before, he still felt insignificant before this aura. No, I have to leave quickly. Why the hell he isn't being sent out? Isn't the task already completed? Task completed, being transported in 3 seconds. 3. Fuck you, I will die in 3 seconds. He cursed the robotic voice. No, I had to do something. He didn't waste a moment and transformed into demon god form and exploded with unimaginable power to break free from the mighty aura and immediately used the high-grade spell Wings of Wind. Because of his foundation rune, it has strengthened and become as strong as a super-grade spell, and with full speed he started to fly up, not even daring to look back as the countdown echoed in his mind. 2. Trialist being teleported. Hearing this, he felt good and glanced backwards. Fuck you, mother of cur. He cursed loudly, as he almost shit his pants because something was standing behind him. But Apollo could not see or tell what the person looked like, as the only thing he saw were pitch-black eyes before teleporting. After Apollo teleported, the mysterious being remained standing in the sky. The very presence of this figure caused the sky to darken, and the countless mountains and forests below trembled as if bowing to its overwhelming power. The being murmured something, Demency, before vanishing, leaving behind an unsettling silence as the world seemed to exhale in relief. Bang! Apollo crash-landed back at his place, shaking the entire area. After completing a task, trialists are sent back to their chosen location, and if they don't have one, they're randomly transported somewhere in the city. Another reason why they all need to rent a place. He didn't care about the landing, though. He was horrified and almost literally shit his pants when he saw the mysterious figures. Eyes. For the first time in a long while, he felt genuine fear, as if he had narrowly escaped something beyond his understanding. His heart was still racing as he absorbed everything that had just happened. The teleportation had saved him from whatever that terrifying presence was, but the memory of those pitch-black eyes lingered in his mind, sending a chill down his spine. Phew! He calmed down and quickly transformed back to his human form. His clothes weren't torn off or damaged anyway, as he was already prepared for such a situation for transformation. Now he always wore special clothes that could expand many times, so even if he transformed many times, it wouldn't be a problem. But he couldn't help but feel curious. Who was the mysterious being, and what was the relationship between the blood monsters in it? And more importantly, how the hell was this task so dangerous? Damn, give me some compensation. Task has been completed. Reward is being distributed. Kill 10 blood monsters. Reward 100 sky points. Error in task degree measurement. Extra reward is being prepared. Extra rewards, 300 sky points, and 1 free pass key for Dimension Battle World. Instantly, the cold voice seemed to respond to his thoughts, and he was rewarded. His points skyrocketed from 50 to 350 sky points, and his ranking, which had just dropped out of the top 100, climbed back up, finally settling at the 81st rank. However, he didn't feel interested in that as his focus was on the second reward, the free pass key of the Dimension Battle World. IT was something new, and I didn't know anything about it, nor did Soul mention anything, but it must be something good from the combat district of the Sky City, as anything related to battle must be from there. Still, he needed to wait. As he was still shaking a bit, he needed to meditate to calm his agitated mind and focus on himself. He decided to silently meditate and train his mind. Apollo sat in silence, drawing upon the techniques he had learned from the primal cosmos meditation, allowing his mind to clear and his spirit too. Stabilized by the time the sun rose the next day, Apollo felt more centered and focused. He had spent the night in deep meditation. Soul also arrived at his place, as he seemed to have completed his second task and was in a great mood. Morning, Apollo. Soul greeted cheerfully, clearly in high spirits. I just finished my second task, and I have to say, it went better than expected. Apollo nodded, returning the smile. Good to hear. What did you have to do? Nothing too crazy, Soul replied, waving a hand dismissively. Just had to deal with a group of rogue bandits. They put up a bit of a fight, but nothing I couldn't handle. He nodded, hearing it. It seems his luck was good, as he wasn't almost fucked like him by some mistake. Apollo could see the excitement in Soul's eyes. That IT was clear that he was eager to share more details. But there was something Apollo needed to discuss first. Soul, do you know anything about a place called the Dimension Battle World? Apollo asked. His tone was serious. Soul blinked in surprise, his smile faltering slightly, feeling a bit confused. Dimension Battle World, what's that? How did you hear about it? The system rewarded me with a free pass key for completing my task, Apollo explained. But I don't know anything about it, and even you never mentioned it before. Soul was surprised to know this and felt bad. Brother, is there discrimination in tasks? Why am I not receiving additional rewards? Hearing this, Apollo couldn't help but chuckle, acknowledging that his luck with tasks was indeed different. The first task had been manageable and appropriate, but the second one was truly dangerous. He, after this experience, realized now that anything unexpected could happen during these tasks, and if one were unlucky, even a one-star task could be fatal. After this experience, he cannot be careless during any task, as who knows what terrifying things are hidden within such simple tasks. He didn't know who it was or what he had encountered, but the fact that it could hide from mysterious Sky Tower and create an error in the task was no small feat, considering that even the 10 hegemon forces of the Eastern continent couldn't affect the Sky Tower. The strength of this being was undeniable. It's good that you didn't receive such a task. You know, I almost died doing this, Apollo replied to Soul's frustration. He knew that with Soul's strength, he might not have even been able to defeat a single ordinary blood monster, let alone the many stronger and more menacing ones. What? You almost died? Soul exclaimed, surprised. Although he hadn't fully grasped the extent of Apollo's strength, the mysterious aura surrounding him and his high ranking on the list made Soul believe that Apollo should be much stronger than him by quite a lot. Apollo couldn't help but chuckle at Soul's reaction, knowing how different their experiences had been. Yeah, I almost bit the dust, he admitted with a wry smile that Soul's eyes widened in disbelief. Seriously, I knew you were strong, but if something almost took you out, it must have been insanely dangerous. Apollo nodded, his expression growing serious. It was, and he didn't say more, as nothing good was going to happen if he told more, as the mysterious being that he saw was too powerful for his understanding. Soul frowned, still processing the Apollo's words. But if you almost died, I don't even want to imagine what would have happened if it had been me. I probably wouldn't have made out alive. Apollo placed a reassuring hand on Soul's shoulder. That's why we have to be prepared for anything and don't be careless. Soul nodded, his expression resolute. You're right, I'll keep that in mind. Now, Apollo said with a grin, try to lighten the mood. Let's go find something to eat. With their strength, they didn't need to eat or drink to survive for months or years. Still, it is novel behavior that lets them remember their roots. As most human warriors like to remain in society and eat and drink fully, as it is one of the joys of life. And more importantly, Apollo was now planning to start looking for his master. Why now? His master should have settled in the city, even if he was taking his time. Although his master's strength is not bad, the tasks were related to their strength rank, which could make things a bit difficult for him. After all, his master had only become a 4th-rank grandmaster 3 years ago. He might be strong among 4th-rank grandmasters, but he was definitely not at the peak of it. Soul laughed, nodding in agreement. Good idea. Let's go and eat some delicacies of the Sky City. With that, both of them went outside and strolled around the city and went to the market area of the lobby, where the trialists could sell the things they brought back from their trials or buy something here. They saw many restaurants, most of them bustling with people. Apollo had come here specifically because these restaurants were the best places to gather intel, because not only trialists but even the inhabitants of Sky City could be found here. However, no one dared to mess with them as fighting was strictly prohibited within the city. Besides, most of the inhabitants of Sky City were incredibly strong, like seasoned players in a game where the trialists were mere newbies and the NPCs were boss level, or at least levels far beyond their reach. Here, not only should he be able to learn about the dimensional battle world, but he might also find news about his master. I've been here before, so let me take you to the right place if you want to know anything about Sky City. Soul quickly offered to Apollo, aware of his interest in the dimension battle world and his intention to find someone. Apollo nodded and followed Soul as he led him to the corner of the market where there was a small pub-like place, which surprised him as he felt something different about this pub. But he didn't stop, and with Soul, he entered the pub. Upon stepping inside, he noticed it was mostly empty, with only 2 or 3 mysterious figures drinking alone in the morning. These individuals clearly weren't trialists, but each of them exuded an unfathomable aura. Soul didn't look at them, instead looked at the bartender or the shop owner of the place, who was seemingly a charming, handsome face and energy that gave a fuckboy vibe. Apollo, standing beside him, couldn't help but feel surprised that it wasn't just the man's face, which was unremarkable apart from being somewhat handsome, but his strength, or rather, the complete lack of it. That struck Apollo as OD'd it was as if he was facing an ordinary human, someone who didn't emit even the faintest trace of energy, appearing entirely mundane despite his good looks. But how could this be possible? In Sky City, a place where mysterious and powerful people gather, how could the owner of such an establishment be ordinary? His expression grew grave. With his spiritual strength, he could sense saints or even figures in the half-god realm. But he couldn't detect anything about this bartender. It spoke volumes about the problem and mysterious nature of this person. The bartender smiled and happily welcomed them as they took a seat in front. "What can I do for you?" he asked nicely like he was welcoming usual guests. Soul looked at Apollo, who nodded and asked, "We want to learn some information." "Oh, guests, then tell me what you want to know. Maybe I already know what you're looking for." The bartender's casual demeanor and friendly tone belied the depth of his mystery. Yes, he spoke. His eyes held a glint of curiosity, as if he were accustomed to handling requests for information from all sorts of people. Apollo, keenly aware of the importance of gathering reliable information in Sky City, decided to be direct. "We want to know about the dimensional battle world, and also for any news about a 4th-rank grandmaster who might be in the city." The bartender's eyes narrowed slightly, and his smile didn't falter, though Apollo noticed a flicker of interest. "The dimensional battle world, you say? That's not a rare topic to inquire about. Most people here know about it, and I can tell you about that for free.as for 4th-rank grandmasters. There are many in the city, though finding one among the myriad faces now especially can be quite a challenge, but not impossible. Finding a specific person among so many can be tricky, but I might have a few contacts who could help that. I'll need a bit of time to make some inquiries, but I can get back to you with more details." Apollo nodded. "How long will it take for you to find him?" The bartender gave a thoughtful nod. "It shouldn't take more than a day or so. Leave your contact details and the person you want to find with me, and I'll reach out once I have something concrete." "Okay, then please tell me about Dimension Battle World." Then let's start. The Dimension Battle World is the best place for any person who wants to become strong. It is a separate dimension where you can battle others from various worlds, not just from a single world of Ryan, like you trialists might expect. Your opponents won't just be other trialists from here. They could be beings from countless unknown worlds that you have never seen or heard of. "What?" The bartender dropped the bomb as he said this to Apollo and Soul, who had different reactions. Apollo wasn't unfamiliar with the knowledge of different worlds, as he was a reincarnation from another world, or might be a different dimension, as Earth might not belong to the same universe or dimension in which Ryan resided. But it was completely different for Soul, for whom the world of Ryan is boundless. And this news was too shocking to him. He hadn't given much thought to that, even when the mysterious Sky Tower appeared on the Eastern continent. He and most people from the Eastern continent believed it was a relic of some ancient god, never considering that it might be something from outside of Ryan. Soul's expression was normal, as most people living in a small bubble would be surprised to learn about the vastness of the universe. But Apollo's reaction was completely different. The bartender noticed the contrasting expressions of the two, when he saw Apollo's calm and collected. demeanor. Without any change in his expression, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised and intrigued. World, there are many other worlds. Soul shakily said this, as he had never imagined it. All those tasks in different spaces he thought were small, independent spaces around Ryan. But now it seemed they were more than that. Apollo let Soul calm down, giving him time to process the information. Then, Apollo asked the bartender to continue, as the dimensional battle world seemed like a promising place to him. It is divided into 3 sections according to age: the Earth, Sky, and Heaven battlefields. The Earth level is for the younger generation below 100 years old. The Sky level is for people below 1,000 years old. And lastly, the Heaven level is for monsters below 10,000 years old. Apollo listened carefully and understood the situation. Since he was less than 100 years old, he would be placed in the Earth section, along with almost all the trialists from the Eastern continent. The bartender continued, there are 2 types of battlefields. The first is group battles, where 10,000 people are randomly selected to battle each other in the wild, and the last one standing will be the winner. Second is a one-on-one battle with random opponents from all over the universe. And after reaching a certain winning streak, you will be rewarded. Not only that, the bartender added, every section, whether it's Earth, Sky, or Heaven, has rankings that if you reach the top 10,000, you will receive unimaginable rewards that even gods will salivate. He said that and looked at Apollo, wanting to see how he would react. But he still remained calm, even knowing that the rewards were enough to tempt the gods. But what the bartender didn't know was that Apollo, unlike others, never felt that gods were beyond his reach. He indeed feared their strength, but there wasn't a single moment he thought, I will never reach that state. Apollo always believed he would surpass the gods in strength. It was just a matter of time. For others, this might seem like arrogance or self-absorption, but to him, it felt inevitable. He had the system, extraordinary talent, and the means to reach such heights. So if he couldn't achieve it with all those advantages, then he would consider himself trash or worthless if he didn't achieve such strength. It was like he was playing a game with cheat codes, yet he was still losing to general gamers. Good. So where from Sky City can I enter the Dimension Battle World? Apollo excitedly asked directly, as since he already knew about it, he was eager to enter and experience himself. Seeing the excited look instead of feeling a shocked expression, the bartender also laughed, feeling an interesting guy had appeared. It is in the battle district, right beside the battle arena, that you'll easily find it when you arrive there, the bartender said with a smile. After hearing this, Apollo nodded and left his details, including the designated number of the small mountain where he was staying, along with the payment of 100 sky point for the service of finding his master. Soul silently followed, still a bit shocked after learning about this. But he had mostly calmed down by now. They directly travel through the teleportation portal to arrive at Battle District and go towards their destination. Yes, they stepped out of the teleportation portal into the bustling Battle District. The atmosphere around them changed instantly. The air was thick with the energy of countless powerful individuals, each exuding an aura of strength and determination. The district was alive with the sounds of clashing weapons and the hum of magical energies. Apollo and Soul made their way through the crowds, heading towards the battle arena. The architecture here was grand and imposing, with towering structures designed to inspire awe and respect from everyone present. The battle arena itself was a massive, circular structure that dominated the skyline, its walls lined with ancient carvings depicting legendary battles fought throughout time. Besides the battle arena, just as the bartender had said, they found the entrance to the dimensional battle world. The entrance was marked by a colossal archway made of dark stone, radiating with a faint, otherworldly light. Above the archway, an inscription in an ancient language flickered with energy, and though Apollo couldn't read the words, he could feel the power they held. This is it. Apollo remained composed as he murmured, his mind focused on the exciting battle and challenges that lay ahead. He should be able to meet geniuses from all over the universe. Brother Apollo, I'm going to fight in the battle arena. Oh, good luck, Soul said, hesitating for a second before making up his mind. But he looked at Apollo, then turned and walked toward the battle arena. Apollo didn't stop him. It seemed Soul had resolved to become stronger after realizing that the world he once thought was vast was just a small bubble. Instead of staying shocked, he decided to grow stronger. Let's see geniuses from the universe. He approached the empty entrance, as it seemed nobody had come here till now, and he might be the first one among the Eastern continent. As he came close to and went through the archway, a voice was heard in his mind. Entering Dimension Battle World. 3,000 sky points required. Looking at the points, Apollo felt surprise. 3,000 points was quite a large amount, even more than what the top 10 trialists had. For entry alone, he needed so many points. Before, he had felt a bit dissatisfied with the rewards, but now it didn't seem so bad. Use the free pass. Free pass is used. The trialist is being sent to the safe room. He immediately appeared in the simple room with a futon that he didn't waste time and sat on it. Link is being created. Please give name Apollo. Do you want to enter the Dimension Battle World? Yes/no? Yes. Please select the battle mode, 1 versus 1 / battle of survival. Seeing this, he thinks for a moment and decides to battle individual 1v1 first. 1v1. Trialist Apollo's mind is being transported to the Dimension Battle World. Immediately, his mind became blank, and a moment later, he found himself standing in a vast, open arena that looked quite like a coliseum. The sky above was an endless expanse of swirling colors, and the ground beneath their feet was so solid that even with his strength, he could not destroy it. He carefully assessed his body and its strength. He knew that it wasn't his physical body that had arrived in this dimension world, but rather his mind. What was shocking, however, was that this body felt exactly like his physical one back in Sky City. Whether it was his strength, durability, reaction speed, or life force, everything was the same. But then he noticed something different. First, he couldn't seem to transform into his half-demon god form. Secondly, his mage. Cultivation Foundation rune felt slightly weaker, as if it had been diminished somehow. He was just thinking why this could be the cold voice that appeared again. Random battle selection is beginning. The opponent is being selected. The battle will begin in 10 seconds. He let go of his thoughts, calmed down, and was ready to face his opponent. Since he was less than 100 years old, he will be within the Earth section of the Dimension Battle World, and below, 100-year-old genius will be his opponents. 9, 10. The first battle is beginning, and immediately, a figure teleported into the Colosseum. Apollo readied himself to face whatever opponent appeared, but when he saw who it was, he was shocked. Are you fucking kidding me? Surprisingly, it was a young girl who appeared to be only 9 or 10 years old, a loli. The loli was quite cute, like those anime lolis, but Apollo felt a mix of disappointment and frustration. He was burning with fighting instinct, only for his opponent to turn out to be a loli. The loli seemed to sense Apollo's dissatisfaction and became visibly upset. Hey brat, what's with that face? Don't you dare show me that look, or this queen will break you 1,000 times and then fix you 1,000 times over. Loli said in cute voice. Ah, Apollo exclaimed in surprise that he could clearly understand her words, but quickly rebuked. Little kid, who are you calling a brat? Didn't anyone teach you how to behave? Who else would I be calling a brat here? The loli retorted, her voice filled with arrogance. Your life signature seems to be less than 20 years old. If we're talking about age, I'm way older than you. That. Apollo immediately remembered stories from anime and manga where old bitches or beast pets turned into lolis, and it seemed he had encountered someone like that. So, you're one of those old-timers who fulfill some degenerate guy's fantasies. Apollo murmured, realizing he was facing his first opponent, but he wondered why he couldn't sense much strength from the loli, despite her apparent age. Before he could think further, a powerful, giant hand made of energy appeared above his head and attacked him with incredible speed. Brat, who the hell are you calling old? And who's fulfilling fantasies? Boom! The giant hand of energy smashed down, trying to squash Apollo into pieces, but he quickly evaded with his sharp reflexes. Despite dodging, he was taken aback by the speed of the loli's attack. She was too fast and unusual. Normally, he could sense an aura or some hint of energy before an attack, but with her, he felt nothing, not even in the final moments before the strike. Brat, your reflexes are good, she sneered with her cute canary-like voice laced with challenge. Then how about we increase the difficulty? She waved her hand, and a dozen gigantic hands as big as 30 feet appeared around Apollo and attacked him with devastating force without giving him a moment. Boom! 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 Fuck! The loli's attack of energy hands was almost instantaneous, and after dodging a few, one closed in on Apollo. Unable to evade in time, he prepared to punch through it with sheer power. But just as his fist was about to connect, a tingling sensation of danger surged through his body. Trusting his instincts, he swiftly changed his plan, drawing his sword instead. Boom! His sword, now covered in the icy glow of his ice law, barely held against the force of the attack, but the impact still launched him 10 meters back. Oh, you have some good reflexes. You sense the danger. Not bad, not bad. The loli smirked, her voice laced with amusement. But still, your situation isn't going to change much. Apollo didn't care about her comments, but he tried to understand what he felt and what was hidden in those attacks. The sensation was unsettling, like his life force was being drained, but it wasn't the familiar aura of death. After a moment of contemplation, understanding dawned on Apollo, and his eyes glowed with fiery intensity as he locked his gaze on the lowly. "What the hell are you staring at so intently? Are you a pervert?" she snapped, feeling unnerved by the piercing look in Apollo's eyes. Hearing this, Apollo calmed down. "Ah, you've mastered the laws of life. All of your attacks contain hidden life laws, don't they?" "Yes, they indeed contain life law. Congratulations, but that still doesn't change anything." What do those brutes say?" "Oh yeah, I remember now. You're still gonna get FK'd." Hearing this, his face twitched as he could not express himself with words. As her cute face didn't match the vulgar words that he even felt weird seeing Loli suddenly utter such words instead of Oni-chan. No, I'm not one of those degenerates. Let's just focus on the battle." He quickly dismissed the thought, shaking off the distraction, and concentrated on how to face her. "Since you know it's the law of life, let me show you its true strength," the Loli said, raising her hand. Instantly, hundreds of meters around them turned into a blinding white domain infused with the power of life. Apollo was shocked. He still couldn't figure out how she could display such overwhelming power so effortlessly, and he found himself caught within the powerful life domain. Immediately, he felt suppressed and felt his life essence was quickly being deprived by the domain's power. He didn't wait anymore and released the death domain to counter the life law domain, as both are equally strong among many laws. The death continued to expand and covered 30 meters, which seemed small compared to life law, but it still let him regain strength and hold the life domain of a lowly. "Ah, you understand the law of death and have even reached the level of the domain," she said, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Yes, and master the law of life." She could gauge Apollo's age and strength level. For a third-rank limit breaker, to comprehend a law domain was an extraordinary achievement that only a few top talents in the universe can do, especially with the law of death, which was known for its complexity and difficulty. "Interesting," she murmured, a small smile playing on her lips as she observed Apollo's death domain. Eager to push him to his limits, she decided to see if he could surprise her. The vast life domain, spanning hundreds of meters, began to shrink and compress, taking on a more concentrated form to a similar size to Apollo's death domain. However, its intensity didn't diminish. Instead, it increased exponentially. The pressure from the life domain began to push against the death domain, causing it to tremble under the force that Apollo's domain had only recently formed and lacked the strength to withstand the refined and powerful life domain, making the outcome seemingly inevitable. Damn, how strong is she? And what level her understanding of law reached? Could it be a 50% or 59% peak of the law domain? He felt completely suppressed, the pressure overwhelming him as if his domain was on the verge of shattering. It was like trying to hold up a fragile glass structure against an unyielding wall of concrete. Every inch of his domain trembled under the force, threatening to collapse at any moment. No, it cannot go on like this. He swiftly unleashed his second domain, the ice domain, and with both domains combined, he faced the lowly's powerful life domain. Bang! Their domains collided, and this time, Apollo's situation improved slightly. The combined strength of his ice and death domains managed to hold against the life domain, creating a momentary equilibrium where neither side held a clear advantage. Second domain, but it's still not enough. As she murmured, the life domain seemed to change, and from beneath the earth, plants started to grow, snake-like in their movements, as they began to attack. They somehow seemed to be unaffected by Apollo's double domains, whether it was ice or death. Apollo faced another problem. As it seemed the lowly wasn't going to give him a chance, he immediately cast the spell Wings of Wind to fly into the sky, leaving the land behind and deciding to attack from above. After reaching the sky, he immediately cast his second spell, Purple Sky Thunder Shower, displaying his dual casting talent. Devastating purple lightning appeared in the sky, and as the name suggests, a shower of lightning descended upon the little lowly. Another surprise at a spell, and it doesn't seem weak. Apollo's quick thinking and powerful spell casting created a storm of purple lightning in the sky, the bolts crackling with raw, destructive energy as they rained down on the lowly below. The countless lightning bolts, which could easily obliterate fourth-rank grandmasters, fell on her small, petite-looking body, resulting in a large explosion that sent shockwaves through the battlefield. Boom! The ground shook violently as the devastating lightning struck the lowly's small, petite form, creating a massive cloud of smoke and debris. For a moment, everything was obscured by the blinding flashes and thunderous roar of the explosion. Apollo hovered in the sky, his wings of wind keeping him aloft as he observed the aftermath. He remained on guard, knowing that this opponent was far more formidable than she appeared. Did that work? Thinking, he looked down as the smoke began to clear. Apollo's eyes narrowed, trying to discern whether his attack had been effective. But before he could make any conclusions, a familiar voice rang out from within the dissipating cloud. "Not bad, brat," the lowly's cute voice echoed, completely unscathed by the attack. "But it'll take more than that to even scratch me." To Apollo's shock, as the dust settled, the lowly emerged, surrounded by a protective barrier of vibrant green energy, with not a single mark on her. The lowly stood proudly looking at Apollo in the sky, but inside she was surprised by one after another means shown by him. If the difference between them wasn't too much, it might become a close battle. After that, she moved, and instantly, as if by teleportation, she appeared in the sky, levitating effortlessly in front of Apollo. Seeing this, Apollo's expression changed. It was clear that she was floating without the help of any skill or item. It was the natural ability of everyone in the Saint realm and above to their strength. They didn't need the assistance of skills or spells. They could fly on their own. Fucking shit, what bad luck. He finally understood that he was messing with the big boss, or the small boss in the case here. This little lowly was at least a saint, and definitely not an ordinary one. It was even possible she had already reached a level above saint. For such a powerhouse, his strength was insignificant. But what kind of terrible luck was this to face such an opponent on his first try? Or were the geniuses outside the universe this insanely strong? "You are not bad, but now I've seen enough. It's time to end this. Let me show you what real strength is." Spear of Life. In an instant, a massive spear appeared in the sky, as big as a small mountain, releasing a world-trembling aura that made Apollo feel insignificant. "Take it." Boom! The spear, as vast as a mountain, began to descend upon him, like a titan trampling an ant. But Apollo wasn't one to give up easily, and no matter who his opponent was, his will was indomitable and eternal. Facing the massive spear, Apollo knew he might lose, but that didn't matter. He summoned all his strength, refusing to hold anything back. With a determined roar, he unleashed all 4 of his domains: ice, death, 5 elements, and the eternal sword domain. His aura surged, climbing rapidly to a level that rivaled the saints. The very space around him trembled under the overwhelming pressure as his 4 domains, guided by the eternal sword domain, began to converge into a singular, powerful force. That Apollo's sword domain already held traces of the other 3 laws, but he had never been able to merge them effectively. Until now. Under the immense pressure from the lowly's devastating attack, something began to change. The tremendous force bearing down on him seemed to catalyze the fusion process. Slowly but steadily, his ice, death, and 5 elements domains began to converge with his sword domain. With each passing moment, the connection between the domains grew stronger, and his sword domain became increasingly stronger. It was as if the overwhelming threat had unlocked a new level of synergy between the laws, pushing his power to unprecedented heights. They made his sword domain more powerful and complete than ever before, ready to face the impending destruction with newfound strength. 4 domains. Watching this, she couldn't help but be truly shocked for the first time and couldn't believe what she was seeing. Even for her, it was a shocking sight. The domains Apollo wielded weren't ordinary. Both the death and 5 elements domains were high-level and challenging to master. But what truly caught her off guard was his unique sword domain. It was unlike anything she had encountered before, exuding an aura that made her feel a rare sense of terror. She had never seen such a powerful sword domain, especially one that had just been formed, exhibiting such strength and mysterious depth. That it was astonishing that a newly formed domain could hold such immense power and profound mysteries. The sword domain was truly unique. She could not imagine how strong it would be after it reached her level. Will she be able to take it then? She didn't know. Now, with the sword domain combined with the other 3 domains, it seemed to reach unimaginable power. The auras from both their attacks began to collide, creating a chaotic force that started shredding the space around them. The immense pressure from their combined powers made the atmosphere feel as if it could collapse at any moment, leaving the battlefield trembling under their overwhelming might. "Go!" Apollo roared as a massive, multicolored sword materialized, twisting the very space around it. This powerful weapon, formed from the combined might of his 4 domains, surged forward with unstoppable force. The mysterious and mighty sword clashed with the immense spear in the sky, the impact creating a cataclysmic explosion that shattered the surroundings. The sheer destructive force annihilated everything in its path, tearing apart land masses and obliterating anything that dared to exist within the vicinity. Good, good. She felt their attacks seemed to be equal, and an excited smile and aura around continued to rise. Bang, bang, bang. With every breath she took, her aura rose, surpassing the sage ranks and shattering the land and space around her with sheer pressure. The colossal spear, which had been fiercely clashing with Apollo's attack, began to grow even more powerful, steadily overwhelming and overpowering his combined domains. Fuck! Why are you getting fired up? Apollo cursed, feeling he was about to be crushed. But Apollo wasn't one to go down without a fight. Boom! The spear of life finally overpowered his mysterious sword, its power surpassing even the mightiest of sages. Just as the spear locked onto him, ready to annihilate him, Apollo summoned every ounce of his strength for a final counterattack. In that critical moment, as the spear closed in on him, he unleashed a powerful sword energy infused with the combined might of his four law domains. Apollo was ultimately defeated, his body vanishing as the spear of life destroyed him. However, his final sword energy, infused with the combined might of his four law domains, shot toward her at incredible speed. She was caught off guard by the sheer force of his last strike, not expecting such a strong attack even as he faced certain defeat. She quickly summoned her energy, and large trees sprang from the ground, forming a protective forest around her. However, her hastily constructed defense was no match for the sword's energy, which contained mysteries beyond ordinary comprehension, annihilating everything in its path. Her expression changed as the attack closed in, moments away from striking her in an instant. Her eyes grew cold and ruthless, and her aura shifted dramatically. Her body transformed from that of a small girl to a fully grown, mature woman in an instant. She punched the sword energy, which met an indestructible force. Boom! Bang! An apocalyptic explosion erupted, destroying miles of the surrounding area before slowly calming down. As the dust settled, the figure of a mature, stunning woman emerged, slight blood dripping from her fist. She looked at her hand, noticing the blood dripping from her fist, before hearing the mechanical announcement that signaled her departure from the Dimension Battle World. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a starry sky filled with countless planets and stars. Welcome back, Mississippi. How was the battle? A beautiful maid approached her and bowed. I met someone unexpected, she murmured in her cute voice, recalling the final attack. The memory of it lingered, surprising her more than ever she anticipated. What? The maid was shocked, her playful inquiry turning serious as she registered her mistress's words. She had only asked out of habit. Knowing her mistress's strength, it was hard to imagine anyone impressing her. After all, her mistress was Amara, known throughout the universe as the Life Princess. She was extremely famous and ranked fourth among the strongest beings on Earth rankings. The idea that someone could leave an impression on her was almost unthinkable. Apollo, on the other hand, didn't know anything and also awoke from his devastating loss and couldn't help but feel a bit sad. The battle had been intense, pushing him to the very limits of his strength and beyond. Yet despite his best efforts, he still was defeated. He truthfully didn't expect he would lose his first battle. That a sigh escaped his lips as he slowly sat up, his mind replaying the final moments of the battle. The life domain and the colossal spear that had overpowered his domains. These images were etched into his memory. He calmed down, accepting his loss without letting it break his spirit. His opponent was older, at least mentally, and from outside Ryan, likely from a powerful force beyond his current understanding. Though he didn't know her name, he resolved that if they met again, he would defeat her. Despite his defeat, he had learned valuable lessons, especially how he had temporarily combined his four domains under immense pressure, unleashing strength beyond his current level. This experience fueled his determination to grow stronger. He also felt some improvement in his understanding of his sword domain, which he confirmed by looking at his profile. Swordsmanship, Eternal Sword Domain, 11%. When it reaches 100%, Sword Domain will transform into Sword World. Despite the sadness, Apollo's resolve only grew stronger. He couldn't afford to wallow in despair. He had to keep pushing forward. This defeat was just another stepping stone on his path to greater heights. I'll get stronger, Apollo vowed, clenching his fists. Stronger than ever before. Strong enough to defeat even gods. He lost, but he didn't feel much after dying in the Dimension Battle World, except for a mild headache. Now that his free pass was used up, he knew he couldn't enter again and could only leave. He was immediately transported out of the safe room and appeared near the battle arena, which reminded him of Sol. Deciding to check on him, he set out to find Sol and see how he was doing. Apollo calmly accepted everything and slowly walked towards the battle arena. one of the few places always bustling. With Trilist, IT was the most exciting spot, where they didn't need to spend much and could even earn a lot by betting on each other. And every world is full of gamblers, with the Eastern continent being no exception. The battle arena was truly spectacular, with enormous stands capable of accommodating millions of spectators that in comparison. The arena in Frostheld City seemed like a child's plaything that he calmly walked around, observing the various arenas where multiple battles were already underway. Thousands of trialists cheered and placed their bets, their excitement filling the air with a palpable buzz. It was like another world. As Apollo scanned the dozens of small arenas, he finally spotted Sol, who was currently engaged in a fierce battle. His opponent wasn't human, but a half-human beast with tiger-like features, sharp claws, and a strong, sturdy body that made the fight challenging for Sol. The tiger human was also a third-rank limit breaker, but as a half-beast human, his strength and speed were greater than those of humans at the same level. His claws emitted a powerful and dangerous metallic aura, making his attacks more deadly and powerful and creating significant difficulty for Sol, who struggled to suppress him with his flame-life force. His sword, burning with intense flames, collided with the sharp, indestructible claws of the tiger human. Bang, bang! Each clash echoed through the arena, but Sol was pushed back every time. His physique wasn't on par with his opponent's raw power, making it difficult for him to hold his ground. Tiger's Descent. Scorching Sword. Both of them attacked each other with their best skills to end the battle. Boom! With an explosion, both of them were knocked backwards, but clearly, Sol was weaker as the powerful force sent him flying outside the stage and thus losing the battle. Slowly, Sol stood up and left the arena, feeling a little dejected, but it seemed he had become used to it. Apollo quickly followed and found him. Brother Sol, that was a close battle. Seeing that it was Apollo, Sol smiled and sighed, there are too many who are stronger than me, but it's all right that I never thought I was the best. All I need to do is try my best and see how far I can go. Anyways, Brother Apollo, how was the Dimension Battle World and Genius from outside? He changed the subject and asked him, as he was interested and wanted to know his experience. Hey, Sai, I lost to, Apollo admitted. The first opponent I met was incredibly strong that I couldn't do anything in front of her. Sol didn't understand much or how strong the opponent was. He just supported him with some enthusiastic words. After that, they slowly left the battle arena. As they strolled and went down, Apollo sensed something off. Someone seemed to be following him. The sensation made him instantly alert. The person following them was skilled, as Apollo couldn't quite pinpoint their exact location. Rather than alarming Sol, Apollo decided to let the situation play out, intending to catch the person red-handed. Since attacking in Sky City was forbidden, it was clear the individual wasn't planning an assault. But Apollo couldn't figure out why they would be following them. He led the follower towards the small mountain-designated area for the trialists, where he could disappear and catch the follower. Brother Sol, why don't you go on ahead? Apollo suggested, keeping his tone casual. I need to check something out. Sol glanced at him, a bit puzzled, but nodded. All right, I'll meet you back at your place. As Sol walked away, Apollo's demeanor shifted. He became more focused, his senses heightened as he subtly altered his course, leading the follower deeper into the small mountain area designated for trialists. Apollo moved swiftly and silently, using the terrain to his advantage. He reached a spot where the trees thickened, casting deep shadows over the area. Without hesitation, he vanished into the darkness, his presence blending seamlessly with the environment. The follower continued to pursue, but as they approached the spot where Apollo had disappeared, a sudden silence fell over the area. The air grew heavy with anticipation, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. But just as he was going to grab the follower, he was surprised to see her. What are you trying to do, hiding like that? Planning a jump on me, the great and mighty king? Apollo stopped in his tracks as he heard the familiar voice. He saw the follower, as it was none other than the annoying Pussy King, who had somehow tracked him down. It's you, Apollo muttered, staring at the Pussy King in confusion. He was certain he had sensed a different aura earlier, one that didn't match the cat's. What? If it isn't me, who else could it be? The Pussy King retorted with a smirk. Don't tell me you finally found a girl after coming here and are playing hide and seek here. Huh. Haha, funny. At the same moment, quite far away, a ghost-like figure materialized, barely visible against the backdrop. Almost got caught, the figure murmured, a hint of admiration in their voice. How sharp this kid is. He still managed to sense me. A small smile played on his lips. But then, I wouldn't expect anything less from Lady's brother. With that, the mysterious ghost-like figure disappeared in thin air, like there wasn't some person in the first place. Back in the small mountain area, Apollo shook his head, still trying to reconcile the conflicting sensations he had experienced. He knew he hadn't imagined the other presence, and the fact that it had slipped away so easily only deepened his suspicions. Pussy King didn't seem to care and stretched lazily. "Well, if you're done with your little adventure, we should head back." "Yeah, let's go," Apollo agreed, though his mind was already racing with questions, but he didn't think much. He took the Pussy King with him, and on the way, he also asked what he faced, whether it was different or not. It was like he expected the cat this time, just like others are trialists, as it cannot fool the Sky Tower. The lazy cat also had to complete tasks before he appeared here. Apollo didn't doubt the cat's abilities. The Pussy King had always been full of mysterious means and hidden strengths. Given its capabilities, completing the tasks set before it wouldn't be an issue. Even if the challenges were difficult, this cat could handle whatever came its way. This is also why he didn't try to find it as if it didn't want to show up. He cannot do anything about IT became stronger and more mysterious as it slept for the entire year before he awoke. Although its look didn't change, he felt a very strong and mysterious power in it, which, when exploded, he didn't know what level it would reach. Both then went to his place, and the lazy cat, as usual, didn't head to its designated place but lingered nearby. Apollo didn't bother to say anything. After 3 years, he had grown accustomed to its presence and peculiar habits. He concentrated on the changes in his sword domain, immersing himself in his training. Later that night, Sol arrived at his place. They planned to meet with a group of trialists, as various groups had slowly started to form. The trialists were gradually adjusting to this place, though there was still no news on how long they would remain. Warriors had already begun to band together, forming groups to share intelligence or gather resources. Apollo, Pussy King, and Sol made their way to the meeting point, the atmosphere between them charged with a sense of anticipation. As they walked, Sol kept glancing at Pussy King, still trying to wrap his mind around the fact that the cat could talk. The realization that Pussy King, clearly a beast, could converse like a human, and with such an attitude, was shocking. Usually, only 4th-rank beast generals and above had the intelligence and ability to speak clearly. But he didn't feel a powerful beast aura still, given that they were in the mysterious Sky Tower, where the unusual was the norm. Sol decided not to dwell on it, but he didn't think much about it as they were in Sky Tower, and he already learned and seen shocking things compared to it. This wasn't much. They arrived at a small mountain, place where players lived, but it was a little different as it was much higher in place, and it needed to spend more than 100 points to stay there, which not many can do. When they arrived, there were already quite a few trialists already there. The air buzzed with a mix of tension and camaraderie as these warriors, each with their own unique strengths and abilities, were sizing each other up. The group consisted of a mix of powerful figures, all of whom seemed to be either forming alliances or testing the waters with potential rivals. And Apollo and their appearance didn't go unnoticed as many tried to see through them, changing many present here faces. They were able to see through Sol, but they were not able to see or understand anything about Apollo and Pussy King, who were drawing many female trialists' enthusiasm with their appearance. Apollo also glanced around and quickly noticed a few familiar faces. Individuals who had been on the trialist rankings but later pushed out or heard rumors about. Some were deep in conversation, while others stood alone, observing the gathering with sharp eyes. As the trio approached, they drew the attention of several trialists that Apollo's reputation as a rising star preceded him, and his presence, alongside Sol and the enigmatic Pussy King, added a new layer of interest to the meeting. Despite the constant challenges and the fierce competition among the trialists, Apollo was the only one, aside from the organizer here, who had managed to maintain his ranking within the top 100. As a result, Apollo was considered the main attraction of the gathering. Despite the intense competition, even after these days, he had managed to hold his position within the 90s of the trialist rankings, making him second only to the organizer of the small gathering. The organizer of this gathering finally appeared. A tall, muscular man with an air of authority stepped forward. His eyes were fixed on Apollo, assessing him with a piercing gaze. "You must be Apollo Fletcher," he said, his voice steady and commanding. "I've heard quite a bit about you. Welcome." Apollo nodded in acknowledgement, his expression calm, but his mind alert. "Thank you for inviting us. I'm also here to learn and see how we can help each other in this place." The man smiled, a hint of approval in his eyes. "That's the right attitude. My name is Caleb. We've all been trying to figure out the best way to survive and thrive in this tower. Maybe we can share what we've learned so far and improve." As they settled into the discussion, Sol continued to observe the interactions, his curiosity piqued by the various trialists gathered here. Pussy King, on the other hand, found a comfortable spot nearby and lazily stretched out. Though its sharp eyes missed nothing, he carefully observed everyone and their strength. The strongest here was Caleb, without a doubt. He was one step above everyone here. He was actually a saint. Although a new one, he felt a little bit of leaked energy, as it seemed he hadn't fully controlled his newfound strength. But a new saint is still an overlord in any region of the Eastern continent, not to mention a saint under 100 years old, which means there's still a lot of room for growth. That IT seems all those in the top 100 rankings aren't bad. If he fought against him, it might be an interesting battle.as for the rest. Most of the trialists were third rank limit breakers or third rank in various paths, that a few had reached the fourth rank, though they were significantly fewer in number compared to those in the third rank. Among the trialists present, Apollo could sense 4 who had reached the fourth rank in their respective paths. 3 were men, and 1 was a woman. These 4 stood out among the fourth rank warriors and were likely on par with his master, except for the female grandmaster. She appeared to be at the peak of the fourth rank, just a step away from reaching the fifth rank, the level of a saint. Her presence was particularly formidable, exuding a power that made her a force to be reckoned with in this gathering. That he also noticed and remembered her, because her name, Aliona, was something he was familiar with, as old man Aragon told him that his master had a crush on someone with the same name. Maybe it was a coincidence, but still he remembered her. The meeting continued, with trialists exchanging information and experiences, each contributing their insights on the challenges they had faced so far. The atmosphere, while collaborative, was tinged with a subtle undercurrent of rivalry, as everyone knew that only the strongest would ultimately rise to the top. Apollo listened intently, absorbing the information while contributing his own experiences when relevant. The discussions ranged from the mysterious origins of the Sky Tower to the various tasks and trials they had encountered, strategies for resource gathering, battling powerful creatures, and navigating the ever-changing landscape were all debated. There were some important matters and news to which he listened carefully as the night wore on. The group began to disperse. Caleb finally said something and stopped Apollo and the 4 other grandmasters level strong. "I have something to discuss with you guys," Caleb said, gathering the 5 of them together. "So now you're telling us the real reason for this gathering," one of the grandmasters remarked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. Otherwise, why go to so much trouble to entertain all of us?" Another grandmaster added, glancing at Caleb with a knowing smile. The atmosphere grew more focused as the grandmasters, who had been somewhat relaxed, now turned their full attention to Caleb, eager to hear what he had to say. Caleb met their gazes without flinching, a slight smile playing on his lips. "You're right. While the exchange of information was valuable, that wasn't the primary reason I called you here." The atmosphere now grew more intense as the grandmasters, who had been somewhat relaxed, focused their full attention on Caleb. Caleb took a moment to ensure he had their full attention before continuing. "I stopped you because I was lucky enough to receive a special trial," Caleb began, his tone serious. "It's a group trial where I can lead a team of trialists to complete the task." He paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in before continuing. "That's why I wanted to select strong members for it. The tasks can be dangerous, as many have already started to die or fail even in their ordinary tasks. Not to mention that it's a group trial, which means it will be extra dangerous, so only finding strong members is the best choice." The grandmasters, including Apollo, exchanged glances, each of them fully grasping the significance of what Caleb had just said. Special trials should be rare, and the fact that it was a group trial made it even more unique and dangerous. A murmur of agreement spread through the group. It was no secret now that the Sky Tower was merciless, and only the fittest could hope to survive its trials as its difficulty continued to rise. "Extra danger means extra rewards," one of the grandmasters commented, his voice laced with a mix of excitement and caution. "Exactly," Caleb agreed, his eyes scanning the group. Apollo remained silent, his mind racing as he considered the implications. He knew the risks, but he also understood that this trial could offer rewards beyond anything they had encountered so far. "Count me in," one grandmaster said, followed by others, and quickly other 2 grandmasters also agreed to join, leaving Apollo and Aliona, who still hadn't said anything. After remaining silent for some time, Aliona also nodded and agreed, leaving only Apollo. They all looked at Apollo, waiting for his decision. Truthfully, whether it was Caleb or the other grandmasters, they were all very interested in Apollo. Despite their youthful appearances, which their strength helped maintain, they couldn't hide the fact that they'd nearly lived a century. In contrast, Apollo exuded a genuine youthfulness, making them curious about the mysteries surrounding him. Apollo, didn't immediately agree to join. Instead, he asked, "Exactly how many people can you take for this trial?" Ah. Caleb was a bit surprised by the question, but quickly responded, 10 people. A total of 10 can participate in this task. 10. Then I want an extra place for someone. If you agree to this, then I will join. Apollo finally stated, laying out his condition. In fact, the condition wasn't much, but he wanted to bring the Pussy King with him. The cat had many abilities and means that could be of great help. The terrifying danger Apollo faced in the previous task had made him more cautious about future trials. Given that this was a special group trial, who knew what they would be facing? Caleb raised an eyebrow, considering. The condition that it wasn't an unreasonable request, but he hadn't anticipated that Apollo would want to bring someone along. Who do you have in mind? Caleb asked, curious. Apollo hesitated for a moment before answering, the cat lying over there. The mention of the cat caused a few puzzled looks from the other Grandmasters, but Apollo continued, don't just look at the cat. It is already a beast commander and knows means that could be of great help. He told them truthfully, as it cannot be hidden when gone. But for strength, he just gave them rough estimates. The cat is so hidden that only it knows how strong it is. All of them were surprised. But they were also the people who had seen many weird things, so they quickly accepted that the cute white cat was strong. Caleb thought it over and then nodded. All right, if that's what you want, then it's a deal that will bring the cat along. Although bringing the cat would change some of his plans, it wasn't too much of an issue, still manageable for him. With that settled, they decided to leave the next day. Everyone went back to their places to prepare for the task, each with different thoughts about the upcoming trial. When Apollo and his companions returned, he informed the Pussy King about the special trial and his intention to join it. The Pussy King, though initially annoyed, eventually agreed. Soul, knowing his strength was lacking, chose not to get involved. Instead, he returned to his place to train vigorously. The night passed quickly, and the next day arrived with Apollo and the Pussy King ready to join the fun. They quickly arrived at the trial district, heading straight to the designated trial location. When they got there, everyone except Caleb had already arrived and was waiting. Apollo and the Pussy King joined them, giving a simple nod and acknowledgement before standing quietly to the side, waiting for Caleb to appear. A few minutes later, Caleb appeared, but he wasn't alone, as with him were 3 other unknown trialists who weren't present at the gathering. As Caleb approached, the atmosphere shifted. The 3 unfamiliar trialists at his side immediately drew attention. They moved with an air of confidence, their presence alone enough to indicate that they were no ordinary trialists. Each one carried a distinct aura, suggesting they were powerful in their own right. Apollo observed them closely, noting their composed demeanors and the subtle way they assessed the group. These were not weak, and it was evident that Caleb had chosen them for their strength and abilities. That Caleb's identity shouldn't be small, as his strength already showed that. And now that he was able to bring such a strong lineup means that the power behind him definitely isn't small. The ordinary forces didn't have many such strong people under the age of 100. He didn't believe that these 3 were some random trialists, but they should be from the same force or clan from where Caleb came from. Caleb stepped forward, addressing the group. I see everyone's here. Good. Before we proceed, I'd like to introduce you to these 3 trialists who will be joining us for this special trial. He gestured to the first of the 3, a dark, tall man with a muscular build and a stern expression. This is Aiden. Aiden nodded curtly, his piercing gaze sweeping over the group. There was an intensity about him, a quiet strength that made it clear he was not to be underestimated. Caleb then introduced the second trialist, a little woman with sharp eyes and a quiet, deadly presence. This is Lyra. Lyra offered a small, almost imperceptible nod, her eyes flicking from one person to the next, as if already calculating their strengths and weaknesses. Finally, Caleb introduced the third trialist, a young man with an enigmatic smile and an air of mystery. And this is Asa. Asa inclined his head slightly, his smile never wavering. Something was unsettling about his calmness that made them uncomfortable. Apollo and others carefully looked at the 3 of them, and serious expressions appeared on their faces as all 3 almost reached the peak of 4th rank and were very strong. They knew Caleb was going to bring some other people when he mentioned 10 guys could join, but they didn't think he could bring such strong guys. With the introductions out of the way, Caleb addressed the group as a whole. We'll need to rely on each other, trust in our strengths, and stay vigilant. Failure isn't an option. Apollo exchanged a glance with the Pussy King, who merely flicked his tail in response. The cat had already agreed to join, and despite its usual aloofness, there was a hint of interest in its eyes, as if the trial had piqued its curiosity and was looking forward to what it would see. Caleb continued, We'll head to the trial location now. Once we're inside, there's no turning back. Be prepared for anything. With a final nod from Caleb, the group set off toward the entrance of the trial area, each member mentally preparing for the unknown challenges ahead. The tension in the air was palpable, but so was the excitement. This group trial could either break them or propel them to new heights of power, and they were all ready to face whatever came their way. The group, after some time, arrived at the trial platform, and quickly all of them gathered on it. Let's go. With that, Caleb activated the special task mark he received. Soon as Caleb activated the special task mark, a surge of energy enveloped the group. The platform beneath them burst with power, and in an instant, the 10 trialists were engulfed in a brilliant flash of lightning. The air crackled with electricity as the light intensified, and with a sharp snap, they vanished from the platform, leaving behind only a few lingering sparks that fizzled out into the air. The sensation of being transported was disorienting. Apollo felt as if he were being pulled through a tunnel of pure energy, his body tingling from the intense charge that was different from the usual teleportation he had experienced in the Sky Tower. This was faster, more forceful, and had an underlying current of danger. In the blink of an eye, the group reappeared in a completely different environment. The first thing Apollo noticed was the oppressive atmosphere. The air was thick and filled with a weird aura of death and desolation, almost stifling, with a palpable sense of hostility hanging over the environment. They stood in the middle of a vast, desolate desert landscape. The ground beneath their feet was rough and uneven, composed of jagged rocks and barren soil and sand. The sky overhead was a swirling mass of dark clouds, occasionally lit by flashes of distant lightning. The place was eerily silent, save for the low rumble of thunder in the distance. What a weird place, they murmured as they looked around and felt the atmosphere that was gloomy and dark. Whatever, be careful, Caleb said, and then they were ready to move, but the cold robotic sound was heard by all 10 of them. Special trial, first task, support the Crimson City to survive the death storm. Time limit, 7 days. Each trialist exchanged glances, the weight of the task settling in. There was no room for hesitation. They knew this was just the beginning. Caleb took a deep breath, steadying himself as he looked at the others. We have our task. We need to find this Crimson City and figure out what we're up against. Let's go and quickly find the Crimson City. The group quickly moved ahead. They didn't split up as there was still a week, as remaining together is safer even if they take more time to find their destination. Apollo remained silent the whole time. Instead, he felt the world and its law. Just like the previous one here, he also felt a bit different about law. But when he found the difference, he was a bit surprised, as this world seems to be friendly to the practitioners of the law of death. His control over the law of death seems to be getting better, and he even has a feeling he can quickly improve his understanding of the law of death. Others didn't notice this as they didn't understand death law, and he didn't mention that. The group then moved with purpose through the barren landscape. The dark clouds above seemed to grow heavier with each step they took, and the distant rumble of thunder became more pronounced, as if warning them of the approaching storm. After a short but tense journey, they reached the top of a rocky outcrop. From there, they could see a faint glimmer of light in the distance, a sign of civilization in this desolate place. There, Apollo pointed. That must be Crimson City. The city was surrounded by towering walls, and even from this distance, they could see the activity within. Figures moving quickly, preparing for something ominous. The air around the city seemed charged with a strange energy, as if the very atmosphere was bracing for an impending disaster. Caleb nodded, his expression serious. Let's head down. We need to understand the situation and see how we can help them survive this so-called death storm, or whatever it is. As they descended the rocky outcrop and approached the city, the sense of urgency seemed to only grow stronger. There were many people outside who were rushing inside in a hurry, with every single one of them having a grave expression. As they came close to the city guard and crowd around noticed them, as if their clothes or bearings were all completely different from theirs. All the groups of people gathered outside had a gloomy demeanor and an unsettling aura of death clinging to them, something that was noticeably absent in Apollo and the others. This difference made the guards even more alert and anxious. A stern-looking man, clearly a leader among the city's defenders, stepped forward to greet them. His face was lined with worry, but there was a flicker of hope and determination in his eyes, even in the current situation. Who are you guys? You don't look like locals of the Death Desert, the guard leader asked, his eyes narrowing with suspicion as he remained vigilant against a group of unknown travelers who had appeared at such a critical time. There cannot be any internal trouble at such a dangerous time, so he had to be careful. All the guards had their weapons ready and were intently looking at them. Apollo and others look at Caleb, who quickly steps forward to answer the questions. We are just travelers. It's just the weather became bad, and we were hoping to find a place to stay when finally we found this city. The guard's leader didn't believe them, so he decided to consult his superiors in the city. Wait here, he said before leaving to seek guidance. Caleb showed no annoyance and, along with the others, waited patiently. After a while, the guard returned with a surprisingly elderly man, so frail that even walking seemed difficult for him. An elderly man with a kind smile nodded to them and said, "Sorry for the inconvenience, but the situation here is tense, so you need to take some measures." Caleb and others nodded in understanding, and with that, the elderly man took out a small crystal ball. "You can find what you're saying, true or false." After hearing what the small crystal can do, all of their expression changed a little, but they immediately controlled their expression, and no matter what, they all had secrets that they didn't want to share, and items like the truth crystal were so bad for them that they wanted to remain as far as possible. But it was Caleb's job, as he was the acting leader, and the others watched intently to see how he would behave. However, he remained calm and showed no hesitation. "Please place your hand here, and don't worry. We won't ask much, just a simple question," the elderly man said, holding the crystal ball in front of him. Caleb calmly placed his hand on it. "Here's the proofread version of the passage. Are you travelers?" the elderly man asked. "Yes," Caleb replied. Immediately, the crystal glowed with a green light. "True," the elder confirmed. Then, the second question, "Have you come here to harm the city and its people?" "No," Caleb answered. This was the important question, and the guards and others watched the crystal ball intently. If it turned red, they were prepared to attack immediately, ready to sacrifice their lives to protect the city. On the other hand, Caleb remained calm, as these questions were straightforward and didn't conflict with their intentions. The crystal again glowed with bright light to ease the tense atmosphere. "Okay, that's it," the elderly man said. "The others just need to answer the questions, and then all of you can enter the city quickly, as a death storm might hit at any moment." The elderly man smiled as he said this, though he was quite tense himself. He could see that each of them was very strong, and if a fight broke out, the city might not be able to handle them quickly. Hearing the elderly man say, "Apollo," others were relieved as he didn't ask troublesome questions. The elderly man knows that everyone has secrets. If he tries more, it can be counterproductive, since they are not here to trouble them. Why make enemies of them in troubled times? One by one, each of them was checked, even the Pussy King, and finally, the elderly man himself led them inside the Crimson City, which seemed to be built on crimson soil, giving it its name. The elderly man guided them through the gates of Crimson City, his steps slow but steady despite his frail appearance. As they entered, the group took in the sight of the city. The crimson soil that covered the ground gave the entire place an eerie, otherworldly atmosphere, further intensified by the dark, swirling clouds above. Despite the urgency, the people of Crimson City moved with a sense of grim determination. The city was surrounded by towering walls that seemed ancient, bearing the scars of countless battles. The buildings were sturdy but worn, their crimson hue blending with the soil beneath. The elderly man led them to a large building near the center of the city, where a group of officials and warriors were gathered, deep in discussion. "This is our city lord Rex." The elderly man led them to meet the city lord directly, as the group was too strong to be ignored, and if they could receive their help, then the security of the city would increase. "Oh, this must be the group of travelers. Welcome, welcome." The city lord, Rex, noticed the group from afar as they were being led into the city. He could naturally sense the mysterious aura surrounding them. Apollo and the others were also shocked to see the city lord. Surprisingly, Rex was much stronger than they had anticipated, and his presence was as deep and vast as an abyss, making them feel a terrifying pressure. Caleb and the others weren't as sensitive as Apollo, so they could only guess at Rex's strength. However, Apollo could perceive him more clearly than the rest. The city lord Rex, standing before them, was a saint, and not just any saint. Judging by the depth of his aura and his incredible control, Apollo was certain that Rex was stronger than Caleb. He might have even reached the peak of the saint stage. Caleb, maintaining his composure, stepped forward and offered a respectful bow. "City Lord Rex, it is an honor to meet you. We are indeed travelers, and we've come to offer our assistance in defending Crimson City." Caleb knew what the city lord and other officials of the city expected from them, so he directly gave them that, as it was also their task, and it would be better if they had the help of the city instead of any unnecessary conflicts. Rex nodded, his eyes sweeping over each member of the group, lingering briefly on Apollo and Pussy King on his shoulder. "Your presence here is most welcome. These are troubling times, and we need all the help we can get." His voice, though calm, carried an underlying authority that commanded respect. Your help could be the difference between survival and destruction for Crimson City, Rex said to them. Deathstorm isn't an ordinary storm. It is the representative of death and despair in these deserts. The storm carries with it the essence of death itself, a force that can weaken even the strongest warriors. It corrodes the soul and physique of anything that gets caught in it, and it is still the easiest part of it. Hearing this, Apollo and the group were surprised that such a dangerous storm was still the convenient part, but they didn't stop City Lord Rex. The dangerous things are the next part. As the death storm envelopes the desert, it brings back those countless dead that are buried in these deserts back to life in the form of weird and mindless zombies, which will massacre and suck everything in its path. Those zombies are like an almost endless swarm will attack everything, and they're not weak, as some zombies will still have their strength when they're alive, making them almost unstoppable. The gravity of Rex's words weighed heavily on the group as they absorbed the full extent of the threat. The idea of a storm that not only carried the essence of death, but also reanimated the dead into mindless, relentless zombies was far more terrifying than any of them had anticipated. Apollo was still calm, but he felt the danger of this trial. This first section of the task, is this difficult? Wouldn't the next section be more deadly? Caleb exchanged glances with the others, each of them silently processing the information. They had expected danger, but this was going to be more difficult than they thought. Even the Pussy King also seems to think about something, as it is still lazily sitting on Apollo's shoulder. Rex continued, his tone somber. The death storm has already claimed countless lives over many centuries. Our city has survived before, but at great cost. This time, with your help, we may stand a better chance. Caleb nodded, his expression resolute. We won't let Crimson City fall. City Lord will fight, and we'll give it everything we've got. Hearing this, City Lord Rex felt relieved, and after that, they left the place to plan their next step. They found an empty and only open restaurant as most of the people were hiding in some place, but for some reason, this guy still remained open. So what are your thoughts? According to the City Lord, the death storm will hit at nightfall. We have only a few hours. Caleb sat on the chair and asked the group for their opinions. Aiden, deep in thought, was the first to speak. We need to understand the terrain and the city's defenses better. If the storm brings the dead back to life, we should expect a large-scale assault. We'll need to identify the most vulnerable points in the city and fortify them. Their task was to save the city. Most would survive the dead storm if they remained in their house. But the problem was the zombies, as if they were countless. As the City Lord described, it would be the problem point. One of the other Grandmasters nodded in agreement. If we can direct their movements, we'll have a better chance of containing them. One after another, they all started to give their ideas, but only Apollo and Aliona, who don't seem to like to talk much, remained silent. Apollo didn't know what Aliona was thinking, but his thoughts were focused on the strength of Crimson City. IT wasn't weak. Far from IT, in addition to the formidable City Lord, he sensed several powerful auras hidden throughout the city. However, despite this strength, they weren't sure how much damage they would endure or if they would even survive the coming threat. The mission they had been given was to help the city survive, which implied that without their intervention, Crimson City was destined to be annihilated. This realization led him to believe that the death storm would be far more powerful than they had anticipated. There are many limit-breaking realm warriors in the city, and they have well-reinforced walls to stop most of the attacks. But they cannot stop attacks from the sky or the strong zombies with strength above 4th rank. But, thankfully, this city wasn't incapable of fighting. Otherwise, it was difficult for their group of 10 to save it. Apollo was thinking all of this and finding different ways to face the future situation, but thankfully, it is related to the law of death, which means he was like in his home ground. Not to mention, he has a special trump card for such a place, making him more confident. However, even with his confidence, Apollo knew he couldn't afford to be careless. Time passed, and night appeared. As the sky became pitch black with the eerie aura of death reaching its peak and a dark mist like something started to gather in the death desert that made every beast or life form in it feel uncomfortable and afraid, that a dark, ominous aura began to swirl in the distance, with black winds whipping across the desert, threatening to tear the very ground apart. Tornadoes spun violently, rising all around, creating a chaotic dance of destruction. Boom! Bang! The sky, now pitch black, crackled with the fury of countless lightning bolts, roaring as if heralding the arrival of an impending Armageddon. Inside the city, a wave of fear swept through the people. Anxiety gripped their hearts as they hurried to find shelter, many hiding in basements or cowering in the corners of their homes, desperate to escape the looming disaster. "It's coming," Apollo muttered as he and Aliona stood at the northern side of the city, watching the ominous horizon. Their group of 10 had been divided into 4 smaller teams, each responsible for guarding a different direction of the city. The 3 Grandmasters had formed one group, while Caleb and his friends split into 2 others. This left Apollo, Pussy King, and Aliona paired together. The 3 of them keeping to themselves, exchanging few words, and maintaining a quiet distance from the rest. But they weren't alone, as other soldiers from the city were also there to maintain this side. Apollo glanced at them and tried to gauge their strength. And like he thought they weren't weak, here in this single place, he found 3 other 4th-rank beings and many 2nd- or 3rd-rank soldiers guarding this place. The tension in the air was palpable, with everyone fully aware of the impending threat that loomed just beyond the city walls. The dark storm of death began creating havoc across the land. Finally, Apollo and the others in Crimson City saw the dark aura of death and decay in the form of a storm, rapidly approaching and swallowing everything in its path. "Activated!" A loud voice echoed throughout the city. While all of them braced themselves, the outer gigantic wall surprisingly began to glow with a faint white light, creating a thin barrier around the city. Apollo was surprised to notice that the barrier didn't seem to have strong defensive capabilities. Instead, it emitted an aura similar to life or light. He didn't have to wait long to see its true purpose, as the death storm finally hit Crimson City, engulfing it entirely within seconds. The strong winds howled, and the dark aura tried to penetrate the city. But just at that moment, the thin barrier of white light came into play, immediately stopping the dark, eerie aura in its tracks and preventing it from entering the city. The storm hissed and crackled as it met the barrier, the sound a mix of fury and frustration. The dark energy swirled and roiled, but the white light held firm, preventing the malevolent force from entering the city. Apollo watched in awe as the barrier continued to hold back the storm. The city's defenses were far more sophisticated than he had anticipated. Even as the storm raged outside, the city remained calm within the barrier. The tension among the soldiers eased slightly, but everyone knew this was only the beginning as everyone waited patiently, tense and ready for action. A few moments later, the movement came from outside the city. Gur-gur. Weird sounds can be heard from within the darkness, as slowly something starts to appear from all directions. Apollo, ahead of others, finally saw what it was with his strong spiritual strength and his understanding of the law of death. What he saw would make anyone's blood run cold, though not just from fear. From the sheer magnitude of what was approaching, he saw countless zombies of different creatures, whether humans, beasts, or something else, all drawn to the city like moths to a flame. They swarmed towards the city, their numbers growing by the moment as if the city itself was a beacon, irresistibly pulling them in. These zombies, countless in number, shambled and dragged themselves across the desert sands toward Crimson City. But these weren't just any zombies. They were twisted, nightmarish versions of what they once were: humans, beasts, and creatures beyond easy identification, all drawn by some dark, insatiable hunger. That Apollo's eyes narrowed as he observed the horde. The zombies moved in a grotesque, unnatural way, but they weren't slow like the zombies he saw in movies in previous life, but were fast just like they were when they were alive. "They're coming," Apollo said, his voice low but steady, alerting the others to the imminent threat. The group of soldiers tensed as the figures emerged from the storm's veil, becoming more visible with each passing second. Whether it was Aliona, standing beside, or the other 3 4th-rank grandmasters from the city, they were surprised to see him find their enemies arrive this quickly, even when the outside was covered in darkness filled with a weird aura of death that made it difficult for them to understand what was happening outside. The soldiers stationed along the walls readied their weapons, their eyes widening in horror as they too began to see the approaching horde. The zombies moved with an unnerving silence, only the faint growls and the shuffling of their decaying bodies breaking the stillness. As the horde grew closer, the city's barrier of light continued to hold back the storm's deathly aura, but did nothing to deter the zombies. They were drawn to the city like iron, to a magnet, their dead eyes locked on the walls of Crimson City. Sensing the rising tension among the soldiers, one of the 4th-rank warriors of the city and the commander here spoke up, his voice calm and authoritative. "Prepare yourselves. This is just the beginning. They will keep coming, wave after wave, until the storm passes or we fall that we must hold the line." The group of soldiers nodded, their expressions grim but resolute. They had faced many challenges before, but this was different. This was a battle not just for survival, but for the very soul of Crimson City. As the first wave of zombies reached the city's barrier, they slammed against it with a sickening thud, but it didn't seem to do much as they easily crossed the light barrier, as it seemed to only stop the weird Black Death aura around, and not the physical zombies. Boom! Bang! Boom! Bang! Countless zombies banged on the walls and quickly began to climb the towering structures. The soldiers above didn't hesitate. They launched their attacks from the safety of the walls, knowing that even though the zombies they faced were weak, they dared not cross the light barrier and go below. Strong warriors like Apollo, Aliono, or other grandmasters didn't attack, as the first wave was the weakest, and the zombies outside now were weak, as they didn't even have the strength of first-rank limit. Breakers. The thousands of soldiers on the walls were enough for such a situation. They all needed to conserve their energy, as they didn't know how long this death storm would last. As the first wave of zombies crashed against the city's walls, their attempts to scale the structures were met with fierce resistance from the defenders. The initial onslaught was fierce, but the soldiers on the walls weren't weak. Despite the overwhelming numbers, they managed to keep the zombies at bay with disciplined attacks and a well-coordinated defense. The weakest of them were strong as warriors who opened 9 prana circuits, and there were thousands of limit breakers in them. They were a well-deserved force. Boom! Bang! Boom! Bang! The sounds of battle echoed through the night as arrows flew, magic spells lit up the dark sky, and the clash of steel met the rotting flesh of the zombies. The soldiers' strategy was simple but effective. Hold the walls and push back the zombies before they could breach the city. The soldiers of Crimson City managed to hold off the first wave of zombies without much difficulty, swiftly destroying them. However, the threat was far from over. The number of zombies swarming toward the city showed no signs of decreasing. They continued to arrive steadily, undeterred by the destruction of their predecessors. This initial wave consisted of only the weakest of the dead, revived and turned into zombies by the death storm. But as the storm persisted, the difficulty and danger were bound to increase, with stronger and more formidable undead likely to emerge as time went on. The soldiers knew they were in for a long and grueling battle. The strength of the zombies slowly increased, and after half an hour of battle, the first group of zombies with the strength of limit breakers started to appear outside the city. These zombie limit breakers were tough, as they didn't feel pain or fear. Even they seemed to be resistant to somewhat elemental attacks, making the battle more strenuous and difficult. Still, even though it took more time, the soldiers of Crimson City managed to stop the zombie undead cleanly without a single one stepping into the city. The aura of death outside the city became denser and denser with time, with stronger zombies appearing one after another. Within another hour, zombies of second-rank strength began to emerge, and the number of limit-breaking zombies also increased, putting more pressure on the soldiers. Seeing this, Apollo, Aliona, and the other strong warriors finally joined the battle, starting to support the soldiers to minimize the loss of life. Apollo stood calmly on the gigantic wall, releasing his ice aura. Instantly, numerous icy pointed spikes materialized, launching themselves at the approaching zombie horde, preventing the stronger second-rank zombies from getting close. His strength and control had reached such an extreme level that he no longer needed to carefully channel his skills to create powerful attacks. Though he refrained from using his prana skills, it didn't make his attacks any less effective. The unique life force of his ice, stronger than ordinary life force, easily overpowered the undead. The moment his spike struck, the zombies froze from the inside out, even the formidable second-rank ones. They became helpless targets, shattering like fragile ice statues under the relentless onslaught. Aliona beside also showed her strength as she supported the soldiers and sent countless small lightning bolts that cooked most of the zombies and turned them into dust, even when they had somewhat immunity against elemental attacks. Seeing this, Apollo was surprised. He hadn't expected her to be a lightning element user like his master. But what caught him off guard was that she wasn't a warrior. She was a mage. His brows furrowed in confusion because he had been certain she was a warrior, sensing similar energy to that of seasoned fighters. Now, watching her wield mage abilities, he realized she seemed to be more mysterious than he had initially thought. The battlefield below continued to rage, but Apollo, Aliona, and other powerful people's interventions had shifted the tide. The soldiers, bolstered by their presence, fought with renewed vigor. The limit-breaking zombies, which had begun to create some troubles for the defenses, were now being systematically destroyed, and the second-rank zombies were being held at bay and destroyed without any chance to come close. Despite the successes, Apollo knew the storm was far from over. The death storm was relentless, and there was no telling how many more waves of zombies would come. The pressure on the city's defenses would only increase, and they needed to conserve their strength for the inevitable onslaught of even stronger enemies. which is why they didn't attack with their full strength to annihilate the group of zombies, because a few minutes later their number will again increase. That it was a battle of determination to hold on to this spot for as much time as possible. Because it would only stop when the death storm resided. As the night continued to go on, Apollo started to feel the increase in death aura outside. And taking this moment, he started to understand the death law, which, because of the current situation, was an optimal place to comprehend. His mind was divided between two tasks: supporting the soldiers and deepening his understanding of the law of death, which was only possible due to his unimaginable comprehension ability. Even while juggling these two different and difficult tasks, he continued to improve at an inhumane speed on the other side. The intensity of battle became fierce and needed to take action more frequently as some of the zombies' strength had reached the third rank. But still, the death storm was showing no sign of stopping. Instead, it was getting worse. The battle raged in all directions, with fierce fighting everywhere. The eastern side, where most zombies seemed to have gathered, saw the fiercest clashes. On the eastern side, the strongest of the people of the city gathered and held this place. Caleb was also present here, but he didn't make any moves, as the soldiers here are very strong and seem to be the elites of Crimson City. Even the unfathomable city, Lord Rex, was present at the eastern entrance of the city, which was now swarmed by thousands, if not tens of thousands, of zombies. The soldiers valiantly fended off the horde, their attacks a dazzling array of colors and energies, as they fought to keep the undead at bay. Boom, boom, boom. From the sky, a sudden attack came, and it was a weird fire attack that was filled with an aura of death. Weird 3 to 4 meter tall vulture-like zombie beasts appeared above the city, launching attacks from the sky. These bird zombies were formidable, not only because they attacked from the air, but also due to their individual strength. Each of these vulture zombie birds had the power of at least a second-rank warrior, with some of the larger ones reaching third-rank strength. The Grandmasters quickly sprang into action to protect the soldiers. The powerful Grandmaster standing beside City Lord Rex then made his move, and suddenly, an invisible force seemed to press down on the vulture zombies like they were mere mosquitoes that were beyond their strength. Hundreds of the vulture zombies plummeted to the ground, creating numerous craters as they fell and squashed like insects. Boom! 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 Soldiers cheered seeing this as it boosted their morale. But Caleb and Asa, who saw all of this, were surprised by the strength and means used by the Grandmaster of the Crimson City. Asa looked at Caleb for confirmation. Yes, it was the law of gravity. I didn't expect someone within this city would have mastered such a rare and strong law, and from how easily he defeated those birds, his understanding is not shallow. But the soldiers didn't have time to be too happy, as one after another, a dozen powerful auras similar to that of Grandmaster appeared in the sky, which changed everyone's expression. They were different from other zombies as they immediately didn't attack them, but it seemed they had some control over their thoughts and weren't completely mindless, which made the things more troublesome. The Grandmasters present on the eastern side quickly appeared in the sky, facing these dozen fourth-rank zombies. Caleb and Asa also appeared in the sky, bringing the total number to it was 10 against 12, but the Grandmasters weren't intimidated, knowing they were stronger than most of the fourth-rank zombies. The only advantage these zombies had was their tenacity. They were much harder to destroy and wouldn't go down quickly. However, in terms of individual strength, they were still weaker compared to the living Grandmasters. The battle began with the collision of 20-something formidable auras, creating shockwaves that reverberated through the air, knocking many weaker zombies below off their feet. Caleb and Asa quickly engaged in combat, each finding a fourth-rank zombie to battle. Asa, in a surprising move, revealed a unique weapon. Not a sword or spear, but two chakrams, circular blades that spun rapidly in his hands, slicing through anything in their path. The chakrams whirred with deadly precision, cutting through the air as Asa skillfully wielded them against his undead zombie opponent. His two chakrams glowed with a golden aura as they collided with the fourth-rank zombie, a creature that could usually fend off most Grandmaster's attacks with its bare hands. Bang! The rotating blades sliced through the air with incredible force, and in that single collision, they tore a chunk of rotting flesh from the zombie, severely damaging it. The zombie staggered, its decayed body struggling to hold together against the relentless assault of Asa's chakrams, which continued to spin with deadly precision. On the other side, Caleb faced his opponent with a calm demeanor, concealing his emotions and hiding his true strength. With his sage-level power, it would be like crushing an ant if he fully unleashed his abilities. However, he chose to keep his strength hidden for now, preferring to assess the situation before revealing his full capabilities. Elsewhere, the battle intensified as more powerful opponents emerged to the northern side of the city where Apollo was. Guarding, 5 fourth-rank zombies appeared, adding to the escalating chaos and presenting a significant challenge for them. Apollo, Aliona, and the other 3 Grandmasters also appeared in the sky above the northern side. Apollo used his Wings of Wind spell but controlled its output to make it seem like he was simply flying, disguising the fact that he hadn't yet reached the 4th rank. Pussy King also joined the fray, but instead of engaging in the battles in the sky, it calmly targeted the zombies on the ground. The team nimbly walked through the horde, killing each zombie with a single, gentle paw strike. Whether they were 1st rank, 2nd rank, or 3rd rank, all it took was one soft swipe to completely destroy them. In the sky, they were 5 against 5. And Apollo's enemy was a disgusting amalgam zombie that seemed to have 3 hands and 2 heads that had a fierce aura with a weird aura that seemed to make it more eerie and a bit stronger. But he didn't dwell on it much. He didn't hold back and directly used his ice law, knowing that most attacks without the power of the law wouldn't do much damage to the zombies. Their main weakness lay in their diminished understanding of the laws. Although they gained powerful physiques by becoming undead, they lost most of their understanding of the laws from when they were alive, significantly reducing their strength compared to their former selves. That's why most of the Grandmasters can take 2 or 3 4th-rank zombies at the same time. Otherwise, just the present situation will already be dangerous. The chilling, icy aura covered the surroundings around him and even covered the zombie, and with that, he used his prana skills to give the amalgam zombie a devastating blow. Blade Storm. Thousands of blades of ice appeared, each blade containing a hint of the ice law, making them exponentially more powerful. They swiftly enveloped the zombie, which was shrouded in an eerie aura of death. The creature roared like a maniacal beast, its blood-red eyes twitching as its movements unleashed a sonic boom, generating winds as fierce as a storm. Boom, 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 boom. Thousands of blades attacked the zombie that, with its physical body, took the attack head-on with a burst of wood aura mixed with death aura, showing that it was a master who had wood energy when it was alive. The ice blades, infused with the ice law, sliced relentlessly with unimaginable speed, leaving severe cuts all over the zombie's body. The frost aura covered most of the creature, but despite the onslaught, it maintained its fierce fighting aura, refusing to stop for even a moment. The deadly wood aura it wielded could do little against the penetrating cold of the ice law, which seeped into its wounds, freezing the creature from within. The frost spread rapidly, crystallizing the zombie's flesh and bones, sapping its strength and slowing its movements. The repeated impacts of the blades against the zombie's body echoed through the sky, each strike chipping away at its already decayed form. The creature's blood-red eyes twitched in fury, and it thrashed wildly, its movements generating powerful gusts of wind. Yet, no matter how fiercely it fought back, the ice blades continued their assault, cutting deeper. With every pass, gur, the zombie's growls grew weaker, more desperate, as it struggled against the overwhelming power of the ice law. Despite its resistance, it was clear that the creature was nearing its limit. The frost had covered most of its body, and the once fearsome aura of death that surrounded it was beginning to wane. Apollo always remained far from it, as its means of attack were crude, like wild humans, who have all the strength and good instinct but do have means to use them. Better, Apollo summoned a bow made of ice, using his life force to form it, as these zombies didn't deserve the use of his soul-shattering bow. Gathering his ice life force and channeling the law of ice, he crafted a sharp and mysterious ice arrow. Without hesitation, he aimed at the grotesque zombie, still trying to kill him despite being mostly torn apart or frozen. Waiting for the right moment, he released the arrow. SSC. The arrow pierced through the winds and the eerie aura of death. In the sky, swiftly penetrating the 4th-rank zombie abomination head. Boom! The arrow struck the zombie's head with devastating force. The impact was immediate and catastrophic. The ice arrow drilled a large hole right through its skull, shattering the undead abomination's head into fragments of frozen flesh and bone. For a brief moment, the creature stood still, its body twitching as if refusing to acknowledge its own demise. Then, with a final shudder, it collapsed, its unnatural life force extinguished. The remains of the zombie crumbled, the death aura dissipating into the cold air, leaving nothing but a lifeless husk that quickly froze and shattered into icy debris. Apollo lowered his bow, the icy weapon dissolving back into the air as he let out a chilling breath. But at that time, the weird death aura seemed to be attracted towards him and, without being noticed by anyone, seemed to enter his body, surprising him as he felt something surprising. The battle on the other side was still going on, and they all had the upper hand as they were suppressing their opponents. Aliona's eyes gleamed with thunder and lightning as she waved her hand, a distorted bolt of lightning, infused with the law of lightning and brimming with destructive power, materialized and struck the fourth-rank zombie ahead. The force of the attack annihilated the zombie, reducing it to a charred, burnt husk that, yes. After feeling the surprise the weird aura of death brought, Apollo scanned the rest of the battlefield and noticed the other Grandmasters were also nearly done with their respective enemies point one by one. They delivered crushing blows, their movements efficient and unrelenting. Despite the raw physical power of the zombies, the Grandmasters' understanding of the laws gave them a significant edge. Meanwhile, below the walls, the soldiers continued their relentless assault against the horde of zombies and maintained well-coordinated control over it on the other side. Whether it was the eastern side, west side, or northern side, they also controlled their situations, but nobody was feeling great as the death storm had already reached such high intensity without any clear sign of stopping. All senior members of the city have grave expressions, as they had a feeling it was going to be the deadliest death storm the Crimson City ever faced. Time passed with the increasing density of the aura of death. Stronger zombies continued to arrive, but with the strong strength of the city and the help of Apollo and their group, they still maintained the defense that Apollo's eyes glowed as the death aura seeped into his body after he killed yet another fourth-rank zombie. Why now? He had already slain 5 of such formidable undead zombies. The toll of the relentless battle was beginning to show. Both the soldiers and the powerful Grandmasters in the city were starting to feel the strain of exhaustion setting in. Boom! Boom! SSED. As the aura of death reached a saturated state, it began to slowly seep through the light barrier surrounding the city. The danger escalated significantly, as the increasing death aura threatened to weaken and drain the soldiers and limit breakers. If the barrier reached a point where it could no longer hold the lives of most soldiers would be in jeopardy. The death aura outside had grown so potent that first or second-rank limit breakers might lose their strength within half an hour to an hour, not to mention weaker people, making the situation increasingly dire. The Crimson City now slowly seems to be moving towards its doom. But they didn't give time as the strongest zombies they ever faced appeared in the pitch-black sky, that Apollo's expression became grave as he felt the aura of the strongest among the group of zombies that appeared. 5th rank, undoubtedly. It was a 5th-rank zombie, and unlike the others, the distortion caused by the strange death aura was minimal. Its teeth appeared almost human, with no visible signs of amalgamation on its face or body. After thousands of years, I can finally feast on some lives again. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, everyone's faces changed. It was clear that the entity possessed intelligence, and not just any intelligence, but one that seemed to carry all the experience and memories of countless years. This revelation was something they had never expected. Even the senior members, who had witnessed death storms before, were filled with horror. Such a situation wasn't happening on just the northern side, but on all 4 sides, with a similar situation shocking everyone in the city except the city. Lord Rex, who seemed to still be calm without any surprise like he expected it. The eastern side, where the strongest gathered, was in the most severe situation, with 3 5th-rank intelligent zombies and more than 20 4th-rank zombies appearing at the same time. The sky and earth trembled under their presence. The gloomy and eerie aura of death made it difficult for others to breathe or even look up. Rex, why are you still waiting? Come on, let's have some talks between brothers. One of the 5th-rank intelligent zombies with the most unfathomable aura and seems to be leading the zombies said as it looked at City Lord. The people within the city were shocked as the mysterious and powerful 5th-rank zombie seemed to know their City Lord, or perhaps even more unsettling, seemed to have some history with him. Confusion and fear spread among them as they tried to piece together the connection between the two. Caleb, despite being a new saint with a strong foundation, was equally shaken. The aura emanating from the 5th-rank zombie was overwhelming, making even him tremble. It wasn't just powerful. It was an abyss of strength, a force that made Caleb realize just how outmatched he might be if it came to a direct confrontation. The situation was rapidly changing into something far more dangerous than any of them had anticipated. City Lord didn't remain standing and finally appeared in the sky to face the speaking 5th-rank zombie. Dale, we aren't brothers. The moment you chose this path, any relationship between us ended as, oh, don't talk as if we're close or something. The City Lord's voice rang out, cold and resolute. If you want to fight, let's fight and end this feud once and for all. TCH, still acting high and mighty. Well then, let's see what you will say when you are dying. Boom, boom, bang. Both of their auras exploded, and the powerful auras collided with each other with strong, overwhelming momentum. Crack, crack. The space around them trembled, and countless small cracks started to appear in the sky as the City Lord and Dale prepared to clash. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and just as they began their confrontation, the other two fifth-rank zombies moved to destroy and devour every life form in the city. Bang! With a sonic boom, another figure appeared, moving with incredible speed, revealing themselves to be another saint. This new arrival intercepted the two fifth-rank zombies, preventing them from advancing further, shocking the crowd and even Caleb. The strength displayed by Crimson City surprised both Caleb and Asa, who hadn't expected the city to possess such hidden power. However, despite this display of force, no one could feel relieved. The situation had escalated too severely, and Caleb realized he could no longer afford to hide his true strength. The other saint from Crimson City would have difficulty holding off the two fifth-rank zombies alone, as these undead were vastly different from the typical mindless creatures. With full intelligence and the experience of their former lives, these zombies hadn't weakened after death. They might have even grown stronger. Caleb knew that the battle had reached a critical point, and he would need to unleash his full power to ensure the survival of everyone within the city. With that, he exploded with full strength, showing his strength, and intercepted one of the fifth-rank zombies, decreasing the pressure on the saint from the Crimson City. A mysterious, purplish aura enveloped Caleb, transforming his presence entirely. The aura seemed to corrode the air around him, like a venomous snake coiled and ready to strike. His eyes narrowed as he focused on the fifth-rank zombie, who was clearly a formidable and dangerous opponent. Without hesitation, Caleb lunged forward, his aura swirling around him like a living entity. The air crackled with tension as he collided with the fifth-rank zombie, the impact of their clash sending shockwaves through the surroundings. This was no ordinary confrontation. Both Caleb and the zombie were forces of nature, each one capable of unimaginable destruction. The battle that ensued was fierce, with Caleb's purplish aura slicing through the eerie death aura emanating from the zombie. The intensity of their fight made it clear that neither side would back down easily. On the other three sides of the city, the situation was equally dire. Each side had at least one fifth-rank zombie, and their appearance unleashed terror and chaos among the soldiers. The once orderly defense began to falter as these powerful undead beings wreaked havoc, their mere presence overwhelming the troops. Apollo and Aliona found themselves in a similar predicament. They faced a levitating fifth-rank zombie whose death aura was so intense it seemed to darken the very air around it. The atmosphere grew colder, the aura of death pressing down on them like a suffocating blanket. The zombie's eyes glowed with an eerie light, filled with malevolence that made it even more terrifying. Seeing the dire situation, three grandmasters from Crimson City immediately sprang into action. Point one of them, with a firm and commanding voice, called out to Apollo and Aliona, "We'll handle this fifth-rank zombie. You two focus on stopping the fourth-rank zombies." Without wasting any time, the three grandmasters surrounded the towering fifth-rank zombie, their auras flaring as they prepared to engage the powerful zombie. Their strategy was clear: contain the most dangerous threat while relying on Apollo and Aliona to deal with the remaining enemies. As many fourth-rank zombies also appeared. To be exact, 7 fourth-rank zombies came at the fifth-rank zombie. Apollo and Aliona jumped into action without hesitation, knowing that every second counted. 7 fourth-rank zombies, a direct threat to the soldiers, had to be stopped immediately. Apollo confronted 4 of the zombies, his ice aura flaring as he summoned deadly blades of ice infused with the law of ice. Each attack was precise and aimed to freeze and shatter the undead abominations. On the other side, Aliona faced 3 of the zombies, her eyes glowing with the power of lightning. She unleashed destructive bolts that crackled with the law of lightning, each strike tearing through the zombies with devastating force. The battlefield trembled under the intensity of their clashes, but the most ferocious combat raged between the 3 Crimson City Grandmasters and the fifth-rank zombie. The air around them distorted with the overwhelming power of their confrontation, creating shockwaves that reverberated across the city. The 3 of them surrounded the fifth-rank zombie and used some sort of secret skill to boost their strength many times, reaching the level of newly promoted Saint. Life Source Burning Technique. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 burst with tremendous strength and fought with all their might, But the fifth-rank zombie was stronger than their expectations and was more powerful than some newly promoted saint, and the three grandmasters were being pushed even after using the secret technique. Hee hee, enough of this struggle. Just quickly become my food. Bang! The fifth-rank zombie laughed darkly, its voice dripping with malice as it moved its hand in a swift, slicing motion through the air. Slash! Boom! In an instant, a mysterious sword energy filled with the aura of death sliced through the space around it. The attack was devastating, cutting through the air with eerie precision. The three grandmasters were caught off guard. Unable to fully defend against the attack point, two of them were severely injured, and another let out a cry of pain as the sword energy cleaved through his arm, severing it completely. The battlefield was filled with shock and horror as the power of the fifth-rank zombie became painfully clear. Sword aura. Apollo was surprised, as this fifth-rank zombie was really strong, and he was also a swordsman who understood sword aura. This is the end. SZZE. A gigantic sword materialized above the sky, crackling with ominous energy. Its sheer size and power seemed to tear the very fabric of space around it. The air grew heavy with dread as the sword descended, poised to unleash its devastating force upon everything below. It was aimed not only at the three grandmasters, but also at the city's defenses, threatening to annihilate the wall and all who stood in its path. Damn! Apollo appeared as if he had teleported, instantly appearing in front of the descending sword. With a swift motion, he swung his Frost Star sword, which erupted with equally powerful sword energy. The two forces collided in a cataclysmic explosion, shattering the space around them and creating shockwaves that reverberated through the battlefield. The sheer force of the clash forced everyone back, sending many soldiers flying into the corners of the city. The ground trembled as the impact of their energies continued to resonate, leaving the onlookers in awe of their immense power. Except the Pussy King, who wasn't surprised by Apollo's power and still calmly, not caring about others killing zombies depending on his mood. Oh, it looks like there is a high-quality ingredient hidden among rotten ingredients. Seeing someone stop his attack, fifth-rank zombie, instead of feeling angry, became excited as he looked toward Apollo with fiery eyes. But the three grandmasters and Aliona were the ones most surprised by the current situation, feeling a mix of relief and astonishment at Apollo's strength. Food? You're still thinking about that? Apollo's smile turned mysterious, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of excitement and anticipation that sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Even a fifth-rank zombie seemed to sense that something was off about this human. Come out, Apollo said, as his voice carrying an eerie calmness. Instantly, a powerful and pure aura of death burst from within Apollo's body, filling the air with oppressive energy. The eerie sound of pages turning echoed ominously, and a gruesome figure, covered in blood and radiating an intense death aura, materialized in the sky beside him. Roar! It was none other than the human chimera, the monstrous creation Apollo had brought back to life in Hunter City using the Book of Death. Its presence was overwhelming, and its aura had grown even more terrifying since its resurrection. Now, after absorbing the strange death aura, the chimera's strength had skyrocketed to the peak of fourth rank. With its unparalleled regenerative abilities, it had become a near unstoppable force. Even the saints would find it difficult to defeat. The Book of Death is a divine artifact and wasn't an ordinary one, as it seems to have many secrets. However, it is definitely a powerful trump card in the current environment, as it can not only absorb the weird death of the fourth rank or higher, but also use it to make it summon strong. It also seemed to be helpful in improving his understanding of the law of death. If it absorbs all those 7 fourth-rank zombie auras, and a few more, then his chimera should be able to evolve and become a 5th-rank saint level. Strong. Go! Apollo commanded the human chimera, its massive frame looming ominously as it rushed toward the 4 4th-rank zombies, ready to devour them. Meanwhile, Apollo turned to face the 5th-rank zombie alone. I'll take care of this one. You can rest and recover some strength, he said, his tone calm, but resolute as he glanced at the 3 injured grandmasters. They exchanged shocked looks and even felt a bit afraid seeing the horrifying chimera, but were still grateful for the unexpected help from these powerful travelers. Thanks, they said in unison, their voices filled with relief and gratitude. They quickly retreated to the soldier barracks below to recover their strength as swiftly as possible, trusting Apollo to handle the overwhelming threat. Aliola also looked at Apollo intently, thinking about the strength he showed now. Before, she had some doubts. But now she was sure that it wasn't unexpected that he was ranked within the top 100. Apollo's strength is really strong, and he seems to understand the law of death and necromancy. This weird aura of death shouldn't be able to harm it at all. Pussy King also looked at Chimera with interest, as even he didn't know all the secrets about Book of Death. The fifth-rank zombie gazed at Apollo with a twisted interest, its eerie red eyes flickering with a strange sense of recognition. Its gaze then shifted to the human Chimera, and an unsettling feeling of mutual disgust filled the AI. It was as if the very presence of the Chimera, a being born of twisted death and resurrection, stirred something deep within the zombie. It seemed to seethe with an overwhelming urge to destroy the Chimera, like two creatures of the same dark force that could not coexist. The tension between them thickened as Apollo stood firm. His frost star sword glinting with icy power, he could feel the intensity of the zombie's hatred and disgust for the Chimera. It became clear to Apollo that the power of the Book of Death stirred something primal in the zombies. Disgust, and perhaps even fear. The fifth-rank zombie's reaction, a mix of hatred and discomfort, hinted that they might instinctively recognize their vulnerability to the book's power. The Book of Death didn't just raise the dead. It seemed to devour them, turning them into fuel for its own growth. That Apollo's smile widened as he realized this. "Perhaps you are afraid," he muttered, looking at the fifth-rank zombie, the cold air around him thickening as his grip on the frost star sword tightened. "Afraid? We're the ones who bring fear, despair, and nightmares to all," the fifth-rank zombie growled, its voice thick with malice. "You will feel it too, my top-quality ingredient, as I devour you slowly, limb by limb, and you'll still be alive to witness every moment." With that, it pulled out a massive sword, 2 meters tall and half a meter wide. The weapon radiated an ominous black death aura, swirling with sharp streaks of gold. The sheer presence of the blade seemed to warp the air around it, exuding a palpable sense of dread. That Apollo's eyes flickered toward the monstrous sword, but he remained unfazed. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his frost star sword. Its icy edge also burst out with a terrifying white, silvery, chilling aura that seemed to affect the entire northern side, dropping the temperature exponentially as the chilling aura from Apollo's frost star sword spread across the battlefield. The very air seemed to freeze, creating an eerie contrast to the grotesque, deathly aura of the fifth-rank zombie. The zombie's towering frame stood menacingly, clutching its massive black sword, streaked with death and gold, which distorted the space around it. The tension between them felt electric, a clash of ice and death on the verge of eruption. "Let's test you, so-called bringer of death and nightmare, then," Apollo whispered under his breath. His frost star sword hummed with the power of ice law, a silvery mist swirling around it as the temperature continued to plummet. Even the hardened walls of the city began to crystallize under the icy pressure. In the distance, the human Chimera was already wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Its 3 hands moved in brutal efficiency, tearing through the remaining fourth-rank zombies with terrifying speed. The Grandmasters below watched in awe and horror as the creature devoured the zombies, growing stronger with each kill. The fifth-rank zombie, sensing the danger from the Chimera that was becoming with time, not wanting to wait, jumped forward with blinding speed. Its massive sword cleaved through the air with a vicious arc, the death aura radiating filled with a golden, sharp sword aura from it like a tidal wave of malevolence. Apollo met the attack head-on. Clang! The collision of the two swords sent shock waves rippling through the sky. The ground below trembled as the death and ice clashed violently, neither side giving an inch. Frost spread rapidly across the zombie's blade, but the eerie death energy fought back, trying to corrode Apollo's ice aura. Ice domain, golden sword domain. Both of them also immediately used their respective law domains. Apollo used domain of ice, whereas the fifth-rank zombie's domain was golden sword domain, but as a zombie, it was filled with an eerie death aura, making it stronger. Their domain collided, changing the northern battlefield so that soldiers and zombies didn't dare to move, or, to be exact, couldn't move due to the intense pressure. During their first clash, Apollo's ice domain seems to be overwhelmed, but he expected it as the fifth-rank zombie ahead had a decent understanding of his sword domain, and it has become stronger due to the influence of the weird death aura. Apollo swiftly activated his second domain, the law domain of death. As it unfolded, a surge of pure death energy erupted forth, combining with his ice domain. The fusion of both domains created a force so overwhelming that it immediately began pushing back against the fifth-rank zombie's domain, suppressing it with relentless pressure. Bang! Crush! The air cracked under the force of their clash. The oppressive death aura from Apollo intensified, leaving the zombie no room to act. "Damn you!" The zombie spat in fury, its grotesque features twisting with rage. "You're just my food to satisfy hunger. How are you fighting back?" But no matter how much it cursed, it was clear the fifth-rank zombie was completely suppressed, unable to break free from Apollo's overpowering domains. Apollo now had a very good understanding of the fusion of different domains after his battle with the lowly. He quickly and effectively merged his ice and death domain to make it many times stronger than a single domain. The fifth-rank zombie's domain shrank under immense pressure, its legs freezing as Apollo's domain enveloped it completely, immobilizing the abomination. Despite the suppression, the zombie's formidable body, strengthened by years of death and decay, resisted the ice and death energy, trying to crush it. The overwhelming laws of death and ice closed in, drowning everything in darkness. The pure death aura suffocating the creature's senses. It couldn't see, couldn't move. And a sudden sense of fear crept into its mind, an emotion it had long since forgotten. "What are you trying? It's not easy to defeat me." The zombie roared defiantly, gathering its power, intending to unleash some deadly technique. But as it prepared to act, an overwhelming sense of terror gripped it. Too late did a grotesque, blood-soaked hand materialized out of the shadows behind it and pierced through its chest, straight into its heart. The fifth-rank zombie's eyes widened in horror. The fear it had just moments ago dismissed is now flooding its very being. That it wasn't just any creature. It was the human chimera, now empowered after. Devouring the four fourth-rank zombies, its strength surging to the brink of fifth rank. Its aura was fiercer, more oppressive, and its clawed hands, now resembling divine metal, had effortlessly pierced through the zombie's flesh. Despite the fifth-rank zombie's heart being crushed, it stubbornly refused to die. Even with such severe damage, it thrashed violently, trying to throw the chimera off and break free from the deadly grip. But before it could act, a terrifying aura erupted from within the chimera. The aura of death and blood swirling in a vortex of destruction seemed to absorb everything, including the eerie death aura that had given the zombie its twisted life. "No, no, no." The fifth-rank zombie's roars grew frantic as panic gripped it. Sensing the horrific reality, it thrashed wildly, trying to break free from the chimera's grip, but every effort was futile. Its once great strength was vanishing, drained by the relentless power of the human chimera, while the creature's own aura swelled with every passing second. Boom! Just as the zombie's remaining strength was almost entirely devoured, a powerful surge erupted from the chimera. It broke through, its body growing. Taller, more imposing. The air around it pulsed with a terrifying aura, soul-sucking, saturated with bloodlust, and the overwhelming essence of death and slaughter. The chimera had evolved, becoming even more menacing and dangerous. It finally became a fifth rank, becoming strong to rival saints. With its regenerative abilities, it would be stronger and more troublesome than most saint-rank warriors. Even better than the fifth-rank zombie who was being devoured right now. "No, I gave up everything. I cannot lose." The zombie murmured his last words in a low voice as it crumbled slowly, leaving nothing but Apollo's domain also disappeared. And in the sky, only Apollo and human chimera, his new bloody, fierce aura, remained. The soldiers and others watching in the sky first were a bit shocked, but they quickly understood that a fifth-rank zombie was dead and burst into excitement. "Yeah, we are safe. We are safe." The shout of relief echoed through the battlefield as soldiers, reinvigorated by the sudden shift in momentum, rallied together. "Come quickly. Push back these remaining weak hordes of zombies," one of the commanders called out, spurring the exhausted warriors into action. With renewed vigor, the soldiers fought back, their spirits reignited. They swiftly destroyed the remaining horde of beasts, their earlier fatigue seemingly forgotten in the face of victory. Meanwhile, Aliona, unnoticed by most, quietly and efficiently dealt with the last 3 fourth-rank zombies. Meanwhile, Pussy King sat calmly on the rooftop of a house, gazing into the distance, as if watching something interesting. Apollo, on the other hand, was focused in a different direction, sensing that the battle was far from over. The other 3 sides of the city were still locked in fierce combat, with powerful auras radiating from each clash. Every attack sent tremors through the land and sky, making the air tense. The fiercest of these auras was emanating from the eastern side, where 2 formidable forces clashed, their powers seemingly surpassing even the saint rank. That Apollo's expression became grave, realizing the gravity of the situation. This battle could determine the fate of Crimson City. Apollo's gaze seemed to pierce through the dark, eerie death aura in space. Locking onto the battle between two titanic figures. Point one was the city lord, Rex, whom Apollo recognized, his aura blazing with authority and mysterious power. The other, although almost appearing human, unmistakably radiated the same weird, deadly aura as the zombies. This opponent was clearly a fifth-rank zombie as well, but there was something more. Its strength seemed exponentially greater than the one Apollo had just defeated. The strength of both fighters was so immense that the space around them shattered like glass. Every movement and attack seemed to reach the deeper layers of space, and their speed was so great that the world couldn't repair itself fast enough. Because of this, the space around them was torn and filled with destructive energy. Anyone below the saint level couldn't even come close to their battlefield, as they might die by falling into the broken space around them. He also saw the battle between Caleb and another fifth-rank zombie whose strength was similar to the one he defeated. They both were fighting fiercely, but it seemed difficult to tell who would win as they seemed to have similar strengths, with neither side being able to overpower the other. As for the other two sides, their battle was also intense. The trialists that came with him were showing some decent strength, especially the people brought by Caleb. They were quite good. Whether it was Asa, Aiden, or Lyra, all three were exceptionally strong among the fourth-rank grandmasters and able to hold their side of the battle. Compared to them, the three grandmaster trialists from the gathering were weaker. Their strength was decent but not outstanding, and they were struggling the most. Even with the support of other grandmasters from the city, they could barely hold their own against the fifth-rank zombie, which was the weakest among all the fifth-rank zombies that had appeared. Apollo clenched his sword, the frost star gleaming cold in his grip. He needed to act swiftly, or the entire city might fall. He cannot let the west side fall. He stepped forward, commanding the Chimera with a wave of his hand. "Go," he ordered. "Help the west side subdue their enemies." The Chimera obeyed without hesitation, its enormous form hurtling through the battlefield toward the west side battlefield. Now that the Chimera has already reached the fifth rank, it can take care of the weakest fifth-rank zombie on the west side, and after devouring it, it should also become stronger and bring much help later. With the Chimera headed to assist, Apollo's focus turned back to the eastern front, where City Lord Rex and the fifth-rank death zombie were locked in combat. The same time, he brought the Book of Death out and went outside the light barrier. Its dark, ancient pages seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy that Apollo's fingers traced the edges of the book as he whispered to himself, "Time to test its true limits." And with those countless weird death auras outside that covered the vast death desert, it started to be swallowed by it. In addition to them, two other saint-level battles were happening on the eastern side. Point one involved Caleb, and the other featured the man who had previously used the law of gravity, who turned out to be a saint and was quite strong that he didn't seem to be losing to the fifth-rank zombie either. He controlled the gravity domain, forcing the zombie to the ground, where it was continuously suppressed. Given the current situation, it was only a matter of time before he won, though it could have been quicker if the opponent wasn't the zombie who had such a strong and tenacious body. Caleb, on the other hand, was a bit different. Shockingly, his life force was an extremely rare poison life force, which was completely unlike most mutated life forces in most cases. Mutated life forces are based on the 5 elements or their rarer derivatives, like Apollo's ice or lightning. Life force. The poison life force was entirely different, that it's a rare occurrence. And in the history of Ryan, there have been very few poison warriors. Most people with poisonous life force die at a young age due to the toxicity of their own life force. His life energy was purplish and had terrifying poisonous properties. A single drop of it could corrode a kilometer-wide area of land, turning it into a poisonous wasteland filled with toxic gas that could kill anyone below the third rank just by breathing it in. Because of this, poison life force users are considered highly dangerous, as most living organisms wouldn't dare come into contact with them, fearing the risk of being poisoned no matter how strong or careful they were. However, now, Caleb was facing a zombie, a technically dead being. While his poison still had some effect, it wasn't as significant since zombies don't feel pain, making it less useful for Caleb in this battle. He clapped his hands, and waves of poison surged like a tsunami, enveloping the zombie as if it were being burned by the strongest acids. Bang! In response, the zombie erupted into flames, its eerie death aura fusing with a burning inferno that devoured the poison waves with its overwhelming power. Fire. Domain, burning purgatory. Poison domain, Leviathan's anger. Both of them had finally unleashed their domains, using their most powerful skills to bring out their strongest attacks and annihilate the enemy. The sky and earth trembled under the weight of their confrontation, as Rex's poison sought to dissolve everything in its path, while the zombies' flames sought to incinerate all life. Boom! Both domains and attacks collided, and for a brief moment, it appeared as if they were evenly matched. However, that illusion quickly shattered. The poison domain and the sheer might of Rex's powerful ancient skill Leviathan's anger surged forward with unstoppable force. A massive serpent made entirely of venomous energy coiled around the zombie, its scales glistening with lethal poison. The once formidable fifth-rank zombie's body, despite its strength, began to disintegrate under the serpent's crushing power. Its death aura was smothered as its body was destroyed, leaving behind only the remnants of what had once been a terrifying threat. On the other side, the saint with the gravity domain also ended his battle as he finally crushed the other saint using his special skill of gravity domain. Similarly, the situation on the other side seemed to be under control. The southern side was held by Caleb's friends with the help of the Crimson City Grandmasters. Meanwhile, the west side situation was brought under control as the Chimera arrived to save the day, suppressing the fifth-rank zombie. High above on the eastern side, covered in an eerie death aura, multiple apocalyptic explosions occurred. The city below trembled as the shockwaves alone made the inhabitants and even the powerful warriors feel desperate, reminding them how truly weak they were in the presence of such overwhelming power. The battle between City Lord Rex and Zombie Dale also reached its peak, and they already gauged each other's strength and were ready to end their ill-fated relationship. Rex, it's time to end this. Shadow Death Domain. In an instant, half of the sky was enveloped in a dark shadow, creating an eternal darkness filled with death and nothingness. This was a truly terrifying domain, as it appeared to have partially merged the law of shadow and the law of death, creating a uniquely powerful and mysterious domain. The shadows intertwined, cloaking the battlefield in darkness, while the death aura sapped the vitality of everything within its reach. Not only that, but his understanding of both laws had reached a high level within his domain, amplifying their destructive potential. The combination made the domain nearly unstoppable, as it eroded everything in its path and made everyone feel death and despair even when they looked at it from far away. City Lord Rex's expression also changed, and it became grave as he could feel that Dale had become many times stronger than their last meeting, and he could not be careless and needed to bet his life on the line. Soul Domain. City Lord also brought out his, which was very different from most domains, as it seems to be invisible and nothing can be seen from their naked eyes. But the moment they look at him, their souls tremble like it was going to be sucked out of their bodies, terrifying all of them as the feeling was very weird and heart-wrenching pain. The subtlety of Rex's soul domain was deceptive. There was no grand display of power like Dale's shadow and death. Instead, it was a direct assault on the most fundamental part of a being, its soul. They could sense the climax of the battle was near, as both fighters were incredibly strong and possessed unique powers that it was impossible to predict who would emerge victorious. Dale's domain was an apocalyptic storm of death and shadow, a force that devoured the physical world. Rex's, by contrast, was an attack on existence itself, bypassing the body and attacking the very spirit. The clash between the two domains created an otherworldly tension, where Dale's shadow and death eroded the ground and sky. Rex's soul power countered, targeting the essence themselves, pulling them toward oblivion. The battlefield felt like it was on the verge of collapse, torn between two extreme forces of nature. The two domains warred. Neither fighter backed down. Their wills were ironclad, forged through years of battle and strife. The heavens themselves seemed to tremble under the weight of their confrontation. The soldiers on the ground could do nothing but watch, their hopes tied to the outcome of this single, fateful clash. Soul-devouring vortex. Shadow oblivion. Both unleashed their strongest attacks, combining them with their domains. The sky seemed to split into two sections, even amid the severe, death-filled storm. The eerie presence of death hung in the air, making the scene all the more terrifying. But it seems City Lord Rex held a slight advantage, as his soul domain had reached the peak of domain level and was only one step away from entering the world of law. Still, it would take time to defeat Dale. My brother, you are truly talented that I am still unable to defeat you, but you will still die. Zombie Dale's eerie laugh echoed throughout the city just as Rex began to gain the upper hand. His aura shifted, becoming even more ghostly and eerie. The ongoing death storm began to slow and gradually come to a halt as it seemed to return to its source. His human-like physique started to change and enlarge, bones cracking and emerging from within him, forming a ghostly armor of bones and flesh. His eyes turned red, and a helmet of bones appeared on his head. In just a few seconds, he transformed into a 10-foot-tall ghost knight, clad in bone armor and wielding a bone spear. Ready to die. Everyone was horrified at the sight of the ghost knight, who radiated an unimaginably fierce and powerful aura. Even the warriors scattered across different corners of the battlefield felt a chilling sense of helplessness. Whether it was the west, south, or even the north side where Apollo and Pussy King were, the pressure was palpable. Pussy King, previously uninterested in the events unfolding, finally glanced toward the eastern sky with newfound curiosity, looking thoughtful. "Kid, if you don't make a move, this might end before you even get a chance to start," it murmured, gazing toward Apollo, who with closed eyes was levitating outside the city, cloaked in a concentrated aura of death, with a floating book of death beside him. Apollo quickly opened his eyes, sensing a decrease in the death aura. He looked toward the eastern side, where an unknown power seemed to have descended, disrupting the balance. Didn't you hear the mighty Pussy King? What this puny monster can do in front of you?" He smiled and quickly appeared beside Pussy King while looking at the dangerous situation on the eastern side. The battles on all sides seemed to be winding down, with most of the strongest zombies defeated. As the death aura decreased, the storm outside also began to calm, and fewer zombies appeared. Only the main battle on the eastern side remained. Aliona approached calmly. Joining the two, she too looked toward the eastern side. Although she could not see, she could feel the oppressive aura of impending doom from that direction. Caleb and Asa, who were on the eastern side, were both pale, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the zombie Dale. Now a transformed, formidable ghost knight. "Shit, what the fuck is that thing?" Caleb and Asa, staring at the sky, couldn't help but curse. The aura they felt was something they'd only experienced from the old monsters back in their sect. IT had surpassed the 5th rank and seemed to have reached the half-god level AT, that stage of strength. Numbers no longer mattered. Even 10-peak sages wouldn't survive more than a few seconds in front of a newly promoted half-god. The IT was a brand new stage of power, where one begins to break free from all mortal concepts, whether in strength or lifespan. "Caleb, use it. Use the things elders gave you. Only then can we survive." Asa beside murmured in a low voice, urging him, but Caleb was hesitating as he didn't seem to use that. "Ha ha ha ha. Yes, this is the power I wanted, the power to dominate everything. See this, Rex, you gave up this, and you will die because of this." Zombie Dale laughed menacingly as he mocked the city lord IT that moment. A voice echoed in everyone's minds. Run in different directions as fast as you can. I'll try to hold him off as long as I can." It was none other than the city lord, using some kind of soul-related skill to transmit his message throughout the city, urging everyone to flee while he attempted to hold Dale back. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale and despair washed over them. If even the city lord admitted the situation was dire, their chances of survival seemed bleak. They knew that in front of a powerhouse of this level, they were mere ants, and with their limited strength, escape felt impossible. City Lord Rex, with a determined shout, unleashed his full strength once again, summoning his domain in a desperate attempt to halt Dale's advance. Snort. Boom! With a mere snort, an overwhelming burst of energy erupted from Dale, shattering the city lord's domain in an instant. The shockwaves from the explosion ripped through the air, obliterating the ancient houses and the massive walls that had protected the city for centuries. The sheer force left the battlefield in chaos as the remnants of Crimson City trembled under the power of the attack from the northern side. Apollo looked at this and felt he could not wait, and he again flew high in the sky with the Book of Death appearing beside it as he was going to try its new power. After devouring so much death energy from the storm, it had grown stronger. Not only had his understanding increased significantly, reaching 45%, but a new and powerful ability had also appeared on the 3rd page of the book. In his hand, a soul-shattering bow appeared, and the Book of Death beside him burst with a pure aura of death that was completely different from the eerie aura of death in the Death Storm. Not comparable at all. If the death aura in the storm was like muddy water, then the aura in the Book of Death was like distilled water, pure, without impurities. Boom! A black arrow suddenly appeared in front of him, causing the sky, or rather, the entire world, to tremble in fear. What? Zombie Dale's body shook as he sensed something horrifying. Even the mysterious power that had granted him such strength seemed to tremble in fear as he turned his gaze toward the north. Apollo slowly placed the black arrow on his soul-shattering bow. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the distant sky, where the strongest and most dangerous power could be felt. His eyes seemed to pierce through vast distances in space, locking on his zombie Dale as clearly as if he were standing before him. "Here you go," he murmured. He pulled the bowstring, and the black arrow, like a miniature black hole, began to devour his life force and mana at an alarming rate, draining more than two-thirds of his reserves. Boom. With a deafening sonic boom, Apollo released the arrow. The black arrow, splitting through space with unimaginable speed, shot toward the eastern side, cutting through the air like a harbinger of doom. What is this feeling? What's happening? Zombie Dale, who had been brimming with power, suddenly felt an overwhelming unease. His eerie red eyes narrowed as he sensed a mysterious and unfathomable aura approaching from the northern side. Instinctively, he became alert, his powerful body tensing as if bracing for an incoming threat. Suddenly from that direction, he saw an arrow, a dark vortex of pure death energy that carried a force unlike anything he'd ever encountered, and came flying towards him. The time seems to have slowed down to T first. He was surprised, but suppressed his uneasy feeling and was ready to stop this arrow. But every moment it came closer and closer. His soul and body started trembling, feeling the aura of death on this arrow, like they were surviving this if it hit him. "No, I have to dodge this." He quickly tore through space, appearing a mile away, but the black arrow seemed to have locked onto him. T teleported the distance effortlessly, appearing near him once more, making it impossible to evade. In that desperate moment, Zombie Dale exploded with all his strength. Knowing he had no choice, he bet everything on the new power he had gained after surrendering his soul. His ghostly aura intensified, his skeletal form radiating a surge of dark energy as he unleashed every ounce of his strength in a final, desperate bid to survive. His bone spear transformed into a massive shield of bone, glowing with an eerie death aura that seemed to solidify the very space around it, attempting to halt the black arrow's deadly approach. The anticipated clash of almighty forces, one that should have shattered space and obliterated everything in its path, never came. Instead, there was only silence. An unsettling calm hung in the air, too silent, almost unnaturally so. The world seemed to hold its breath, as if even the fabric of reality was hesitant to witness what was to come. The moment the black arrow touched the bone shield, it disintegrated instantly into dust. There was no earth-shattering power or explosion, just pure, swift annihilation, erasing the shield from existence at its very essence. Wah! He couldn't finish the word. In that brief moment, he realized his fate. Before such an overwhelming force, he wasn't even an ant. Save, his desperate plea for help seemed to reach the mysterious entity that had granted him power. A shadow, untraceable and ominous, materialized behind him, its presence dark and foreboding. Space and time seemed to have stopped, and everything froze. Who is trying to destroy my slave? The shadow-like projection looked ahead, containing contempt for all living beings. But just as he looked at the black arrow, his calm and contempt expression changed. Crack, crack. As like shattering glass, the black arrow seemed to break the space-time blockade, cutting through the defensive armor Dale had built with his newly gained powers. The moment the arrow made contact, an explosion of black energy erupted, as if the fabric of reality itself was being torn apart. Dale's ghostly form began to disintegrate, his unholy strength unraveling before the purity of the death energy contained in Apollo's attack. Even the mysterious power used by the shadowy figure could not shield him from the arrow's deadly wrath. "No!" Dale screamed as the time seemed to finally start flowing and his body was engulfed in the consuming darkness. The spectral armor, the bone shield, and the aura of death, all of it shattered like fragile glass. In one final, cataclysmic moment, Zombie Dale was no more. His ghostly figure disintegrated into nothingness, swallowed whole by the overwhelming power of the black arrow. Only the lingering mysterious shadow of unknown power remained for a moment as its eyes finally showed anger and perhaps fear. Who is it? Who can possess such a pure, original law and aura of death? The shadow pondered, its thoughts racing, but as quickly as it had appeared, the shadow began to fade, disappearing into nothingness, along with Zombie Dale's annihilation. The eastern sky, once filled with his menacing presence, was now eerily quiet. All of these things happened in a matter of seconds, but because of their strength and speed, many things happened in such a short moment that the people below couldn't understand what just happened. The onlookers, it felt surreal. Just moments ago, Zombie Dale had radiated unimaginable power, effortlessly injuring the city lord with nothing but a mere snort. His overwhelming presence dominated the battlefield, striking fear into everyone. But now, in an instant, everything seemed to vanish. The only trace left behind was the terrified and panicked voice of Zombie Dale, echoing through the sky before fading into silence. It was as if his once mighty existence had been wiped away, leaving the world in eerie stillness. Only the strong people like the city lord, Caleb, and the other saint present here caught a glimpse of what just happened. But it was shocking enough. They just saw a blurry image of an arrow. And the rest were mysteries because the next moment, everything seemed to have ended. We are saved. We're all saved. One after another, as they came to their senses and broke the silence as they understood something, they shouted with relief and began to celebrate. The realization that they had been spared from death filled them with joy and gratitude. In fact, only two within the city knew what truly transpired. Point one, of course, was Apollo, who, thanks to the protection of the Book of Death, witnessed everything, even as time itself seemed to freeze in that brief, fateful moment. The other was none other than Pussy King, whose seemingly innocent, wide-eyed gaze belied an ancient wisdom. His pupils glowed faintly with golden light as he observed every detail with a calm, knowing all others. The event was beyond comprehension. But to these two, the mystery of Zombie Dale's annihilation and the appearance of the mysterious shadow was crystal clear. "Did you see that?" Apollo asked as he landed beside Pussy King and quickly retracted the Book of Death to let it rest. The new ability, Mark of Death God, which the Book of Death had awakened after absorbing the large death aura, was an extraordinarily powerful attack that had nearly drained all his energy, even with the help of the absorbed death aura. Using this powerful ability, he can create an arrow that holds the power of the god of death and can kill almost everything below God. And he saw its power clearly, even the mysterious being that seemed to transcend the world. Even though it was just some projection, it still could not change the ending. Pussy King looked up at him with a calm, knowing expression, his golden eyes glowing faintly. "I saw everything," he replied nonchalantly, his tone almost teasing, as if the monumental event that had just unfolded was of little consequence to him. "Anyways, it was you that messed with someone who is barely able to be considered strong and in his home ground. Oh, don't worry if it comes to you. I will surely leave you alone to face it." Hearing this, Apollo's face twitched. This cat's clearly saying it'll run away, he thought with annoyance. Damn, why did I even bring it here? Just to hear its sarcastic remarks. As they bickered, Aliona, standing quietly beside them, couldn't help but glance at Apollo. She had clearly seen him fire that strange arrow toward the eastern sky, where the most terrifying aura had been emanating. Yet, after he released that shot, the overwhelmingly powerful presence vanished instantly. It couldn't be a coincidence. The more she thought about it, the more surprised she became. That aura had undeniably been immense, far surpassing even saints in strength. And yet, Apollo had killed it. What shocked her even more was the book he wielded, a book brimming with death energy and law. She was almost certain it was the legendary divine artifact, the Book of Death, rumored to have reappeared a few years ago. But even if that were true, it was still beyond belief. Divine artifacts were incomprehensibly powerful, yet even saints struggled to activate them fully and barely managed to hold their own against half-gods, killing one outright. That was something almost unheard of. Could it be the Book of Death isn't an ordinary divine artifact? But the stronger the artifact, the more extreme their requirements were. She couldn't think of any reason and, in the end, let it go, as it's good to have strong partners. As this trial seems many times more dangerous than they expected. After the shock wore off, everyone gradually calmed down. Soldiers began clearing the area and nearby surroundings, as some weaker zombies still lingered even after the death storm had ceased on the western side. Chimera also appeared to have devoured the 5th-rank zombie and returned. The other sides were in similar conditions, with all having finally survived the death storm. "Looks like it's finally over," Apollo murmured, ceasing his bickering with the Pussy King. Nothing could be done now, even if he had managed to anger some old monster of this world. Just then, a notification appeared before him. Special trial, first task, support the Crimson City to survive the death storm. Status, completed. Reward, 5,000 sky points, 500 each trialist. Special trial, second task, find the tomb of outer god Anaricum. Apollo looked at the notification, and he wasn't the only one. The other 9 also heard the notification, marking the end of the first phase. But when he looked at the second phase task, he was surprised, as it was not about fighting or surviving, but about finding a tomb. Not ordinary, but of some outer god, which he didn't understand. The term outer god gave Apollo pause that it seems to suggest that this Anaric wasn't an original deity of this world, but rather some sort of invader, a being from beyond that he wasn't certain, but the implications made his task even more ominous that he realized, with a tinge of discomfort, that he knew almost nothing about this world. In the past, he, like many others, treated these worlds like mere stages in a game, places to complete tasks and then leave. Learning about their histories, cultures, or power structures seemed unnecessary, just extra effort. But now, with the trial involving an outer god, it felt like they might have to dive deeper into this world's mysteries and origins. That it was time to start understanding the world he was in. Its history, its gods, and its threats. The lingering death aura in the desert gradually dissipated, and the sun broke through the clouds, casting light over the city. Slowly, everything began to return to normal. Ordinary people emerged from their hiding places, and the once deserted city started to regain its life. Though many buildings were damaged or destroyed due to shockwaves and battles, there was a sense of hope in the air as life began to flow back into the streets. In one of the city's still standing restaurants, all 10 trialists gathered around a large table. But they weren't happy, as they felt the difficulty of the trial, and they were lucky something or someone took care of the threat. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened? Caleb was the most visibly frustrated among them, his face tense with irritation. Everything felt like it was out of his control. He had prepared and had trump cards, but this was just the beginning of the trial. The thought of using his trump card now seemed foolish. What would he do in future trials if he burned through his resources so soon? Worse yet, what kind of dangers awaited them next? Would any of them survive until the end of the Tower of Skies trials? These thoughts swirled through his mind, making it impossible to find peace. Around the table, the other trialists shared his quiet tension. One wanted to speak. The weight of the unknown loomed over them as they thought about the future. All right, thinking more won't be much more of a help to any of us. Let's now talk about what we have to do, as we already have the second phase task. Caleb finally calmed down and said what they had to do now. That moment, 2 soldiers approached the group and respectfully bowed. Having witnessed their strength and knowing they wouldn't have survived without their support, the soldiers held a deep respect for them. They were no longer distant or wary, as they had been when the group first entered the city, but instead full of genuine admiration. "Sir, the city lord has called for all of you that he wishes to meet," one of the soldiers said respectfully, explaining the reason for their visit. "City lord," Caleb muttered, nodding. Without hesitation, he quickly added, "Lead the way." The group wasted no time as they followed the 2 soldiers, who guided them directly to the center of the city, toward the city lord's mansion. There weren't many soldiers or people present, as most of them were helping to clear the nearby area or were helping people whose places were crashed or damaged. "Come in." A powerful and calm voice came out of the mansion, and Apollo and others quickly went in. They quickly arrived in front of City Lord Rex, whose aura was still slightly unstable, evidence of the significant wounds he had sustained during the battle. City Lord Rex looked at them calmly, a smile on his face. Despite his injuries, he exuded a sense of gratitude. He had witnessed and heard of all that they had done during the Death Storm. Thanks to their efforts, countless people in Crimson City survived the ordeal with only minimal sacrifices. "Thank you all," City Lord Rex said, his voice filled with gratitude. "If it wasn't for your timely help, this city would have been reduced to ruins. Here is a small gift from me and in honor of the countless lives you all saved." With a wave of his hand, 10 glowing space rings appeared, each floating toward one of them, a token of appreciation for their efforts. They quickly glanced at the contents of their space rings, curiosity and anticipation evident on their faces, and no matter where they came from, extra resources or treasures were always welcome. Apollo, like the others, inspected his ring as he peered inside. A glimmer of surprise crossed his face. What he found was far beyond his expectations. Among the various items, swords, spears, armor, and natural treasures, one in particular caught Apollo's eye. Was a black crystal. Unlike anything he had ever seen before, radiating a pure death aura, he could feel an overwhelming presence of the law of death pulsating within it. It was a sacred treasure for any practitioner of death law. Just a single breath of its aura caused his understanding of the death law to increase by several points, a phenomenon that left him momentarily speechless. And in addition, he found a weird, mysterious key within all of them that he couldn't feel anything about it, as it seemed to be made of weird material that could absorb his spiritual strength. Apollo couldn't figure out its use and couldn't help but glance at City Lord Rex, who was calmly sipping tea as they looked at their gifts. City Lord noticed Apollo's eyes and looked back with a mysterious smile, like saying something. Apollo didn't say or ask what the key was used for and where to use it. Since he gave it, it might be useful, and maybe he gave it to everyone. Others were also happy after receiving the space rings, and from their faces it can be seen the things they got were also not bad. "Thank you, City Lord," they all said in unison, expressing their gratitude. Afterwards, they politely inquired about maps of the surrounding area and requested access to the city library to study and learn more about the region. City Lord Rex, still appreciative of their efforts during the Death Storm, readily granted them access to the city's resources. "You may use the library as you wish," he said with a nod before calling to an attendant to guide them. "I hope you find what you're looking for." After that, the group followed the attendant to the City Mansion Library, a grand structure that stored hundreds or even thousands of years of history and knowledge. The library was vast, with shelves lined with thousands of books, scrolls, and ancient tomes covering every imaginable subject. Caleb, eager to start the search, glanced around at the sheer size of the collection. "Let's see if we can find anything about the outer god Anaric or anything related to in history," he said. With that, the group split up, each diving into different sections of the library, scanning through countless books, hoping to uncover anything that could give them insight into the mysterious outer god. Apollo found a corner and first found a book that described the geographical structure of this world. First, the world is called Azure Dragon World, which was surprising as according to the book. It said this world was created by the great dragon god Azure and was said to be filled with vitality and life. But everything changed after the great Azure left the world. Countless wars erupted between different species, each vying for dominance. These conflicts swiftly divided the world along racial lines, with each race staking claims to territories and resources. However, despite the chaos and bloodshed, it wasn't until some 10,000 years ago that the world encountered an unimaginable enemy, a force so terrifying that it forced every race, once bitter enemies, to unite in order to survive. This threat was unlike anything they had faced before, pushing even the mightiest and most isolated races into an uneasy alliance. The war raged on for 100 years, with the united races managing to push back their enemies. Victory seemed within reach until the leader of the invaders appeared, a being of terrifying power whose strength nearly shattered the world itself. Despair gripped the allied forces as the devastation spread, threatening to bring an end to all existence. But just as hope was fading, a trump card left behind by the great Azure activated. This mysterious force unleashed an overwhelming power that annihilated the enemy leader, saving the world from complete destruction. However, the damage was already done. The world had been scarred beyond repair, its lands fractured, and its civilizations forever altered. The aftermath of the battle left the world in ruins. The once abundant heaven and earth aura, the life-giving energy that nourished all living beings, was drastically diminished. Even more devastating was the residual aura of death left behind by the invader. It polluted the land, corrupting its essence. The once vibrant, green planet, teeming with life and energy, had now become a desolate wasteland. The skies were perpetually overcast with a gloomy, oppressive atmosphere, and the land was stained with death and desolation. What had been a thriving world was now a shadow of its former self, struggling to recover from the catastrophic battle. The place we are now is Death Desert, which covers 25% of the land of Azure Dragon World. But thankfully, beyond this desert, there are still places that haven't fully turned into desolate wastelands. There are only two continents in this world. The land they stand on, known as the Fallen God Continent, was the most damaged during the war, bearing the brunt of the destruction. Its landscapes are scarred with deep wounds from the ancient conflict, and the once thriving lands now suffer under the weight of desolation and death. The other continent, Dragonair, remained relatively in better condition due to the powerful means used by the dragon clans, who have the blood of the great Azure Dragon God. It is said to be a land of prosperity, where the remnants of the world's life force still flourish. Although things seem to be progressing well, finding the tomb of the outer god was proving to be more complicated than anticipated, given the circumstances. The tomb would likely be located on the Fallen God Continent, where most of the destruction had occurred. However, there was no certainty. The possibility that the tomb could be hidden on the Dragonair continent, far from desolation and destruction, remained. If that were the case, it might be a deliberate ploy to keep others from ever discovering its true location. Both continents were vast, though perhaps not as expansive as Ryan. Still, when combined, the Fallen God and Dragonair continents would rival the size of the eastern continent. The thought of finding a single tomb within such a massive area was daunting. That IT wouldn't be an easy task, not by any measure. The tomb could be hidden anywhere, and without a clear lead, it felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. Others were also trying to learn as much as they could and were not wasting time. Apollo also continued and then looked at information about powerful forces and clans on both continents. Most of the strongest forces resided on the Dragonair continent, with the undisputed rulers being the pure-blooded dragon race. Their power was unmatched, making them the dominant force in the world. Other powerful races also thrived there, each with their own unique strengths, but the dragons stood above all. Humans, although not as dominant as they were on Ryan, still held their own in this world, as the most populous race. They had managed to carve out a strong position for themselves, surviving amidst the fierce competition from other powerful beings. Despite not being overlords here, humans were resilient enough to persist and thrive. Naturally, the Crimson City, where he was also a human city, was why they didn't face major problems like discrimination if it was a city from another race. They might not be able to enter the city in such a situation. The Death Desert where they are is a kind of chaotic place, with various tribes surviving here in such harsh conditions. The strongest force here is actually an alliance of cities. There are a total of 49 cities within the fallen god continent, loosely connected through a fragile alliance. However, contradictions between these cities arise frequently, either due to racial differences or various other reasons. Despite this lack of unity, the alliance remains strong for one reason: the presence of a single, enigmatic figure. This figure is none other than the City Lord of Chaos City, a place that was renowned even during the world-destroying war and still stands unshaken. His power and influence are what hold the alliance together, making him the most mysterious and powerful person on the continent. As not much is known about him even during the war. He remained quite mysterious, and the only sure thing is that he was very strong, at least in the top 3 in the world. Even the proud pureblood dragons didn't dare mess with Chaos City, which is also why it is the center of the continent. After learning this, Apollo knew what their next destination had to be. Whether it was to gather more knowledge or to visit other key locations, they needed to go to Chaos City. They didn't find anything related to the Outer God here. Not only was it a hub of power, but it was also connected to nearly every important place in the Azure Dragon world through its extensive network of teleportation portals that spanned the entire continent. This city would undoubtedly be the best starting point for their next steps. All of them read for a day and night, and learned what they wanted to learn from numerous books, and left the Crimson City silently. Their destination was clear: Chaos City. The journey was long, and although they could fly, doing so over such vast distances was still taxing, even for grandmasters. Instead, they chose to travel by land, maintaining a swift pace. After 3 days and nights of relentless travel, they crossed the Death Desert, a barren land scattered with ruins and the remnants of small oases destroyed by time and conflict. The journey took them through several wasteland cities, scarred by the destruction of the Death Storm. Finally, they approached Chaos City, where the vibrant energy of life was palpable even from a distance. People from all corners of the continent streamed in, and the city's bustling atmosphere was a stark contrast to the desolation they had just traversed. They quickly joined the crowd, as they didn't stand too much here as there were all kinds of people from all over the place to enter the city. They needed to pay with life essence stones, which they thankfully received, several hundred, from City Lord Rex as a token of gratitude. In the land of Ryan, life essence stones also exist, but they are considered rare treasures. From the history of this world, it could be called a young world. Even after such intense battles and destruction, natural resources like life essence stones still remain abundant. In contrast, Ryan is an ancient world. Before the Divine Era, much of its history was unknown, even to the ancient forces. However, it is known that there were civilizations before that era. Because Ryan is so old, even though it is many times larger, most of its rare natural resources have either been exhausted or have become extinct. After paying the toll, they, without any problem, entered the city with the crowd. The Chaos City was fabulous, but what made them feel different was how countless races were present in the same place. Even Frostheld City visited by Apollo pales in that comparison. The group decided not to wander around, but headed straight to a nearby restaurant. After traveling for 3 days and nights without rest, they were in desperate need of a break. They indulged in a hearty meal and took the time to refresh themselves, enjoying a much-needed respite from their relentless journey. They, after all that, then headed to the Chaos City Guard Pavilion. Knowing they were going to visit Chaos City, City Lord Rex had given them a letter of introduction. Through this letter, they could meet with his friend, an official in Chaos City, who could assist them in their research about the outer god Anaric. They were quickly directed to a separate hall. Upon presenting the letter to it was addressed to Paul, a high-ranking officer in Chaos City and also a deacon of the City Alliance. Paul appeared to be a simple old man with a large white beard. Though he wasn't particularly imposing, he was a saint, and his strength was significant, though not on the level of City Lord Rex. I see Rex mentioned you were looking into old secrets in history. Old Paul said, reading the letter and examining Apollo and the others. I can't assist with the deepest secrets, but you can access the first and second floors of the archives. If you can't find what you're looking for there, it may not be available anywhere else. Our City of Chaos holds some of the oldest and most comprehensive records, even compared to the dragon race. He then produced a token and handed it to them. Take this that IT will grant you access to the city archives. They accepted the token with gratitude. Apollo, Caleb, and others thanked and left as they quickly wanted to find out about the tomb of Anaric. They arrived at their destination swiftly, but unlike the quiet solitude of the Crimson City Library, this place was bustling with activity. Many people were going in and out, researching, studying, or simply seeking knowledge. Apollo and the others entered, and thanks to the token given by Paul, they were granted full access without any fees or difficulties. They could freely explore all the materials available, unbothered by the usual restrictions. Here, they saw many books and records of historical value, and even learned many things about the devastating war. Trying to find anything, they made this place home, and after looking and reading for several hours, Apollo finally found something. Hey, come, I seem to have found something. With that, they quickly gathered in front of an old book that seemed to mention invaders that attacked 10,000 years ago. The book mentioned 3 supreme generals under the leader of the invaders, named Shadow Demon God. They were Hellfire Demon Samuel, Ghost Demon Arachner, and lastly, Devourer Demon Anaric. These generals led the invasion forces, wreaking havoc across the world during the ancient war. But all their focus was on the single name, Devourer Demon Anaric. They were all sure it wasn't a coincidence, and he was definitely the outer god Anaric they were looking for. He was just one of the invader generals. And with this discovery, they were finally moving forward with the task. Now that they had uncovered his identity, it became easier to find more information about him. They aimed to learn about his battles, where he died, or anything that might mention the location of his tomb. Caleb leaned over the book, his brow furrowed in thought. If he was one of the top generals, his tomb must be in a significant location, probably somewhere tied to his final battle or the place where his power was strongest. That makes sense, Lyra added, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. But where did he fall? There's so many battlefields in the fallen god continent that IT could be anywhere. We need to focus on where he met his end, Apollo said firmly. There's bound to be records of the final battles, especially in a place like this. They spent the next several hours poring through scrolls and ancient manuscripts, all dating back to the world-destroying war. Each document they uncovered painted a picture of the invasion, the devastation wrought by the demon generals, and the desperate struggle to fend them off. The death toll had been unimaginable, and countless cities or kingdoms were razed in the blink of an eye. Finally, Caleb came across a crucial piece of information. Here, he called, catching everyone's attention. It says Anaric's forces were defeated during the Battle of the Fallen Sky near the Abyssal Scar. Apollo's gaze sharpened. The Abyssal Scar. It's one of the deepest wounds on the continent, created by a rift that was never fully closed after the war. It's a place filled with chaotic energy and ruins, Aliola said. If his tomb is anywhere, it would be there, hidden beneath layers of destruction and death aura. The group exchanged glances. The Abyssal Scar was not only dangerous, but also filled with powerful entities that thrived in its chaotic environment without order. Most disgusting and weird beings live there, as that place could be said to be a paradise of the lawless. Looks like we have our next destination, Caleb said, standing up. We'll gather what we need and head for the Abyssal Scar. They all nodded in agreement and dispersed to pursue their individual needs. Thankfully, they were in Chaos City, a place filled with countless resources and items that could greatly aid them or help in quickly increasing their strength. Resources that couldn't be found in Ryan. Apollo and Pussy King also went outside to stroll and look for things useful for his growth, especially Apollo, as here he could find large death attribute-related things that can improve himself. As they were looking around, Apollo turned his attention to Pussy King, who was still perched comfortably on his shoulders, seemingly enjoying the free ride. What do you think about the Tower of Sky? It seems to be sending us to different worlds to complete these kinds of tasks. What does it gain from all this? Apollo asked with curiosity. Pussy King, who had been lazily grooming himself with his tongue, paused and glanced at Apollo. Naturally, it gains something, but you're not ready to know what that is yet. Just focus on completing the tasks and collecting your rewards to grow stronger. When the time comes and you're powerful enough, you'll understand. He was a bit surprised to hear such words from Pussy King, as it seems to know more than it shows about the Tower of Sky. Exactly what kind of secrets are hidden in it? Knowing this, he tried to ask more, but his mouth was tightly sealed, and he didn't tell him anything else. In the end, he had to let it go and focus on his search for rare treasures or resources in Chaos City. There were a lot of thoughts that were almost impossible to obtain in Ryan, but were easy to get here in Chaos. City. Subdragons, those wild and unintelligent beasts with just traces of dragon blood, are considered nothing more than impurities or stains on the pure dragon breed in this world. Although these subdragons are regarded as trash here, only useful for weak potions or basic training materials, the lack of advancement in such areas is evident. This world lags far behind Ryan when it comes to efficiently utilizing natural resources, whether through skills or alchemical expertise. In Ryan, countless recipes and formulas exist, but ironically, they're hindered by a scarcity of materials, a stark contrast to the abundance here. Among the bustling markets of Chaos City, Apollo's eyes were drawn to an old shop tucked away in a quiet corner, its worn facade giving it an air of mystery. The shop specialized in antique items, relics from the ruins left by the Great War 10,000 years ago. As he walked past the displays, something unusual caught his eye, a faint, glowing object resting on a dusty shelf. Its aura felt ancient, almost forgotten by time. Intrigued, Apollo couldn't resist the pull and decided to step inside the shop to investigate further. When he came and looked closely, it seemed to look like a piece of crown, but it had a weird aura that seemed familiar. But he was sure it was an extraordinary item, for which he decided to buy it, even though he didn't know its use. He believed his instincts. As Apollo reached out to inspect the strange piece of the crown with Pussy King, also looked at it with interest. The shopkeeper, a human old man with graying hair and a hunched back, shuffled over. His eyes gleamed with a sharpness that belied his frail appearance. You've got a good eye, young man. Not many would stop to notice that old relic, he said, his voice gravelly yet somehow inviting. Apollo turned it over in his hands, the faint glow pulsating gently, as if alive. What is it? He asked, glancing at the shopkeeper. The old man chuckled. That, my boy, is a remnant from the crown of the shadow demon god, the strongest enemy and leader of the war. They say whoever wears the full crown gains dominion over death itself. He leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Of course, that's just an old myth, but even a piece of it might have some interesting effects. Hearing this, Apollo chuckled. Shopkeeper, if this really was from the crown of the shadow demon god, even just a piece, could your worn-down shop even contain it? If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. The shopkeeper gave a nervous laugh, scratching his head. Young master, you're too sharp, he said, dropping the pretense, as it seemed the person in front of him wasn't a young, ignorant, rich master who didn't know the world. You're right, it's not from the crown itself, but it is a relic from those ancient times, I swear. People come looking for grand stories, so I may have stretched the truth a bit. Still, this artifact holds power, if you know how to unlock it. The old shopkeeper still didn't try to sell this stuff, and tell how it was found in an ancient place of war and made of unknown material, etc. He didn't listen to all that or didn't care about those lies from where he got this, as he already made up his mind to buy it. How much? Apollo asked. Such a unique item. How about 1,000 life essence stones? The shopkeeper laughed, eyeing Apollo and the Pussy King. Without a word, Apollo turned and began walking away, unimpressed by the shopkeeper's outrageous demand. Young master, wait, the shopkeeper called out, panic creeping into his voice. No, just 500, no, 100. Gritting his teeth, he finally stopped. Young lord, 50 life essence stones, it's the lowest I can go. Apollo paused, glancing back with a raised brow as if considering the offer. Okay, deal. And with that, he paid 50 life essence stones and took the piece to... As he walked, Apollo glanced at the Pussy King perched on his shoulder and asked, what do you think this piece does? He had bought it on a feeling, unsure of its true purpose. Pussy King, still lazily grooming himself, paused for a moment and looked at the item. It should be part of some divine item, he replied. Although it seems to have lost all its divinity, the material remains intact. Even a small piece like this could be enough to create a semi-divine item. Apollo nodded thoughtfully, hearing its potential value. After that, Apollo bought some dragon blood and various materials that were ideal for body tempering. He had never used anything for this purpose before, as his body was already incredibly strong, and ordinary items had no impact on him. The resources needed to temper his body were rare, even for his master. However, now that he had access to high-quality resources in this place, he naturally couldn't pass up the opportunity to enhance his strength even further. He continued to stroll through the market, browsing through various shops and stalls until late, with Pussy King perched on his shoulder. After a while, they made their way back to the designated meeting place. When they arrived, the others were already there, each looking pleased, as it seemed everyone had found something valuable or useful during their explorations. They decided to leave the next morning for the Abyssal Scar, which was actually a little bit far and would need more than 2 weeks if they went on their own, so they decided to board the sky ship that leaves every day from Chaos City. The next morning, they all gathered and boarded the sky ship after paying the required life essence stones. The sky ship was similar to the one Apollo had boarded back on Ryan, but this one was making multiple stops throughout the journey. After just a day of smooth sailing through the skies, they finally arrived at their destination. They landed near the Abyssal Scar, as even the sky ships didn't go through this place, as it could be attacked by robbers or others who wanted bloodthirsty monsters and criminals in such a chaotic place. Outside the Abyssal Scar stood a small base station, where a group of soldiers remained stationed to monitor the area. This base had been attacked and destroyed countless times, only to be rebuilt again and again by the various forces from across the continent, determined to maintain a presence near the Scar despite its dangers. Many horrifying creatures and entities are lurking within the Abyssal Scar, so every force on the continent needs to stay vigilant in case they start moving out. This is why the base is so important and has been rebuilt multiple times, even after being destroyed. Its presence serves as a crucial line of defense against the dangers that may emerge from the Scar. They didn't stay long, but took the opportunity to ask the station soldiers about the current conditions and any dangers to be aware of, offering some money in exchange for information.as for the people. They weren't surprised someone was trying to go to such a dangerous place to die. There are always people like them who came here either to run from someone or try to find treasure. The soldiers, grateful for the extra wealth, shared what they knew, warning them about the unpredictable movements of the creatures within the Abyssal Scar that were corroded by the weird, peculiar energy of despair and blood to turn into abominations and countless bloodthirsty criminals who hide there from the world. Knowing all of this, they finally entered the Abyssal Scar, which was a massive valley-like place filled with an aura of blood and slaughter. After just entering the place, can feel the change in aura and smell blood. The oppressive atmosphere hit them like a wave. The very air seemed to hum with the remnants of ancient battles, thick with the stench of blood and death. Every step they took echoed eerily through the hollowed, jagged landscape. Twisted remnants of what might have once been. Trees now resembled gnarled bones, and the ground beneath them felt brittle and unstable. Apollo and Pussy King on his shoulders felt something. Caleb, his sword ready at his side, scanned their surroundings. There's something wrong with this place that I can feel it, like the land itself is watching us. Aliona nodded slightly. It's more than just the creatures we need to worry about. The aura here could affect our minds if we're not careful. All of them nodded, fully aware of the dangers. They moved forward cautiously, with Lyra taking the lead, as she had a rare skill of sound waves like a sonar. Here, because of the aura of blood and slaughter, they find it difficult to scan the area with their spiritual sense. Even Apollo's spiritual sense cannot feel as far as her. A group seems to be approaching towards us. How many? Caleb quickly asked as Lyra found a group of something approaching them. Lyra closed her eyes for a moment, focusing as her sound wave ability expanded through the dense, corrupted atmosphere. Despite the overwhelming aura of blood and slaughter, her skill was sharp enough to penetrate the chaos, providing her with a clear sense of the surroundings. About 25, she replied after a brief pause, her voice steady. Humanoid, but something's off about them. Caleb's grip tightened on his sword. Abominations? Lyra shook her head slightly. No, they're not like those creatures. These are people, possibly criminals hiding in the Abyssal Scar or robbers that the soldiers at base outside mentioned. Caleb's eyes narrowed as he scanned the area. Desperate people can be more dangerous than monsters. He glanced toward the others. We stay cautious, but prepare for fight that let's not underestimate them. Everyone nodded. Their expression became serious. Got it. We'll take them down if they dare to attack. As they were ready and slowly the group moved ahead, suddenly a beam of energy came from the other side. But they were all alert and weren't ordinary warriors. They all quickly jumped and evaded the energy beam. Boom! The energy beam struck the ground where they had been standing moments before, leaving a smoking crater. The shockwave from the blast rippled through the air, kicking up dust and debris. Apollo, Caleb, and the others landed a little far, their weapons drawn, their eyes scanning for the source of the attack. "Looks like they made the first move," Apollo muttered, his eyes narrowing as he spotted several shadowy figures emerging from the smoke. The figures were hunched and ragged, their eyes gleamed with madness, and they wielded different weapons and enchanted relics, likely stolen from other travelers who had ventured into the abyssal scar. The leader, a tall man with a crazed grin, held a glowing staff, the source of the energy beam that had just missed them. "Look what we have here," the leader sneered, his voice carrying through the eerie stillness. "Fresh meat. Hand over your valuables, or we'll carve you up and take them ourselves." Apollo and others looked at the group and felt their strength, which was very good. The leader himself was a saint, and the rest weren't weak. They were third or fourth rank in strength, but they weren't afraid, as now they had some understanding of their group's strength as they fought against numerous zombies in the Crimson City. Even though they fought in different areas, they still heard about their battle performances. Especially the strength of Apollo and Caleb both showed strong saint level strength and defeated fifth-rank zombies. The leader laughed, his voice a grating cackle. "Oh, we'll see about that." He raised his staff again, the tip glowing ominously, as he prepared another attack. But this time, Apollo was faster. Before the leader could unleash his spell, Apollo vanished, leaving the Pussy King, moving with such speed that he seemed to flicker out of existence. In an instant, he appeared behind the man and punched him. The leader gasped as it was too fast, even for saint standards. He quickly raised his staff to block it. Bang! The collision created a strong shock wave with a loud noise, sending the others beside the leader flying. The robbers didn't even get the time to react as Caleb, Aliona, and others also made their moves and, with shocking strength, beat the shit out of the group of robbers. Not good. The leader wanted to help, but Apollo held him. "No, you are going anywhere." Bang, 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 and fought back with him, but he wasn't matching him in close hand-to-hand fighting and was suppressed. The leader's face contorted in frustration as Apollo's barrage of punches rained down with overwhelming force, not giving him time to release his domain. Each hit landed like a thunderclap, creating shockwaves that reverberated through the air. His staff, once glowing with energy, began to crack under the relentless pressure of Apollo's assault. With a final flurry of punches, Apollo knocked the leader's staff out of his hands, sending it spinning across the battlefield. The leader stumbled backwards, gasping for breath as blood dripped from his mouth. His eyes widened in disbelief as he realized the futility of his situation. "Why, you're a monster!" The leader couldn't believe what had just happened. Apollo had suppressed him so quickly, capturing him alive with nothing but brute force. Though he was a saint, even a newly ascended one with insufficient foundation, he was still a saint. Yet in front of Apollo, he felt like a child being punished by his father for disobedience. The overwhelming difference in power left him stunned. The other robbers found themselves in similar situations. They were leagues below Caleb and the others in strength, and were effortlessly thrashed into submission within seconds. The sheer efficiency and ease of their defeat left them all utterly powerless and humiliated. Caleb sheathed his sword, glancing over at Apollo. "They weren't even worth the trouble," he said, shaking his head. "This place is crawling with desperate fools. If we had to stop for every one of them, it would be troublesome." Aliona, who had been methodically knocking out the last of the robbers, wiped her hands and coldly said, "They were desperate, but that doesn't mean we can let our guard down. The abyssal scar attracts all kinds. Next time, we might not be so lucky." "Okay now, then tell us everything you know. Who is strongest and most dangerous within the abyssal scar?" Apollo asked the robber leader with cold and killing intent, as the answers would decide his and his subordinates' fate. The robber leader's face paled as he felt the weight of Apollo's killing intent, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew there was no escaping this interrogation, and his very life depended on the answers he gave. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he swallowed hard, trying to steady his voice. "I'll tell you everything, I swear," he stammered, his eyes wide with fear. "The abyssal scar. It's home to all kinds of horrors. But the most dangerous ones aren't the creatures. It's the people. Those who survived here for years, they're the real monsters." He paused, trembling under Apollo's gaze before continuing. "The strongest group is led by someone called Blood King, and no one knows his real name. But he's a half-god at least, maybe stronger. Some say he's mastered an ancient blood technique that makes him almost impossible to kill. He controls most of the deeper parts of the abyssal scar, and anyone who tries to challenge him either disappears or gets turned into one of his followers. His men are fanatics. They live for blood and slaughter." In addition to that, there are Mysteries Void, which with spatial magic and Demon King of Power, who are also very strong, not much weaker than Blood King's power. With these, there are many small forces made up of various bloodthirsty criminals and others who also roam this land. Caleb, listening nearby, frowned deeply. Sounds like trouble. Apollo's eyes narrowed slightly at the mention of the void, which, his mind turning. And the creatures? Anything more dangerous than the typical abominations? The leader hesitated, clearly shaken. There are things we don't even have names for. In the deepest parts of the abyssal scar, there are rumors of shadow beasts, creatures that don't belong to this world. Their very presence warps reality around them. Even saints avoid that region. Some say the energy there isn't just blood and despair. It's something older, more evil. The creatures there are twisted, corrupted beyond recognition. Aliona crossed her arms, her expression still calm and cold as she asked the man, "And what about the treasures? Why do so many come here?" The leader shifted nervously. There's talk of ancient relics buried deep in the abyssal scar, artifacts of gods or civilizations long forgotten. But no one's ever returned to confirm it. Those who venture too deep either never come back, or if they do, they're no longer sane. But the lure of those treasures keeps people coming, thinking they'll be the ones to succeed. I can help you all. I know most of the places and hidden dangers within Abyssal Scar, so please don't kill me. Apollo let the silence linger momentarily, weighing the robber's words. His cold gaze never left the leader, and the man scrunched under pressure, knowing that any wrong answer could seal his fate. After a tense moment, Apollo finally spoke, his voice as cold as before. "You're useful, for now, but understand this. If I find out you're lying, you won't live to regret it." The leader nodded frantically, relief mixing with fear. "I swear, I've told you everything I know." Apollo glanced at Caleb and the others. "Let's move that we've wasted enough time here." The group turned, leaving the battered robbers behind, but the leader couldn't shake the feeling that he had narrowly escaped a worse fate. As they ventured deeper into the abyssal scar, the atmosphere grew darker and the energy more oppressive. Nearby is a base of a group of robbers, and we might meet them. The leader robber quickly said. "How is their strength?" Apollo asked. "Similar to us." He quickly replied. "Then it's all right." With that, group continued to move ahead, not caring for the group of robbers. But by luck, they really met the robbers, but this time it was a bloodbath, as these robbers were a bit disgusting as they seemed to take many humans as slaves, whether men or women, and torture them physically and sexually. They naturally didn't give them a chance to live and slaughtered them. They, with taking care of this small trouble, continued to move deeper into the abyssal scar. They met many such robbers, and even some deformed monsters in their way, but they weren't that strong, and they took care of it with their strength. During just a few hours of their journey, they quickly understood how dangerous the abyssal scar truly was. While it might have seemed easy for them to slaughter their way through, that was only because they weren't weak. Had a single grandmaster or even a group of them attempted to traverse this place, most would have likely perished due to the countless threats they encountered. The environment itself, as well as the vicious creatures and numerous bloody killers and robbers lurking within, posed far more trouble than any ordinary warriors could handle. With the robber leader guiding them, they managed to avoid unnecessary confrontations as they ventured deeper into the abyssal scar. However, the oppressive aura surrounding them grew increasingly malevolent, suffocating even those with strong wills. The IT became so intense that even fourth-rank grandmasters with weaker spirits would have found it difficult to maintain their composure. "Lord, are we going to continue to go deeper? Lord, I know you are strong, but the deeper you are, the more dangerous it becomes, and we're already quite deep within. If we continue to go deeper, we might not be able to come back alive." The robber leader couldn't help but say in a crying voice that he really didn't want to die. "Don't worry about that, and just quickly lead us." As they ventured deeper into the abyssal scar, visibility diminished, and an oppressive darkness enveloped them. The air grew thick with a bloody aura of slaughter, seeping into their minds and clouding their thoughts. Even the most disciplined among them began to feel the weight of the malevolent energy as it twisted their senses and threatened to unravel their mental fortitude. The further they pressed on, the more chaotic their thoughts became, making it increasingly difficult to maintain focus and composure in the relentless abyss. One robber seemed to have lost his mind, and his eyes became red that he was ready to attack. But from behind came a hand, and a bitch slapped him, clap, which knocked him out instantly. Look, it already started. The robber leader stopped and interrupted the group, who remained silent, as although they could still maintain their sanity, they were also starting to feel uncomfortable. But just as they were thinking all this, Apollo felt something and was shocked. The space ring on his seemed to be trembling as something wanted to come out of it. He quickly retrieved the key, just in time to prevent it from tearing through his space ring. The old key floated ahead, glowing brilliantly as it dispersed the oppressive aura of blood and slaughter that had enveloped them. The group was visibly relieved as the heavy atmosphere cleared. All eyes turned to the floating key, now illuminating a path with an almost otherworldly glow. Curiosity filled their faces as they marveled at the mysterious item. Apollo, equally surprised, stared at the key was unmistakably the one given to him by City Lord Rex. He hadn't expected it to reveal its magical properties so suddenly. "Brother Apollo, what kind of key is this?" Caleb, after being surprised, asked, looking at the floating key. "Sigh. I also don't know. If I had known, I would have taken out early. Why wait?" Apollo said, looking at the mysterious floating key and thinking about City Lord Rex and his reason. At that moment, the key's glow intensified, casting a brilliant light around them. Before they could react, it began to move on its own, floating steadily forward as if drawn by an unseen force. The group exchanged quick glances, then followed the key. Understanding that it was guiding them towards something, they quickly began to follow the mysterious key, understanding that they had little choice in the matter. Although they had no idea where it was leading them, the path it carved through the oppressive atmosphere was undeniable. With the key guiding their way, the overwhelming aura of bloodlust and slaughter that could drive even the strongest warriors mad seemed to dissolve, melting away as it approached the glowing key. After some moments, they arrived at the deepest part of the abyssal scar, where even breathing should be difficult for them. But with the protection of the key, they arrived safely. Not to mention that it seems that even those countless abominations and shadow beasts that were crawling here seemed to not dare to come close to them. The key suddenly halted in its path and erupted with a force so powerful and mysterious that it reverberated throughout the entire abyssal scar, shaking it to its core. Boom! At the center of the abyssal scar, something stirred. The force of the explosion seemed to trigger a reaction from deep within the land, causing a presence to emerge that struck terror into the hearts of everyone within the scar. A chilling aura swept through the surroundings, hinting at an ancient and terrifying power that had just been awakened. The ground beneath them trembled violently, deep fissures spiderwebbing across the scarred land as an ominous hum filled the air. Everyone instinctively braced themselves, their hands reaching for weapons and their eyes scanning for threats in every direction. Even Apollo, who rarely showed signs of concern, narrowed his eyes as he sensed the powerful, ancient force awakening deep within the abyssal scar. The key, now glowing with an intense, blinding light, hovered in the air as though it were performing some kind of ritual. Its radiance pierced through the thick aura of bloodlust and despair that clung to the deepest part of the abyssal scar, creating a protective barrier around Apollo and his companions. What just happened? All of them were shocked as they looked at the erupting energy, but Apollo's gaze was locked on the key, which had come to a stop as slowly a path seemed to appear ahead of them and seemed to lead to a large stone platform now emerging from the earth. Symbols and runes, ancient and unfamiliar, began glowing across its surface as the key's light intensified. Like at the same time, the entire abyssal scar was in turmoil, as something like this never happened before, even in thousands of years. In a corner, amidst a vast pool of blood, a figure slowly opened his eyes, glancing toward the heart of the abyssal scar with fierce excitement. "Finally, it has appeared," he murmured, without another word. His form vanished, moving swiftly toward the source of the disturbance. Elsewhere, in a fractured space and a dark, ravaged valley, two more figures emerged, who seemed to feel clear as their eyes filled with both excitement and intrigue. One of them effortlessly phased through space, while another tore through everything in its path, forcefully heading toward the same destination. The stone platform continued to rise, bringing with it 5 colossal statues, each towering like a mountain. Each statue had a unique form and appeared to encircle the platform, as though they were meant to suppress something hidden within it. 4 of the statues stood at the 4 corners, each emanating an aura of power and mystery. The center, the largest statue, a mighty dragon, loomed above the stone platform, its gaze eternally fixed upon it, as if guarding a secret that lay beneath. Apollo's eyes narrowed as the path formed before them, leading directly to the now fully emerged stone platform. The glowing symbols and runes illuminated the area with an eerie, ancient light, their meaning lost to time, yet radiating a palpable power that even Apollo found himself wary of. The entire abyssal scar seemed to be reacting to the platform's awakening. Winds howled, the ground rumbled, and an oppressive aura filled the air. "Look at those statues," Caleb whispered, his voice barely audible against the cacophony of energies surrounding them. "They feel alive." Apollo nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 5 colossal statues encircling the platform. Each statue was a masterpiece of ancient craftsmanship, depicting forms that represented mysterious forces. But it was the central statue, the dragon, that truly dominated the scene. Towering above them, its intricately carved scales glistened with a lifelike sheen. Its eyes, carved from some unknown gemstone, glowed a deep crimson as they stared down at the platform. The dragon's stance was regal, both majestic and intimidating, as if daring anyone to approach what it guarded. "It feels like they're protecting something," Aliona murmured, and others also instinctively took a step back. Or suppressing it. Apollo remained silent, his eyes fixed on the platform. The floating key filled with urgent energy, compelling him to move forward. He could sense that something monumental was hidden beneath the stone surface, a force that had lain dormant for thousands of years, waiting for this very moment. Ding. Special trial, second task. Find the tomb of outer god Anaric. Status completed. Reward: 5,000 sky points, 500 each trialist. What? Immediately, all of them heard the message and couldn't help but be surprised that they really found the outer god in Eric's tomb and suddenly completed the second task. But they didn't have time to be happy about their success, as they again heard the cold mechanical voice in their heads. Special trial, final task. Release the outer god Anaric. What the fuck? Looking at the task, whether it was Apollo, Caleb, or others, they were all surprised, as it seems their task seems to have become a bit twisted. The first task had been straightforward and manageable. The second was slightly tricky but harmless. However, this third task was different. It was asking them to release the outer god Anaric, a being that had once been part of an invading force that nearly destroyed this world. From saving a city to suddenly being asked to unleash a catastrophe upon the world, doubts began to surface in their minds. Were they truly the heroes in this story, or were they unwittingly becoming the harbingers of doom? Many within the abyssal scar sensed the surge of power and began to converge on its source. Even the countless abominations and shadow beasts crept forward, drawn to the area like moths to a flame. Yet, despite their menacing presence, they kept their distance. The mysterious key and the aura surrounding it acted as a barrier, preventing them from coming close to their group. As they were thinking about what to do about the task, others started to appear here, as the aura of slaughter and blood started to regress and slowly was being absorbed by the floating ring. Tyr. The first to appear was a woman who seemed to materialize by tearing through space, startling Apollo and the others. Her sudden arrival caught them off guard, leaving them momentarily speechless as they tried to gauge her strength and intentions. She exuded a presence that was both enchanting and dangerous. Her long, dark hair cascaded down her back, framing a face of mature beauty that radiated both elegance and strength. The woman seemed to have beautiful, mature beauty with a seductive figure, a perfect MILF beauty that countless young boys dreamed of. Apollo and his companions quickly composed themselves, their senses heightening in response to the woman's abrupt entrance. Her piercing gaze swept across the group, eyes gleaming with intelligence and something more predatory, like a lioness sizing up potential prey. That Apollo's eyes narrowed as he studied her. Sensing an aura that was far from ordinary, he felt great pressure, and his expression couldn't help but become grave. VVV, Void Witch. The robber leader seemed to recognize her and quickly spoke in a horrified, shaky voice. His face paled as he took an instinctive step back, fear evident in his eyes. Well, she purred, her voice smooth as silk with a hint of mockery. "It seems I'm not the first to arrive at the heart of the abyssal scar." Her eyes lingered on Apollo as she felt the weak law of space on him, a flicker of recognition crossing her features as she assessed him. Apollo and others were alert and looked at her with their tense expressions, especially Apollo, who, with sharp senses and spiritual sense, saw how unfathomably strong she was. The aura on her was similar to the old man from the Sacred Light Empire that he saw during the gathering of Hunter City. And he knows that old man was half god and peak one at that, meaning she might also be at the same level. He had confidence that if he went all out, he might be able to face a newly promoted half-god, but he didn't have any chance against peak half-god unless he transformed into demon god form. They were looking at her, the void which was also looking at them, especially the floating key that was gathering the entire aura of the abyssal scar. But she felt something, and her face changed as another massive aura appeared from the sky and landed beside them. Bang. A wave of blood surged forth like a tsunami, revealing a towering figure standing 7 feet tall. His crimson eyes gleamed with an evil light, and chains draped across his muscular frame, clanking with every step. The air grew heavy with his presence, so oppressive that Apollo and the others felt their blood heat up, almost as if it were boiling inside their veins. "TSK, so you came too," the Void Witch muttered, her expression darkening at the sight of the new arrival. "A Blood King!" the robber leader screamed, his voice quivering. "We're done. Finished. We're all going to die." His shoulders slumped in defeat, the hope draining from his face as he stared at the two overwhelmingly powerful figures before them. Apollo and the others ignored the terror-stricken expressions on the robbers' faces, their focus solely on the two powerful figures standing before them. "Since you are here, that other idiot should be coming soon," the Void Witch murmured, annoyance flickering across her face, as if on cue. They all felt an oppressive, powerful aura approaching that it was like a bulldozer, raising everything in its path with an unstoppable force. Bang! 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 In mere seconds, a monstrous being, towering 20 feet tall and several feet wide, emerged. At it radiated an aura of sheer power and strength, so palpable that even its slightest movements conveyed a terrifying message. No matter what stood before it, it would be torn apart effortlessly by its sheer might. Seeing this, Apollo and others look at the leader robber, who was quite the commentator, expecting the answers for him and confirming their guess. "Ah," the robber leader exhaled, noticing everyone's eyes fixed on him. Realizing what they wanted to know, he decided to speak. After all, with two monsters already here, the arrival of a third hardly changed his grim fate. He had already resigned himself to his impending death. "It is the Demon King," he revealed, his voice now strangely calm. He had already reached the peak of panic. There was no room left for further terror. Hearing this, they all knew that the big three of the Abyssal Scar were present there. "Give the key." Blood King seemed to not care about anything. But from the moment he appeared, his eyes were always on the floating key. He was ready to make his move, but suddenly an ultimate force descended on him and compressed the space around him, stopping him in his tracks. "Nah, you are not getting that." Void Witch made her move to stop Blood King. But at that moment, the Demon King jumped toward Apollo and the others. "Damn, move. Apollo quickly took the floating key, and they quickly scattered, scrambling to evade the towering behemoth's powerful charge. The ground quaked beneath them as the Demon King hurtled forward, each of his footsteps causing deep craters to form in the stone platform. Apollo barely managed to roll aside, the air around him violently swirling as the behemoth's gigantic form shot past, missing him by mere inches. Bang! On the other side, space shuddered again as the Blood King, sensing the Void Witch's interference, unleashed a shockwave of blood energy to break free from space confinement. The wave of blood surged toward her, tearing through the air with a sinister hiss. The Void Witch, however, stood her ground, weaving her hands through the I in an instant. The space around her twisted, swallowing the blood wave into a spatial vortex, leaving her unharmed. "You're not getting that key, Blood King," she hissed, her eyes narrowing with dark determination. With a swift motion, she compressed the space around the Blood King even further, forming an invisible prison that crackled with raw energy. Immediately after, she teleported and appeared beside Apollo, who was clutching the glowing key, having just narrowly evaded the Demon King. "Give it to me, kid," she demanded, reaching to snatch the key from Apollo's grasp. At the same time, the Demon King noticed her and lunged in their direction. Aiming to intercept her, to her surprise, Apollo vanished, reappearing 100 meters away in the blink of an eye, putting a considerable distance between them. He had used his blink spell to escape. "Damn," she cursed, realizing too late that she had overlooked the faint trace of space laws emanating from him. "Bitch!" Blood King also quickly freed himself and became angry, as he was stopped 2 consecutive times. "Die!" he roared, his fury erupting as he launched a massive blood spear at the same time as the Demon King. Boom! Boom! The 2 colossal attacks landed simultaneously on her, creating a cataclysmic explosion that sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Apollo and the others were blasted away, thrown far from the impact's epicenter by the sheer force of the blast. But at the center, the Void, which was still safe as the space around her was twitter and torn, but she was all right, like the attack never landed on her. Far away Apollo, who just somehow survived, couldn't help but be confused as to what to do with this key and why they were behind it. If they wanted to revive the outer god, he would gladly give them. He was already prepared to be the bad guy here. But couldn't they know? Reviving one of the greatest enemies of this world wouldn't do them any good? Or, they don't know and have other reasons. Bitch, you are not going anywhere. Blood King said as he looked at her. You both should step aside. It belongs to me. I carry the noble blood of the Lord. It is rightfully mine. The Demon King declared, his voice echoing with sinister authority as he joined the fray. You two are nothing but foolish men, undeserving of anything. The void which snapped back, refusing to back down. The three powerhouses stood in a tense standoff, their eyes locked on one another. They didn't even spare a glance at Apollo and the others, dismissing them as mere ants unworthy of their concern. Stop! The sudden shout echoed through the chaotic atmosphere, startling even the mighty beings of the abyssal scar. The confrontation came to an abrupt halt as they all turned towards the source of the voice. You three want the key. We get a T.so. How about we use it directly instead of wasting time fighting over it? What do you say? The tense silence that followed Apollo's proposal was palpable. The three powerhouses, Blood King, Demon King, and Void Witch, glared at him, their expressions a mix of surprise, suspicion, and amusement. The air crackled with their collective power, threatening to unleash chaos at any moment. Use it directly? The Void Witch finally sneered, her eyes narrowing dangerously. And what makes you think a mere insect like you has the authority to make such a suggestion? Her tone was laced with disdain, but there was a flicker of curiosity in her gaze. Blood King, his eyes blazing with malice, crossed his arms, the blood spear dissipating into a crimson mist. Bold words, boy, he growled, his voice vibrating with suppressed rage. Why should we listen to you? What's stopping us from tearing you apart and taking it by force? The Demon King tilted his massive head, a smirk curling on his lips. Let the child speak, he rumbled, his voice deep and commanding. I'm intrigued. How do you propose we use the key, little one? Apollo took a deep breath, steadying himself as the attention of these three monstrous beings weighed down on him. He could feel the intensity of their combined auras, each one far beyond his current capabilities. You three are indeed very strong, Apollo continued, his voice steady despite the overwhelming presence of the three figures. But a winner among you cannot be decided in just a few minutes. You all know that why waste your time? The three powerhouses remained silent, their eyes locked on him, listening intently. The noise this key made when it appeared must have already reached outside the abyssal scar. It won't be long before forces from beyond come rushing here. Instead of fighting among yourselves, why not focus on opening whatever is hidden here? He took a breath, trying to maintain his composure. Anyway, we're far too weak compared to you three. We're not the problems here. Why not make use of this key now? The Void Witch's eyes narrowed as she studied Apollo, clearly contemplating his words. Her lips curled into a faint, mocking smile, though the cold gleam in her eyes betrayed her wariness. Clever boy, she muttered, her voice dripping with a mix of amusement and calculation. You're not wrong. Prolonging this fight will only draw unwanted attention. Blood King let out a low growl, his crimson eyes flickering toward the horizon as if sensing the encroaching forces Apollo had alluded to. His anger simmered beneath the surface, but he too seemed to acknowledge the truth in Apollo's proposal. Find it, I agree. The Demon King's massive frame shook as he laughed, the sound deep and rumbling. You're amusing, little one, he said, his gaze never leaving the key. I'll play along for now. Hearing Apollo's words, the three figures exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable. After a tense moment, they nodded in agreement. Apollo finally sighed in relief, feeling the weight of the situation ease off his shoulders. Caleb, Aliona, and the others also let out a collective sigh, quickly moving to stand beside him. They didn't oppose Apollo's plan. In fact, they supported it wholeheartedly. Their mission was clear. Release the outer god. Regardless of how villainous it might seem, they were not soft-hearted. Ruthlessness was sometimes necessary. Besides, failing to complete the trial meant they could be stuck in this world indefinitely, a fate none of them were willing to accept. Apollo and the others quickly moved forward, the mysterious key still glowing in his grasp. Behind them, the three big bosses of the abyssal scar followed, each casting wary glances at the others, their tension palpable, step by step. They finally arrived near the stone platform, surrounded by the five colossal statues on the stone platform. There was a small keyhole, and Apollo immediately knew what to do with the key. Apollo stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the keyhole in the center of the stone platform. His heart raced, but he kept his expression calm and focused. Beside him, Caleb, Aliona, and others stood ready, their eyes scanning the surroundings. The three powerhouses, Void Witch, Blood King, and Demon King, watched him intently. Their eyes glinted with a mix of anticipation and wariness. As they were here for the key's power. Do it, all three of them urged, their voice a cold whisper that sent chills down Apollo's spine. Apollo glanced back at his companions, who gave him small nods of encouragement. Then, taking a deep breath, he raised the glowing key above the keyhole. For a moment, it vibrated violently in his grasp, as if sensing the culmination of its purpose. With a final push, he inserted the key into the keyhole. Click! A resounding noise echoed through the place as the key settled into place. Immediately, the 5 colossal statues surrounding the platform began to glow, their eyes lighting up with a mystical energy that shot upward, forming a dome-like barrier around the area. Runes inscribed on the stone's surface blazed to life, illuminating intricate patterns that spiraled outward. The platform began to tremble as ancient mechanisms deep below the ground started to grind and shift, but a low, rumbling hum filled the air, and the entire space vibrated with a growing intensity. Apollo stepped back, feeling the platform's energy surge beneath his feet. The key began to spin rapidly within the keyhole, emitting a beam of light that shot directly into the sky. The beam pierced through the swirling darkness above, creating a tear in the void. From that tear, an oppressive force surged forth, slamming into everyone like a tidal wave. Apollo staggered, gritting his teeth as he braced against the force. The others, too, struggled to remain standing as the ancient power pressed down on them. And such a situation wasn't just felt by the life forms in the abyssal scar, but the entire continent felt it, something ominous and terrifying. Crack! A fissure split open in the center of the platform, revealing a dark abyss. A bone-chilling cold seeped out, accompanied by the faint whisper of an ancient language that none of them understood. The statues around them changed. Slowly, cracks started to appear on them as they seemed unable to hold anymore. Crack! Crack! One after another, cracks began to increase. And in a matter of moments, of the 5 colossal statues, crumbled. Boom! With the key in place, the bloodthirsty aura that had filled the air began to subside. The chaotic energies swirling around the stone platform calmed, and the oppressive atmosphere slowly lifted. The shocking phenomenon that had engulfed the abyssal scar vanished, bringing an eerie stillness to the continent, which remained like that for a few seconds that felt like an eternity for them as they waited. That's it, the robber leader murmured, his voice filled with confusion that a few seconds had passed, but nothing seemed to happen after the platform's activation. As the energy gathered, a loud heartbeat sound appeared that made the sky and earth tremble. Boom! 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 With that sound, something began to rise from the depths of the abyss. At first, it was merely a dark silhouette, amorphous and shadowy, but as it ascended, it started to take form, a massive figure, clad in a tattered cloak that billowed around it like a storm. Whether it was the Dragonair or fallen god continents, but continents were trembling. No, that one was awakened. Quick call everyone, we have to stop it. One after another, mysterious powerhouses who had been in seclusion or hidden away began to stir. Their awakening signaled a brewing storm within the Azure Dragon world. All eyes turned toward the abyssal scar, now enveloped in a dark and bloody aura that seemed to reach up and shake the very heavens, but a sense of impending chaos filled the air, hinting that something monumental was about to unfold. Apollo's and the group of trialists' eyes widened as he saw it. A colossal being with a twisted, skeletal face, eyes glowing with an eerie light that held both wisdom and malevolence. Its presence radiated an overwhelming aura of ancient power, one that made even the mighty Blood King, Void Witch, and Demon King tense up. They had sought power, but now, in its presence, they could feel just how insignificant they were in comparison. Why the hell hasn't the task been completed? Didn't we free the outer god Anaric? Or did we just free something else? Aiden, one of the men Caleb had brought along, blurted out with all his strength. His voice was strained, his body trembling under the immense pressure. The aura surrounding them was overwhelming, crushing their bones and spirit with its sheer intensity. Even standing was becoming a monumental task. Apollo, equally confused but calm, glanced at the others. Who knows? This is beyond our understanding. What you say? He asked the Pussy King on his soldiers, who were looking at the powerful entity that was slowly manifesting itself. Meow. You'll find out soon enough. Calm down a bit, and try not to shit yourself. That you'll probably be fine. Pussy King replied nonchalantly, his tail flicking with amusement. Apollo was even more confused by the cryptic response, but with no other choice, he could only wait, his eyes fixed on the ominous aura ahead. The uncertainty gnawed at him, yet all he could do was brace himself for whatever was about to unfold. Others also heard the words between Apollo and Pussy King and braced themselves, as although they didn't know how mysterious the cat is, they knew it was strong, and Apollo seems to take his words seriously. The entity figure finally fully materialized as its gaze swept across the platform. Landing on each of them in turn, Ikati seemed to be judging, measuring their worth. When its eyes locked on Apollo, a shiver ran down his spine. The entity then turned its gaze toward Pussy King, who remained unfazed, staring back with an unsettling calmness. There was a flicker of surprise in the entity's eyes, as if it hadn't expected to see something that IT seemed to mutter something in a language incomprehensible to everyone else. However, Pussy King's expression subtly shifted, a mysterious smile forming on his face, which was unnoticed by anyone except Apollo. Behind them, the Blood King suddenly dropped to his knees, a motion that sent shockwaves through the surroundings and caught everyone off guard, including the other two bosses of the Abyssal Scar. "Congratulations on your return to freedom, Lord Anaric," he proclaimed, his voice reverberating with a mix of awe and reverence. The Void Witch and the Demon King exchanged shocked glances, clearly unsettled by the unexpected display of submission from the Blood King, as he seemed to know about the almighty figure. The two of them were filled with a flicker of terror. They had only heard rumors of an unimaginable treasure within the Abyssal Scar, one that could grant immense power, that IT was said. That even the gods were somehow unable to enter, making the Abyssal Scar a sanctuary for those like them, allowing them to hide from the relentless hunting of other forces on the continent. But now they realized things were far from simple. The legends and secrets of the Abyssal Scar seemed to hold truths far deeper than they had ever imagined. Blood King was the oldest one among the three and seems to have always been here and lived in the Abyssal Scar. They even never heard about him outside. But now they think everything about him is weird, as how could someone like him wouldn't be famous or infamous? It was all a conspiracy. Everything about him was a lie. You survived this long. You are quite surprisingly tenacious. The newly freed figure finally spoke, its voice reverberating through the air with chilling authority. "I was merely waiting for the Lord's return. Nothing more," the Blood King quickly replied, his tone filled with reverence. He remained on his knees, his head bowed low in a display of absolute loyalty. Outside the Abyssal Scar, numerous warriors gathered as large warships arrived one after another, packed with countless fighters ready for battle. High above, the strongest among them floated in the sky, their eyes locked onto the dark, foreboding aura that cloaked the Abyssal Scar like impenetrable armor. With grim determination, they unleashed world-shattering attacks, each strike powerful enough to flatten mountains. Yet their efforts seemed futile. The dark aura absorbed or deflected every assault, leaving their path stubbornly sealed. "Damn, we can't get inside. What are we supposed to do? If this continues, the being will fully regain its strength, and then it will be catastrophic for us." One of the strongest warriors from an ancient force, an ancestor who had arrived first, exclaimed in frustration. His eyes were filled with urgency, recognizing the impending disaster that loomed if they failed to break through. Slowly, with time, more and more unfathomable guise started to appear, tearing through space and shrouding the world with heaven-shaking auras. Within the Abyssal Scar, God Anaric's strength continued to swell, his power rising ominously. Even after 10,000 years, your determination for revenge hasn't weakened. Very well, he mused, his voice carrying an ancient, icy authority. Since you remain steadfast, I shall grant you the chance for your revenge. With a mere gesture, God Anaric pointed his finger at the Blood King. A narrow beam of light shot forth, piercing into the Blood King's body. Instantly, he erupted with unimaginable power. His aura surged violently, shattering previous limits, and even breaking through a barrier that marked the threshold of a peak half-god. The space around him shattered, and he seemed to have been reborn. His entire physique and aura seemed to have changed, as it was now filled with a transcendent feel. Whether it was Apollo, Caleb, the Void Witch, or even the Demon King, they all stood in stunned silence, eyes wide with disbelief. God Anaric had just elevated the Blood King to a level above half-god with a mere flick of his finger, as if it were nothing more than child's play. The impossibility of it all rattled them. Create a being of such immense power in mere moments was beyond anything they had ever known or even imagined. Questions raced through their minds. How strong is this god? What kind of power does he truly possess? This was power far beyond their comprehension, something that shook the very foundations of their understanding of strength and magic. Outside the Abyssal Scar, the true rulers of this world, the pure dragon race, finally appeared. Their numbers were few, barely over 100, but each one radiated an aura of immense power, rivaling the might of the Blood King even before his recent transformation. Among them, 10 dragons stood out, their presence far surpassing the others. Each of these 10 possessed an aura that exceeded that of a half-god, indicating they were among the pinnacle of power in this world. However, it was their leader who truly commanded attention that I in a semi-human form, a perfect blend of dragon and human features. His towering presence seemed to shoulder the sky itself. His very aura crackled with raw power, hinting at an unfathomable strength as his sharp, golden eyes gazed toward the abyssal scar. The air around him trembled, and those beneath him couldn't help but feel an instinctual fear. This was a force that could not be ignored. Activate Ancestor's power. The half-dragon-formed leader immediately seemed to crush something and activate some hidden power. Boom. Within the abyssal scar, God Anaric felt something and looked at the remaining dragon statue, whose eyes suddenly started to glow with green light. Within the abyssal scar, an eerie silence descended as God Anaric's gaze fixed on the glowing eyes of the last dragon statue. Ah, so the dragons finally choose to interfere. Is it your last card? How amusing. In response, the statue began to tremble violently. The green light within its eyes expanded, forming intricate patterns that spread across its stony surface. Ancient runes emerged, glistening with a radiant brilliance that rivaled the sun. Slowly, the statue started to crack, releasing bursts of energy that reverberated through the entire region and seemed to come alive. A huge green-scaled dragon hundreds of meters long seems to appear ahead of him, shaking the entire abyssal scar with its aura. The colossal dragon, its scales glistening with an emerald hue, loomed high above, casting a shadow that swallowed the entire abyssal scar. Its eyes, the same vivid green that had once glowed from the statue, now radiated ancient wisdom and fury as it emerged from the cracks of the statue. Its very presence caused the air to vibrate with an ominous energy that a low, rumbling growl emanated from its throat, growing in intensity until it became a deafening roar that shook the world around them. The sound surged like a tidal wave, crashing through the land. Inside the scar, God Anaric watched the dragon's appearance with a glimmer of amusement in his hollow eyes. So, you've awakened the remnants of the ancestor dragon's power to stand against me. He mused, his voice carrying both mockery and a hint of admiration. The dragon's gaze locked onto God Anaric, a piercing stare filled with unyielding defiance. Its body radiated a celestial aura that countered the darkness seeping from Anaric, forming an invisible boundary between them. Apollo, Caleb, Aliona, and other trialists felt the intensity of the dragon's presence in their bones. Not only them, but the entire living beings within the abyssal scar felt crushed as their auras collided. With a slow, deliberate motion, Anaric extended his arms outward, his expression cold and commanding. From the depths of the abyssal scar, an unknown, malevolent aura began to surge forth. Spreading rapidly like a dark mist, it exuded a sinister power that made the very air feel suffocating. What is this? What is happening? No, the robber leader cried out, his voice quaking with panic. His subordinates, forced to the ground by the sheer pressure, trembled in terror. The dark aura swirled around them, its tendrils creeping into their bodies that greedily latched onto their life force, slowly draining away their vitality. They struggled, clawing at the earth in a desperate attempt to break free, but it was futile. Apollo and the other trialists looked on in shock, their eyes wide with confusion. Unlike the robbers, they felt nothing from the dark aura that washed over them like a gust of wind, leaving them untouched. Yet a sinister feeling lingered in the air, pressing down on their spirits. The situation was even more dire for the Demon King and Void Witch. Horror painted their faces as they realized what was happening. They tried to move to escape the creeping aura, but to no avail. The dark power had locked them in place, immobilizing them as if they were trapped within invisible chains, and no matter how much they struggled, their bodies refused to obey, leaving them at the mercy of Anaric's will. But this wasn't just happening to the few of them. The life forms in the entire abyssal scar were feeling the same, as their lives were being devoured by a mysterious force, and they could only slowly feel the coming of their death. Only Apollo's group and Blood King were all right within this horrendous energy of doom. With a slow, deliberate motion, Anaric extended his arms outward. Darkness surged around him, condensing into massive, shadowy chains that slithered forward, aiming to ensnare the dragon. In response, the dragon opened its maw, and a glowing orb of green energy formed within its mouth. In an instant, The energy condensed further into a blinding beam that shot out, tearing through the space between them. The beam collided with the chains, erupting in an explosion of light and shadow that rattled the very foundation of the abyssal scar. A shockwave surged outward, causing the ground to split and sending debris flying in all directions. Apollo and the others were also forced to the ground and shielded their eyes from the sheer brilliance, their hearts pounding in sync with the vibrations of the battle. But mysterious energy seemed to protect them from destructive energy. The explosion was cataclysmic, a force of nature that annihilated nearly every living being within the abyssal scar. In a blinding flash of destructive power, millions of lives were snuffed out, their remains obliterated without a trace. The ground quaked and the sky darkened, echoing the devastation wrought by the collision. As the dust settled, an eerie silence filled the air. The once abyssal scar, filled with countless horrifying creatures and criminals, was now a desolate wasteland, its landscape marred by the blast's intensity. Only a few remained, alive amidst the aftermath: Apollo, the other trialists, and Blood King. Even the dark, armor-like barrier surrounding the abyssal scar seems to have dissipated after the attack, leaving an unsettling quiet. The world around them had changed. The color seemed to drain from the environment, turning the land into a gray, lifeless expanse that was as if the explosion had not only obliterated life, but had sucked the essence from the world itself. For a moment, nothing moved. The oppressive stillness pressed down on them all, a grim reminder of the destructive power that had just been unleashed. As the dust settled, an eerie silence descended upon the land. The air was thick with the aftermath of destruction, an oppressive stillness that clung to every surface. Slowly, figures began to emerge from the shadows and rubble. Apollo and the other trialists, bruised and battered, stood alongside the Blood King. Their eyes were wide, reflecting a mixture of horror and awe. They gazed upward, where the calm, levitating figure of God Anaric hovered in the sky. He exuded an aura of unassailable power, his demeanor as tranquil as a calm sea, untouched by the mass slaughter he had just enacted. There wasn't a hint of remorse or satisfaction in his expression, only a cold indifference, as if the act of ending millions of lives was as trivial as breathing. The eerie aura enveloping the abyssal scar disappeared and was swallowed by God Anaric, leaving the land without any form of energy and transforming it into a desolate land with nothing, neither grass plants, trees, nor even a single life. After all these, finally, the God Anaric aura seemed to have become stable, and the sky-shattering oppressive feeling disappeared, leaving a calm and silent aura that seemed to have merged with the world. Even it gave the feeling like he was a weak mortal, which is the horrifying thing. The gap between them and the figure above was beyond comprehension. That it wasn't merely a chasm. It was an endless void. No matter how hard they strained his senses, they couldn't grasp even a fraction of God Anaric's power. The difference between them was so vast that it became immeasurable, leaving them feeling like nothing. Apollo also couldn't sense an ounce of power from him, even though he was levitating right in front of him. Yet, with that transcendent presence, they knew that the God Anaric had returned to his peak, a peak where the world itself trembled beneath his power, at a peak strength where his mere presence could make the world shudder, where the laws of existence themselves seemed to bow before his might. Special trial, final task. Release the outer God Anaric. Status completed. Reward 8,000 sky points, 800 each trialist. Fucking finally. They murmured in happiness as they finally heard the mechanical voice of task completion. Teleportation begins in 3. When they were feeling happy, the sky suddenly became crowded as hundreds of unimaginably powerful auras appeared, trying to oppress God Anaric. Their aura made Apollo and others tremble, and their soul and body were shaking in fear. Die, all of you! The leading half-dragon figure roared, launching his attack. But to everyone's shock, his target wasn't God Anaric. Instead, he aimed directly at Apollo and the other trialists. From his perspective, anyone still alive within the abyssal scar must have had some connection to God Anaric. Fueled by rage and a thirst for revenge, he sought to strike them down first. The air crackled with his power as his colossal form surged toward them, claws extended, ready to obliterate anything in his path. Fuck you. They couldn't help but curse this shitty dragon, as he cannot mess with God Anaric. So he wanted to mess with them as being soft permission. They were paralyzed with terror, as the power of the incoming claw strike surpassed anything they could comprehend. The oppressive aura pressed down on them, freezing them in place, and all they could do was brace themselves for the inevitable death that loomed ever closer. Even Apollo, usually composed, felt fear clutching at him. The sheer force of the claw. Strike was beyond his limits. If it struck, he would die instantly. Despite his fear, Apollo readied himself for a desperate transformation. He wasn't one to give up so easily, especially with Pussy King lying on his shoulder, who he believed had a trick up his sleeve to survive the impossible. "Kid, don't try anything stupid. Someone will stop the attack for us," Pussy King transmitted into his mind. Surprising Apollo, he hesitated but finally trusted the words of his cocky cat companion despite the deadly situation. Caleb on the other side was also ready to use his trump card left by the Elder, which was the only way they might have hoped to survive, not knowing anything about the exchange of words between Apollo and Pussy King as the countdown for teleporting is going on. But just as he was about to activate it, something shocking happened. God Anaric, who was calmly standing in the sky, made his move. To everyone's surprised, he waved his hand, a black hand of law, as the mountain appeared and collided with the half-human dragon's claw, stopping it in its path. Boom! A thunderous boom reverberated through the atmosphere, splitting the air with the force of the collision. The black hand of law, massive and foreboding, clashed with the half-dragon's claw, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The earth beneath them cracked and splintered, the aftershock of their clash turning the desolate land into a sea of debris. The half-dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated God Anaric's intervention. His momentum ground to a halt, the force of the black hand pushing him back through the sky, his mighty claw unable to break through its ominous grip, with an air of chilling indifference. God Anaric remained motionless, his eyes as hollow and cold as ever. There was no trace of exertion on his face to owe him. This was less than a trivial effort, an idle flick of his fingers to swat away an annoying fly. His gaze flicked momentarily to the half-dragon, not with malice but with a profound disinterest. "Scram," he muttered, his voice soft but carrying the weight of a command that brooked no defiance. The black hand suddenly surged forward, shattering the half-dragon's defense. The half-dragon let out a roar of agony as he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into the earth below with a resounding thud that shook the entire region. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the battlefield in a thick cloud. Apollo, Caleb, Aliona, and the others stood frozen, the oppressive aura of the dragons. Assault dissipating in an instant. Relief washed over them, yet a deeper sense of terror took its place seeing the power of God Anaric. "Holy, did he just—" Caleb stammered, his voice trembling as he just somehow stood straight and stared at the dissipating black hand. All of them were surprised, as not only before, but it seemed to God Anaric saved their lives. Even though he didn't look like someone who would be glad to release them and help them, as he just a minute ago slaughtered 1,000,000 that Apollo himself was also thinking this, and couldn't help looking at the Pussy King, who seems to know this from before and knew many secrets that he couldn't understand. His eyes flicked toward the sky, watching as the other powerful entities now hesitated to move forward. They had arrived in force, each of them with an aura that could dominate a battlefield. Yet, against this godly figure, they paused, reconsidering their next move. The oppressive silence that followed was shattered by the sound of a mechanical voice in Apollo's mind. "Teleportation begins in 2. We might actually make it out alive," Aliona whispered, her voice barely audible over the pounding of their hearts. God Anaric's gaze turned downward, locking onto Apollo and the other trialists. His eyes, ancient and unfathomable, bore into them as if peering through their very souls. "So weak," he murmured, his voice carrying a hint of melancholy. "Become strong. Time is running out." They all heard the weird word from the God Anaric, and they felt melancholy, a bit of sadness in his eyes as he said these words, shocking them. Teleportation begins in 0. The air around them shimmered, and Apollo felt the familiar pull of teleportation magic. He tugged at every fiber of his being, urging him away from this forsaken land. In those final moments, he kept his eyes locked on God Anaric, a mixture of fear, awe, and confusion surging within him as he really wanted to know what time was running out and what their connection was. Until next time, Apollo whispered. With a flash of light, the trialists disappeared from the abyssal scar, leaving behind the battered landscape and the silent figure of God Anaric, who continued to hover in the sky. He turned his gaze upward, where the other entities still loomed, their auras wavering in uncertainty. "Now, since you lizards and bugs are here, become my nourishment as payback for 10,000 years of suppression." His voice echoed, deep and ominous, like the tolling of a death knell, and with that a world-shattering battle began, one that shook the entire continent and threatened to turn the whole Azure Dragon world upside down. Apollo and the other trialists were also finally teleported back to Sky City. "This is easy," With a crackle of lightning bolts and sparks, the group reappeared. They felt a slight dizziness, their minds still spinning from the sudden teleportation. Apollo blinked, trying to steady his spinning vision as the world around him came into focus. The familiar sights of Sky City greeted him. The sprawling streets, towering buildings, and bustling activity of trialists from various corners of the eastern continent. The other trialists appeared alongside him, equally disoriented. Some staggered on, their feet clutching their heads or sinking to their knees, trying to shake off the effects of the teleportation. Ding! The unique reward for clearing the special task. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in their minds, snapping Apollo and the others back to their senses. Despite the lingering dizziness, excitement filled the air as they awaited the announcement of their unique reward. Having completed the 3 sections of the trial, each of them had already earned 1,800 sky points. Now, the anticipation of what special prize they would receive added to their eagerness. Rewards: Dimension Battle World Free Pass, 3 days worth of training time in Energy Core Room, 1 hour of comprehending time for Temple of Laws. Everyone heard the rewards given to them, feeling shocked as they felt great seeing the reward, even forgot the dangers they faced, and almost died many times completing the task. Apollo also quickly looked at the reward and was feeling a bit better after the confusing event that happened during this trial. Among the rewards additional to the sky points he gets, he almost knew about most of them. Whether it was the Dimension Battle World or the Temple of Laws, he already went and felt their extraordinariness, and the only new thing was the Energy Core Room, which he didn't know anything about. The group gradually regained their composure, the initial excitement of their rewards giving way to a quieter resolve. One by one, they exchanged farewells, their expressions betraying a mix of relief and gratitude. Caleb, in particular, lingered for a moment longer. He now had a clearer grasp of Apollo's strength, and with a respectful tone, he offered a few words, emphasizing his desire to maintain a positive relationship. Apollo nodded, acknowledging the gesture. After they left, only Aliona, Apollo, and Pussy King remained there as he asked her to wait. They are both less talkative people, so during the task, he didn't ask her about his master, but now that they have returned, he wants to ask her about that. Apollo took a deep breath, recalling the snippets of conversations and hints from Old Man Aragon. Both his master and Aliona used lightning element force, and the Old Man Aragon once mentioned that his master had a thing for a woman named Aliona. Considering the striking coincidences, Apollo's curiosity could no longer be contained, as she might be the one. He turned to Aliona, his gaze sharp yet careful. "Aliona, I need to ask you something," he began, choosing his words cautiously. "By some chance, do you know someone named Aaron? It might be a strange question, but there are things I need to know." Aliona's expression shifted slightly, her eyes revealing a flicker of surprise, mixed with an unreadable emotion. I know someone by that name," Aliona admitted, her voice carrying a hint of nostalgia. She hesitated for a moment, curiosity evident in her eyes as she studied Apollo. Though she wasn't entirely sure why he was asking, she sensed that he wasn't the kind of person to dig into unnecessary troubles without reason. Deciding it was best to be straightforward, she continued, "Why do you ask?" Her gaze stayed on him, searching for clues about his intent. Apollo became silent as he couldn't say that his master had a thing for her, and he was still single at the age of 80, but before that, he needed to confirm is it the same Aaron as his master. Otherwise, it would be a huge misunderstanding. First, I just wanted to make sure. Is the Aaron a warrior with a lightning life force? And a swordsman?" He asked quickly. That's right," she answered without hesitation, then paused as if she had just remembered something. Aliona nodded, her expression softening as memory surfaced. "Yes, Aaron was known for his mastery of lightning life force and his skill with the sword. He was unique." Her gaze drifted, lost in the past for a moment. Hearing this, smile appeared on his face, as it seemed she really was the master's love interest. "All right then, I'll contact you later, Miss Aliona. Goodbye," Apollo said swiftly, not giving her a chance to ask further questions. He turned and left the place in a hurry. He already knew the location of the small mountain where she was staying, so finding her again wouldn't be an issue. Apollo planned to surprise his master when they eventually reunited. Aliona remained standing there, a bit surprised seeing Apollo run away, and couldn't say anything. And after a moment of feeling confused, she also left at the same time. When returned, changes took place in the ranking as Apollo and Caleb again returned to the top 100 points ranking, but remained within the 90s rank, as now almost everyone was crazily clearing one after another task. Apollo did not return his place, but instead headed straight to the information pub. It had been a few days since he went there, and by now, they surely would have gathered news about Master Aaron's whereabouts. The pub was in a similar situation as last time, with a few mysterious people gathered and drinking with a mysterious handsome fuckboy bartender and owner of this place smiling at him, seeing his appearance. "Oh, finally back. I believe you were alive," the bartender greeted with a knowing smile. Apollo had been gone for a week, and others would usually assume the worst if someone took that long to return from a task, unless there were special circumstances. "Yes, I'm back," Apollo replied, skipping the pleasantries. "Did you find the person?" "Yes, here you go," the bartender answered, sliding a small piece of paper across the counter. "This is where he's staying currently." Apollo quickly glanced at the information. IT was exactly what he needed. With a nod of thanks, he turned and headed for the exit. Interesting, they came from that task. Bartender smiled as he looked at the left back of Apollo, thinking something like he knew something about their task. Apollo walked briskly away from the information pub, his mind churning with thoughts. So Aliona was indeed the one his master had been fond of for all these years. He chuckled softly at the idea of his master having a hidden, romantic side. Within minutes, he arrived at a secluded part of Sky City where trialists stay, within smaller mountains and hills dotted the landscape. According to the information, Master Aaron was currently staying in an abode nestled on one of these mountains. He quickly found the small mountain, according to the small paper. It didn't take long before he felt the sharp, electrifying presence of his master. A smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "Found you," he thought, as he continued. Master Aaron had already noticed him and quickly came outside to meet his apprentice. There was a brief silence before the door opened, revealing Master Aaron. "Master, haha, brat, you finally found me." Master Aaron's voice boomed with hearty laughter as he quickly opened the door and saw the approaching Apollo. After coming to the Sky City, he tried to find him, but it isn't easy to find someone in millions of trialists, and it needs some hefty points. But even if he couldn't find him, he wasn't worried or troubled because he knew how strong his apprentice was. He had surpassed him for a long time. It just wasn't shown much. So even as a master, he didn't know his disciple's limit. Come inside," Master Aaron urged with a welcoming gesture. "Let's talk about what you've been up to since arriving here." With that, he led Apollo into the cozy interior of his place, eager to catch up on his apprentice's recent adventures and experiences. Master, my adventures are important, but I have some good news for you that will surprise you," Apollo said with a mysterious smile as they sat inside. With that, he looked at Master, who seemed to have improved, as he could feel his aura was stronger and more stable than before. It seems he might have achieved a breakthrough in either swordsmanship or in his understanding of law. "Brat, what with the being mysterious? What surprise can you have for me?" Master Aaron looked at his disciple, who was looking at him with a mysterious smile, which made him a bit confused. Apollo took a deep breath, his smile widening slightly as he prepared to unveil the news. "Well, Master, I have good news that will definitely shock you." "Okay, let me give you a hint if you can guess, as it seems there's someone from your past who's also here in Sky City." He let the words hang in the air, allowing the mystery to build. Aaron's expression shifted from curiosity to a mixture of surprise and apprehension, but he leaned forward, his gaze intense. "Who? Speak plainly, Apollo." "Aliona," Apollo said simply without wasting any more time, watching the reaction unfold. The name seemed to strike a chord deep within Aaron. His eyes widened, and a rare softness appeared in his usually calm demeanor. For a moment, he was silent, lost in thought. It was clear that Aliona was more than just a passing acquaintance. There was a deeper connection, one that was deeply buried in his heart. Aliona, the Aliona. Aaron's voice was barely a whisper, filled with a mixture of nostalgia and unresolved emotions. "She's here, after all these years." His gaze was distant, as if he were trying to piece together fragments of a past he had long buried. Apollo nodded, noting the emotional turmoil that crossed his master's face. "Yes, and I met her during the trials. She's staying in a nearby mountain place that I thought you might want to know." Master Aaron took a moment to collect himself, his expression shifting from surprise to one of deep contemplation. "Thank you for telling me, Apollo. He paused, struggling to find the right words. Seeing this, Apollo seemed a little surprised, as it seems more than just a little crush. She seems to have quite a weight in his master's mind. The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken emotions. Master Aaron seemed to be wrestling with his thoughts, clearly affected by the unexpected news. Finally, he looked up, his gaze resolute. "I suppose it's time I face some things from my past." He seems to have made up his mind. "Okay, tell me the place I will meet her." "Thanks. It's a disciple's job. Nothing to be thanked for," Apollo replied, his tone light yet respectful. They then talked about their experience and shared their knowledge. Master Aaron's tasks were easier as he had completed 4 tasks. But thankfully he didn't face many problems, except once where he seems to have faced a saint-rank enemy. Thankfully he was able to hold on and survive. He also seems to have made a breakthrough during the task, and also went to the Temple of Laws, becoming even stronger during this week. Hearing this, Apollo couldn't help but curse his luck. He wondered if this was the so-called shitty protagonist effect, where every bit of trouble seemed to find its way to him. It felt as though fate was playing games, constantly throwing him into perilous situations. His luck had been terrible. He had completed only 3 tasks, yet 2 of them had been far more dangerous than expected, filled with unexpected threats and mysteries that went beyond the ordinary. Yes, they talked. Master Aaron listened intently, his expression shifting from curiosity to concern. Even though Apollo didn't reveal all the details of his experiences, the fragments he did share were enough to convey the gravity of the dangers he had faced. After talking for an hour, he left, leaving his master alone, as it was entirely the master's personal matter whether to meet her or not. Apollo and the Pussy King returned to his place, seeking rest and reflection. The secrets he met during this task weighed heavily on him, demanding careful consideration of what was really happening. Apollo sighed. There was more going on in Sky City than just the trials, and he had a sinking feeling that he was getting pulled deeper into something far more dangerous than anyone realized. For now, though, he needed rest. The path ahead was long, and there would be plenty of time to unravel the mysteries and face the trials that awaited him. The next day, he first wanted to try to experience the usefulness of the new reward he received, the 3 days of practicing time in the energy core room. But he hadn't tried this and didn't know its effect or how it compares to other facilities. Apollo and Pussy King both went to try, as it seems the cat also wanted to try. This time, finding their destination didn't take long. After more than a week in Sky City, most places were now well known to countless trialists, and general information had spread quickly. At least they weren't wandering blindly anymore. They moved through the bustling streets filled with trialists of varying ranks and abilities, and with some careful inquiries. He asked a few trialists along the way, and soon located the place he was looking for. Apollo couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation building as they approached, wondering what awaited them next. The Pussy King, sitting on Apollo's shoulder, looked around with interest, as it seemed to be also looking forward to entering the energy core room. The building stood tall and imposing, and its architecture was different from the others. Sharp lines and metallic surfaces, as if it were built with energy itself in mind. There was a certain hum in the air around the structure. A subtle vibration let them feel the power concentrated within. Well, here we are, Apollo muttered as he stood at the entrance. Gazing up at the building, he couldn't help but feel a slight rush of excitement. The various buildings and their abilities didn't have disappointed him. The entrance was manned by 2 guards, each radiating a calm but powerful presence. After presenting his reward token, they simply nodded and opened the way for him. Apollo stepped forward, entering the facility. Inside, the atmosphere changed immediately. A potent surge of energy pulsed through the air, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The room ahead was vast, filled with strange crystalline structures glowing with deep blue and purple hues, pulsating like living hearts. This place is intense, Apollo muttered as he took it all in, that he felt a hunger from within his body and spirit. Pussy King purred from his shoulder. I can feel it too. The energy here is thick and potent, perfect for me to nap in. Apollo gave the cat a sidelong glance. Nap? But he wasn't surprised. It takes naps most of the time, and it will become strong after that. So he was not that surprised except for feeling a bit sour, which eased this cat become stronger. Apollo turned his attention to the room's center, where a large core-like object floated above a platform. The energy it emitted felt different, as if it resonated with the very essence of vitality and power itself. Few trialists who also entered were drawn to it, and Apollo was no different. The energy in the room was already affecting him. His breathing deepened, his heart rate slowed, and he could feel the natural flow of energy in his body responding to the environment. Without wasting more time, Apollo moved closer to the core, finding a place to sit and begin his training. This place wasn't empty. There were 50 or 60 people who had bought precious practice time with sky points. Pussy King, as expected, curled up beside him, already preparing for its so-called training nap. He didn't bother anyone and settled into his meditative stance. He immediately noticed the change. The energy core room lived up to its name. It amplified his ability to sense and manipulate energy, making the normally arduous process of channeling prana and spiritual power much smoother. But this was just the beginning. The energy seems endless, as there seems to be a cycle of it. The energy itself wasn't ordinary energy. It seemed to be rare star essence energy, one of the purest forms of energy in the universe. Apollo felt the surge of energy fill his body, purifying and strengthening every cell, every muscle fiber, and even the depths of his soul. Knowing that it was a great chance, he didn't hold back and started to absorb the star's energy as quickly as possible. As he absorbed the energy, Apollo marveled at its boundless nature. It wasn't just filling him. It was refining him, purging impurities from his body, mind, and spirit. Even though the speed at which he absorbed the energy was many times faster than most saints, it still didn't create any disturbance in the room. It was still calm, showing the extraordinariness of this place. Both Apollo and the sleeping Pussy King were swallowing the starred energy at a terrifying rate and forgot about time or anything else. That Apollo's aura started to become stronger as he was just in the early stages of the third rank in the warrior path and image path. His physique and life force were increasing rapidly and quickly reached the peak of the early third rank. But it didn't stop and continued to increase with time. That Apollo's muscles became denser, his bones more resilient, and his spiritual foundation solidified with newfound strength. Yet, even at this peak, the flow of star essence did not stop. It continued to nourish and refine him, as if eager to see just how far he could ascend. Time became a blur. Minutes stretched into hours. But Apollo paid no attention. His focus was absolute, his body acting as a conduit for the universe's purest energy. He could feel the boundaries of the mid-stage of third rank approaching, yet it seemed like nothing more than a stepping stone as he effortlessly broke that barrier. And still, the energy kept coming, ceaseless and infinite. That's not it. His mage path cultivation was also increasing at the same time as he was creating new runes, increasing his spiritual power. Both of his cultivation paths were increasing without showing any intention of stopping, and his aura continued to increase. From third rank to middle rank to late stage third rank, time seemed to pass by, and without noticing, almost 3 days passed, and finally, Apollo burst with a peak third rank aura, becoming not only a peak third rank warrior, but also a peak third rank mage with 16 runes. Apollo opened his eyes, feeling the surge of strength coursing through his body. He stopped absorbing the star energy. He had reached the peak of the third rank. Breaking through to the fourth rank wasn't something to take lightly. It required careful preparation. More importantly, there wasn't much time left. He had only a few hours remaining, and that wasn't nearly enough to attempt such a breakthrough. He couldn't risk it. Not now. Pussy King lying beside him still seemed to be sleeping, but he could see and feel large star energy gathered around him and covering his entire body with a starry glow. He, seeing only a few hours left, started to consolidate his foundation by absorbing the star energy. As although he could not break through in such a short time, he could still increase his foundation by polishing it with the star energy. Time passed, and as the final hours ended, Apollo and Pussy King were instantly teleported out of the energy core room. Both of them weren't surprised and calmly left the place. Not only that, but he can feel Pussy King also seemed to improve. Although he still looked like a cute white kitten without any change in appearance, he could feel a mysterious hidden power in that tiny body. After that, decided to do nothing today but rest and stroll to Sky City to refresh his mind and heart. He was doing one thing after another without rest and stabilizing his heart and mind. Even if his ranking on the list continues to decrease, he will still enjoy it today. Later, Apollo met with Sol again. Sol had visited him multiple times, but Apollo had been in a special trial. This past week had brought many changes for Sol, and indeed for most of the trialists. After spending more than 10 days in Sky City, large improvements had taken place. Most trialists had made significant progress, especially those who were initially weaker. They required less time to strengthen themselves compared to the more powerful individuals in the Saint Realm, where each improvement demanded both time and opportunity. Despite this, even the stronger trialists had managed to grow somewhat, thanks to the dangers they faced, the experiences they gained, and the various resources and facilities provided by Sky City. The city had truly become a crucible of growth for everyone, which everybody had understood, and that's why many are trying desperately to overcome the barriers they once thought were impossible to achieve. Sol was also one of them who was trying hard to improve, as now he can see unlimited opportunities for him that he never believed were possible for him. "Apollo, you finally showed up? I was worried something might have happened," Sol said, his concern evident. Apollo could sense the sincerity in Sol's words, and it reminded him of how rare it was for him to find a true friend. After all, most of the other trialists saw each other as competition. Apollo chuckled in response, and they exchanged stories about their recent experiences. He didn't hold back much. Trusting Sol as a friend, it was refreshing for Apollo, who had spent most of his life training in isolation, to have someone he could talk to. After catching up with Sol, Apollo decided to visit his master again, but Master Aaron was not at his place. Apollo figured he might have gone out, perhaps to meet Aliona or handle something else. Regardless, he wasn't too worried. His master, despite sometimes acting like a tsundere, was experienced enough to take care of himself. The next day, he also started to complete tasks one after another, and Pussy King also seems to go out doing something mysterious, which he didn't know. But he wasn't bothered, as the cat was always like this. It seemed like Apollo's streak of bad luck had finally run out. After the intense and dangerous trials he had faced, the next set of tasks he received were far less perilous. Over just 3 days, he completed 7 tasks, each relatively straightforward, such as hunting monsters or earning 10 victories in an arena. Some tasks took him only an hour to finish. In the span of 4 days, Apollo accumulated over 2,000 sky points, not only maintaining his place on the leaderboard, but actually improving his ranking. That he rose to the 78th rank among the trialists, a significant achievement that surprised countless trialists, seeing his ranking steadily improve. His Skymark rank had also increased from 1 star to 2 stars, granting him notable privileges. That he now enjoyed a 10% discount at all facilities in Sky City and was assigned a large mountain residence filled with a dense concentration of heaven and earth energy, making it an ideal place to cultivate. While these were valuable perks, the most significant upgrade came with a powerful new feature: the ability to exit any task at any moment, effectively granting him a life-saving escape. This feature was a major improvement, especially considering the dangerous trials he had previously encountered. World-hopping teleportation. Throw 1 available. Unfortunately, the ability to exit a task could only be used once, for now at least. Still, it was an invaluable life-saving tool in this unpredictable and dangerous world where death could come at any moment. Even with just a single use, it provided Apollo with a sense of security, knowing he had a way out if things went horribly wrong again. Apollo pondered the possibility that, as his Skymark rank increased, the number of times he could use the life-saving ability might also rise. This thought comforted him, knowing that greater rewards lay ahead for his efforts. While he was deep in thought, wondering how to spend his hard-earned points, he finally saw his master again. After disappearing for a few days, Master Aaron returned. But this time, to Apollo's surprise, he wasn't alone. Standing beside him was none other than Aliona. The sight of them together caught Apollo off guard, but it was clear from their expressions that something had changed. Apollo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he saw his master, Master Aaron, standing beside Aliona. The two of them looked unusually comfortable together, with a slight air of warmth between them that hadn't been there before. Master Aaron, usually calm and composed, was now wearing a more relaxed expression, while Aliona seemed to have a soft, contented smile on her face. For a brief moment, Apollo's thoughts drifted to the idea that his old master might have rekindled an old flame with Aliona. Damn, did the old guy hook up with his old crush? He wondered, trying to suppress a smirk. Master Aaron's gaze sharpened as he caught Apollo's glance, as if sensing the unspoken thought. Apollo quickly straightened his expression, but the awkwardness lingered. Kid, you're here," Master Aaron said with a bit of awkwardness. "I wanted to properly introduce someone, though you've already met her." Master Aaron gestured to Aliona, standing beside him with a calm expression. "This is Aliona, as you already know," he continued, his tone softening. "She's actually an old friend of mine from my younger days." He paused for a moment, glancing between Apollo and Aliona. "I thought it was time you knew, and, well, I've heard quite a bit about the things you've faced during your tasks that you've done well, Apollo." All right then," Apollo smirked, looking between his master and Aliona. "So, should I call her Miss Aliona, or Mistress Aliona?" Master Aaron's face twitched slightly. Clearly caught off guard by the teasing, he tried to maintain his imposing and mighty demeanor, but the awkwardness was evident. He straightened his posture, puffing his chest a little as if to reassert his pride. You brat," Aaron grumbled, clearly trying to brush off the remark. "No need for that nonsense. Just be respectful that I'm still your master." Aliona, watching the interaction with amusement, chuckled softly and remained composed, her gaze shifting toward Apollo with a smile. Apollo decided to stop teasing, sensing that his Thunder Master was still adjusting to the whole dating thing. It was clear that Master Aaron and Aliona had decided to be together, but Aaron's discomfort with the situation was still evident. After that, they busied themselves with some small tasks, and during their time together, Aliona couldn't help but praise Erin's incredible luck in having such a talented disciple. She spoke highly of Apollo's strength, particularly how effortlessly he had defeated saint-rank enemies. Honestly, it's impressive, Aliona remarked, glancing at Apollo. To have someone like you as a disciple, capable of handling enemies that even experienced saint-rank warriors struggle with. Erin, you've really struck gold. She talked, but her voice and expression weren't as cold as before. Erin cleared his throat, clearly embarrassed by the praise, but still trying to play it cool. Well, I always knew the brat had potential, he muttered, though a small grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. He didn't interrupt his master's boasting and was happy that he found the one he loved. They talked for quite a while and left after some time. Now that everything was going well, he decided it was time to spend some points to further increase his overall strength. Apollo had already consolidated his strength at the peak of the 3rd rank in both mage and warrior paths, for most. Breaking through to the 4th rank would be a complicated and grueling process, but for him, it was merely a natural progression of strength. His journey had been marked by smooth breakthroughs without much struggle, thanks to his extraordinary talent. In fact, Apollo had never experienced any real difficulty in advancing through the ranks throughout his life. His talents bordered on the absurd, and now, at the young age of 15, he was on the verge of stepping into the revered Grandmaster rank. This was a feat that would be unimaginable for most, but for Apollo, it felt almost inevitable. The 4th rank is also a breaking point for any transcendent path towards divinity. Not only did it need to have a strong physique and spirit, but it also needed to understand at least a single law to break through. This wasn't a problem for him, as not only did he understand multiple laws, but he even reached quite a high level in most of them that he needed just a strong source of energy and a day or two, and he could begin the breakthrough process immediately. Looking up at the sky of Sky City, a smirk tugged at the corner of his lips, the trials of others, struggling to comprehend laws, pushing their bodies and spirits to their limits, seemed almost distant memories compared to his own smooth journey. For now, he needed to prepare. The energy sources in Sky City were abundant, and finding one strong enough to assist his breakthrough wouldn't be difficult. He even felt the new designated place. With 2-star Sky Mark was enough for ordinary 3rd rank to break through 4th rank. But since he isn't an ordinary one, he didn't think of breaking through there. The Energy Core Room seemed like the perfect place to meet all of Apollo's needs for his breakthrough, but it came with a hefty price that a single day in the Energy Core Room cost 300 Sky Points, and given that he would need at least 2 days, it meant a total cost of 600 points, though Apollo had amassed a decent amount of Sky Points. Spending such a large portion at once was something he had to consider carefully. The benefits were undeniable, as the room would provide the optimal environment for him to take the next step in his cultivation. After weighing the pros and cons, he knew that the investment would be worth it for the breakthrough he was on the verge of achieving. But before that, he was going to visit the Temple of Law again, and he wanted to increase his understanding of the law of space. After feeling the teleportation many times, he had increased his insight on space law somewhat, but it was in no way close to the domain level. Apollo knew that the higher his comprehension of the laws during his breakthrough to the 4th rank, the more profound the changes in his strength and abilities would be. Out of the laws he was cultivating, only one space law had yet to reach the domain level, and he knew that improving his understanding of space law before his breakthrough would significantly enhance the transformation.as. It wasn't a simple law, but one of the strongest laws, the space law. He was determined to maximize his potential, knowing that breakthroughs like this were rare opportunities to elevate his power to new heights. With that, after deciding what to do, he immediately went towards the Temple of Law, as this time he wanted to improve his space law to the level of domain. Then with just space domain, he could be considered invincible among the saints. Apollo wasn't going to leave until he comprehended the space domain. Determined, he made his way to the Central District, navigating through one of the many teleportation portals scattered across Sky City. By now, he had realized that Sky City wasn't just a massive hub for trialists, but also a place brimming with secrets, ancient connections, and ties that stretched deep into the history of the Eastern continent and the entire world of Ryan. His mind buzzed with the mysteries he had uncovered, but he didn't let himself get distracted. The building he approached was shrouded in a strange aura, covered in symbols and carvings that defied his understanding. Exuding an air of ancient power, he entered without hesitation and was once again teleported, this time emerging in front of the Grand Temple. Standing before him was the same old guardian, a stoic figure marked by a single eye-shaped symbol on his forehead, silently watching over the entrance just like before. Apollo nodded respectfully, as the Guardian was one of the mysterious and strongest people he had seen, because he felt a kind of similar feeling to the god Anaric, as both of them made him feel like an ordinary person without any ounce of energy or aura. He went in after saying some words, and the old Guardian didn't stop him. He quickly appeared in the empty dimension with a single futon floating ahead. With a deep breath, Apollo sat cross-legged on the futon, allowing his mind to settle and dive into the mysterious world of laws. The futon was surrounded by a gentle, mysterious, yet overwhelming aura that seemed to envelop him, creating a cocoon of tranquility and focus. His senses sharpened, and he found himself slipping into a deep meditative state. The world outside faded away, and all that remained was the connection between his mind and the essence of the laws. That moment had a feeling that he almost had merged with the laws. His mind started to intercept the various laws and seemed to become one with them. But his focus was on the space laws, which are one of the mysterious fields of laws that are present almost everywhere. Gradually, Apollo found himself in an infinite, void-like world where silence reigned and the vast emptiness stretched in every direction. There was no ground beneath his feet, no sky above him, just an endless expanse that felt both boundless and suffocating. As he drifted within this space, he began to sense something profound. Layer upon layer of space unfolded before him, each one brimming with hidden mysteries. Some layers shimmered like fragile veils, while others felt dense and impenetrable, holding deeper secrets that Apollo's mind quickly latched onto the sensation, as if the layers themselves were inviting him to explore their depths. Each fragment of space was unique, revealing subtle shifts in the laws, governing distance, gravity, and dimension. The more he focused, the more he could feel how space twisted, bent, and folded upon itself in ways that defied normal perception. Lost in this sea of mysteries, Apollo surrendered to the flow of comprehension, allowing himself to be fully immersed in the complex patterns of space. Time ceased to matter. There was only the pursuit of understanding, and he dove deeper into the layers of space, unraveling their secrets one by one. In his focused state, Apollo's mind worked like a finely tuned machine, peeling back the layers of space with methodical precision. Each revelation expanded his comprehension, allowing him to glimpse deeper into the fabric of reality. The mysteries of space, which had once seemed elusive, now began to unfold with startling clarity. His understanding of the space laws surged, 6%, 8%, 11%, and with every milestone, he felt closer to the truth of the domain. Time became irrelevant. There was only his relentless pursuit of mastery. Suddenly, in a moment that seemed both unexpected and inevitable, a barrier shattered within his mind. He could feel the shift as he unknowingly crossed the threshold, his comprehension reaching a staggering 30%. Apollo had broken through to the space domain. The feeling was overwhelming, as though the very essence of space had opened its arms to him, offering its deepest mysteries. That he could sense the pulse of space itself, the way it bent, folded, and connected worlds. That moment he was surrounded by a mysterious, invisible domain of space. Though he sat right there, any warriors in his presence would have felt an immense distance between them, as if he were miles away. But he didn't immediately open his eyes. The space domain around him continued to grow, becoming larger and more mysterious with every passing second. Finally, it stopped expanding, and Apollo opened his eyes. Space law, 45%. Looking at the increase in his almost catching up to the law of death, he couldn't help but be happy. As of now, with his new space domain, his strength has improved, not to mention his life-saving ability has increased many times. Even Half-God will find it difficult to stop him from running away if they cannot kill him instantly. He didn't stay anymore, as every minute cost him 10 sky points, and he needed to go to the energy core room, so a large number of points were needed. The moment Apollo stepped out and checked the time, his eyes widened slightly. Damn, he muttered under his breath that he had lost 1,600 sky points, which meant he had spent 2 hours and 40 minutes in the Temple of Laws. It seemed like a lot, especially compared to his previous visit, where he only spent a few minutes breaking through the domain level in 2 laws. But back then, his understanding of those laws had already been high. 3 years of hard work and accumulation. They just needed a final push. Space law, however, was different. He hadn't even reached 10% before. And space itself was notoriously one of the hardest laws to comprehend. Although he had spent nearly 3 hours this time, it had been worth it. His understanding of the space law had skyrocketed to 45%, a massive leap, and he had firmly stepped into the domain stage and even reached the middle stage of it. Despite the cost, Apollo felt it was well worth the price. Fortunately, he still had enough sky points to proceed with his breakthrough to the 4th-rank Grandmaster level in the Energy Core room. Having collected more than 4,000 points since arriving in Sky City, he was well prepared for the next phase of his cultivation. He still had over 2,400 sky points left, more than enough to fund his breakthrough to the 4th rank in the Energy Core room. Apollo smirked, his confidence growing. The points were just a tool, after all, and the investment in himself would undoubtedly yield returns far beyond the cost. And he made his way toward the Energy Core room, his steps steady, his mind focused. The energy within Sky City was abundant, but the Energy Core room was unique. One of the most optimal locations in the city for breakthroughs for someone like him who needed who knows how many times more energy than others. Upon arriving, he observed the towering structure of the Energy Core room and couldn't help but feel its mysteries, even though it was the second time he had come. The room was filled with concentrated energy drawn directly from the core that looked like a star, providing the perfect conditions for those on the verge of major advancements. The hefty price tag of 300 sky points per day reflected this privilege, but Apollo had experienced its effectiveness and was certain that it was worth every point. Time to break through, he muttered, stepping into the room. Apollo entered a secluded chamber that needed an extra 100 sky points a day within the Energy Core room. The walls glowed with a faint blue light, and the air was thick with raw, untapped energy. Apollo could feel the immense power around him. Almost it was like a wave of tsunami waiting for him to absorb it. Sitting down in a lotus position, Apollo closed his eyes and began circulating energy, drawing in the energy around him. It rushed into his body like a tidal wave, invigorating him as it coursed through his veins and filled his spirit. Time started to pass slowly. The body was reaching the optimal condition for the breakthrough in the warrior path, and he didn't know how much time it took, but the moment arrived. This was it, the moment he had prepared for. His body, mind, and soul were in perfect harmony. With his unparalleled understanding of multiple laws, his physique strengthened through relentless training, and his spirit sharpened by countless battles and strong will, he was ready. Apollo's thoughts became focused as he directed the energy into the core of his being. He could feel the barrier to the 4th rank looming ahead, strong but not impenetrable. For most, it would be a wall of insurmountable difficulty, but for him, it was just the final obstacle before his true ascent. Boom. Apollo felt an overwhelming surge as he shattered the mysterious barrier within, triggering a transformation in his body. Like a starving beast, his body hungrily devoured the surrounding energy at a terrifying speed. Every organ, every bone, and every drop of blood began to evolve, right down to the cellular level. His understanding of the various laws came to life in resonance with his being from the void. A mysterious and powerful aura of law emerged, as if bestowed by the heavens. This aura enveloped him, soothing his body as it merged with every fiber of his existence. Each cell absorbed the essence of the laws, enhancing his talent and potential bit by bit. Apollo could feel the profound changes. His body wasn't just growing stronger, it was becoming something greater, something far beyond what it had been before. The moment of his breakthrough, Apollo soared past the ranks of even the most celebrated geniuses, leaving them far behind. His mastery over multiple laws, all at the domain level, was unprecedented, and the transformation it brought was nothing short of extraordinary. The change within Apollo was still ongoing, growing more profound with every second. His body, mind, and spirit were evolving beyond anything that others could dream of. This wasn't just an ordinary breakthrough. It was a monumental leap forward. Each law he had mastered was imbuing his essence with their power, reshaping him into something far superior. And they were since at the domain stage. The infusion from the heaven and earth law was massive from just a single law. His energy infusion, because of a single law domain, was equal to the geniuses who understand 2 or 3 laws to break through. And not to mention, he masters no 1 or 2, but 5 domains. Apollo could have mastered the domain of Devour, which would have made it his 5th domain, but it carried a sinister nature. Unlike the other domains, Devour was difficult to improve through simple comprehension alone. It required him to absorb and consume the essence of living beings, a method that felt quite eerie and evil. For now, Apollo was content with mastering the 5 law domains. Even without fully embracing the law of Devour, the transformation taking place within him was extraordinary. The fusion of these 4 domains, and the law of devouring, each bringing its own power and mystery, were creating unprecedented changes in his body and soul. This feat, remarkable even by the standards of Ryan, was something that would likely astonish beings far beyond his world, i.e. the vast universe filled with countless worlds and dimensions. Few could claim to have comprehended so many domains at his age, let alone reach such mastery while still on the cusp of a grandmaster breakthrough. The moment, he also felt the difference between the laws he mastered and understood their potential for growth by the amount of mysterious heaven and earth aura it granted him after his breakthrough. Among the 5 domains he can judge, the ice domain brought him the least mysterious energy, then the 5-element domain and the death domain were of the same level. Even though, because of his high-level understanding of the law of death, it brought him more energy, but comparing, he felt they were at the same level. His second strongest was the space domain, which brought a 50% more mysterious, heaven-defying aura than the 2 domains of 5 elements and death. But the most powerful and shocking was his sword domain, which brought almost twice the heaven and earth aura that combined 4 domains brought. This awe-inspiring phenomenon revealed the boundless potential of Apollo's eternal sword domain, a unique and unparalleled domain that far surpassed even the revered and difficult-to-master domain of space. The eternal sword domain was no ordinary law. It was a force unto itself, as it was the combination of many laws. And his unique will, a realm of power that held within it limitless possibilities for growth and mastery. He also felt the power of the law of devour, as even though it was far from the law domain level, the energy it brought was similar to his ice law, showing that its potential wasn't weaker than the space law. The infusion of this gift from heaven continued for half an hour, but the change that has taken place in just a half hour was unimaginable. But Apollo didn't stop there. He had just broken through in the warrior path, but not yet in the mage path. With determination burning in his eyes, he sought to test whether he could receive another infusion of the same heaven-defying aura, one that would push his potential to an even greater height. Slowly, but steadily, the 17th rune began to take shape within his mind. It pulsed with power, as if a new world was being created inside his consciousness. His stabilized spiritual sense, which had calmed after his warrior breakthrough, suddenly surged with renewed vigor. His spiritual strength expanded at an alarming rate, even faster than before. It felt like every rune he had previously engraved was being reborn. Evolving under the pressure of his new insights, he could feel his mind opening up, gaining clarity and expanding beyond norms. The process continued for a few minutes, and finally, with a burst, he finally also broke through with the completion of the 17th rune and became a 4th-rank master mage. But the heaven-defying gift from the universe did not appear this time. It seemed that breaking through on a different path would not grant him the same miraculous boon. Apollo realized that the gift was tied to a fundamental change in life level, which he had already achieved upon. Reaching the 4th rank in the warrior path in the mage path, though his spiritual power and mind grew immensely, the advancement did not alter his life level. He had already crossed the threshold into a 4th-rank life form, and thus, the universe did not bestow a second blessing upon him. Though a little disappointed, Apollo understood the rarity and nature of such gifts. Still, the change it brought was enormous. He could feel his body and soul seem to have become closer to heaven and earth, and laws in his current state, his speed of understanding various laws seemed to have increased 4 or even 5 times. His speed in comprehending the laws was already astonishing, far surpassing that of saints and even half-gods. Now, with the massive boost from his recent breakthroughs, he had no way of truly gauging the level he had reached. But he was certain of one thing. He would quickly be able to reach the peak of domain level in various laws. Not only was the increase in his physique and life force or mana monumental, but for most, after breakthrough, the life force reserve increased twice or 3 times. But he felt the increase was more than 10 times, even 15 times. Such an increase was unbelievable that Apollo's already vast reserves of life force and mana had expanded even further, reaching unprecedented levels. Now, he wouldn't lose to peak saints in terms of sheer life force or mana capacity. His life force surged like an endless tide, reinforcing his body, mind, and spirit. The power coursing through him made him feel almost invincible, that he now had the endurance to fight for days, perhaps even weeks, without tiring. His mana could fuel devastating spells that would have left him drained before, and he could push his body to its limits and beyond without fearing collapse. In terms of sheer life force and mana capacity, he was no longer just a prodigy. He was a monster. Few, if any, could stand on equal footing with him even in a universe that is filled with countless creatures. The saints aren't now his problem. The demigods, soon, they won't even be worth my attention, he thought to himself, his eyes glowing with a dangerous, calculated intensity. Not only the quantity, but he also seemed to feel the change in the quality of his life, force, and mana, as it was slowly being strengthened as he continued to absorb large amounts of energy. He felt it was becoming similar to the semi-divine energy after he transformed into demon god form. He needed to consolidate and build his energy, so he started to cultivate and absorb large amounts of energy present in the room. And like that, he spent a total of 3 days here very quickly and was ready to leave. But before he left, he wanted to look at how much exactly he improved, and for a clear reference, he quickly opened his system's profile to see the exact changes that had happened. Void Creation System. Host, Apollo Fletcher, Human Form. Life Level, 4th Rank Limit Breaker, Warrior Path, 4th Rank Master. Mage, Mage Path. Status, Healthy. Physique, 15,625. Normal Adult Human equals 1. Spirit, 16,830. Normal Adult Human equals 1. Prana, Semi-Divine Energy. 9,568 units. 100 Life Energy equals 1 Semi-Divine Energy. Mana, Semi-Divine Mind Energy. 10,645 units. 100 Ordinary Mana Energy equals 1 Semi-Divine Mind Energy. Law, Ice, 36.3%. Death, 46.08%. Devour, 10.94%. 5 Elements, 32.9%. Space, 45%. Swordsmanship, Eternal Sword Domain, 7%. When it reaches 100%, Sword Domain will transform into Sword World. 33 Sword Style, 14 Sword. Warrior Skills, Ice Cut, lowest grade. Boost, lowest grade. Ice Nova, middle grade. Blade Storm, middle grade. Sword Ray, middle grade. Absolute Crush, high grade. Arrow of Ice. God, high grade. Mage Skills, Blink, high grade. Engraved, Purple Sky, Thunder Shower, high grade. Engraved, Wings of Wind, high grade. Engraved, Spirit Armor, high grade. Engraved, 5 Element Annihilation, super grade. Engraved, Creation Energy, 54,455 points. He looked at his glorious panel and couldn't help but feel proud, as with time, it had become this better. Everything as he expected was increased many times. And like he guessed, his life, energy, and mana have transformed into semi-divine energy. Now, he is looking forward to his strength. He should be able to handle most early-stage half-gods like the zombie Dale that he met during the trial without using the divine item. As most saints at peak stage start to transform their life force into semi-divine energy, he did that just after breaking through the 4th rank. And for why he didn't say he could take on middle-stage half-god, as after becoming half-god, every breakthrough is difficult and is like a large stage. After reaching the middle stage half-god, the semi-divine energy within them will be transformed much more, becoming purer and reaching closer to the true divine energy. He was looking forward to what kind of transformation would occur when he assumed his demon god form. In that state, Apollo transcended his current self, becoming a truly divine being, embodying power on an entirely different level. What would his strength become? Would he rival a late-stage half-god, or perhaps even reach the peak stage of half-godhood? Or maybe, just maybe, he would surpass even that, stepping into an unknown level. Now that everything was complete, Apollo was ready to leave. He had spent 900 sky points in the energy core room, but the investment was well worth it. Upon emerging, he had officially become a 4th rank life form, closing the gap between himself and the seasoned veterans who were nearly 100 years old. He silently left the energy core room and returned to his place, a bright smile spreading across his face. The breakthrough had put him in an excellent mood, and the surge of power he now possessed filled him with confidence. Everything had fallen into place, and his future seemed even more promising, as he didn't expect to break through this quickly if he wasn't here in the Sky City. The next day, Sol came to meet Apollo, but something seemed off, though he tried his best to appear normal. Apollo quickly saw through his facade. Sol's aura felt weaker than usual, and there were subtle signs of injury. Sol, Apollo said, his voice calm but direct. What happened? You can't hide it from me. He can be considered a friend that he made after coming here, so he naturally cared about him. Sol hesitated for a moment, as he didn't want to trouble Apollo, and decided to lie. I ran into some trouble during one of the tasks, he admitted. But it's nothing I can't handle. Apollo sighed as he saw through Sol's lie, shaking his head slightly. Sol was a good guy, but hiding things wasn't the right way to go about it. Boom! Apollo released a terrifying aura, so immense and overwhelming that it instantly filled the room. Sol's body and soul trembled under the crushing weight of it, feeling like he stood before an unimaginable force, one that could obliterate him with just a glance. "Don't hide things from me, Soul," Apollo said, his voice cold yet controlled, the power in his words making Soul feel even smaller. "We're friends, and friends don't keep secrets when they're in trouble, and not to mention I'm not weak." I'm sorry," Soul stammered, his voice barely audible under the weight of Apollo's aura. His heart raced, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Apollo withdrew his aura slightly, enough for Soul to regain his composure. The coldness in his eyes softened, but there was still an undeniable edge to his presence. "You don't need to lie or face things alone, Soul," he said, his voice steady but firm. "I may not interfere in everything, but you should know by now that if you're in trouble, I'll help." Soul swallowed hard, his throat dry, and nodded. He had always admired Apollo's strength and calm, but he had never felt the full weight of it like this. He realized how foolish it was to try and hide things from someone who could see through him so easily. "Okay," Soul said quietly, finally giving in. "There's a group of trialists formed by quite a few pretty powerful clans who seem to have made some club and have been causing trouble. They seem to be targeting people without the support of any powerful clan or force and have weak individual strength. And I seem to be one of the new targets of them. This group, called Salvation Society, seems to have been created to help poor and weak trialists here by combining their forces, but it's all just some bullshit. Instead, their main motive is to collect the points from weak and individual trialists." Apollo's eyes narrowed as he listened to Soul's explanation. "Salvation Society," he muttered, the name carrying an ironic weight, a group claiming to help the weak but exploiting them instead. Apollo clenched his fist, and the energy in the room fluctuated with his rising anger. "You should have told me sooner. We'll deal with this, Soul, that you're not alone in this mess." With that said, he couldn't help but think about the situation at hand. While they couldn't directly attack within Sky City, the group could still harass weaker trialists. With many of them targeting vulnerable individuals, it would be like living in hell. Like the bullies from his previous life, only more dangerous. His mind raced for a solution, and he seemed to think something as he spread his spiritual sense beyond the room. Suddenly, he sensed something outside, a presence that made his eyes glow with fierce light. "Found a rat." Apollo said nothing more and disappeared in front of Soul, leaving him startled. One moment he was there, and the next he was gone. To Soul's eyes widened in surprise. When Apollo reappeared, he was already hovering in the air, silently observing from the shadows near his small mountain. His sharp gaze locked onto two figures below, hiding in the corner. They were trying to be discreet, but Apollo had already sensed them. The two men were spying on his place, unaware that they had just drawn the attention of someone far beyond their comprehension. Both of them were hiding, had marginal strength of third rank, and were nothing special. They can be said to belong to the lowest level among the trialists, and they whispered to each other, not knowing that someone was watching and listening to them. Why is the bastard here? Didn't this area belong to strong trialists who have become 2-star-mark trialists or higher? Didn't they say he didn't have any contacts and is just a poor, weak guy? Won't it be a problem if we target someone with connections to a strong trialist?" One of the men whispered, his voice tinged with anxiety. His partner, trying to sound more confident, replied, "Relax, they check him out, and one important has come near him. He's just lucky to have made it this far. Maybe he somehow made some connections, but without enough benefits, the strong trialist wouldn't risk helping him, and Owen's going to make enemies with our Salvation Society over a guy like him." Apollo's eyes narrowed as he listened from above, his expression growing colder, but with an evil grin. These fools were truly seeking trouble, and while normally he found gathering points through tasks tedious, this situation presented a more direct solution. Not only could he help Soul, but he could also make the Salvation Society taste their own medicine. After his recent breakthrough, Apollo's confidence soared that he wasn't afraid of even the top 10 trialists on the points list, some of whom had the strength of half-gods that he knew he could handle them. So what were a few members of a Salvation Society full of nothing but trash? A dangerous smirk tugged at his lips as his mind raced with possibilities. These people had no idea what they had just provoked. The time for mercy had long passed. He didn't kill them or alert them, as he wasn't to deal with them as they were some scrubs. He was going to catch the big shots of the Salvation Society. There's more," Apollo muttered, his senses sharp as ever. He detected a very weak yet extraordinarily well-hidden aura, one that he had almost overlooked earlier due to the distance. The IT was faint, like a whisper in the wind, but distinct enough now that his focus had shifted. This wasn't just any ordinary trialist. For someone to hide so well, even saints might have missed their presence. But to Apollo, this was a fairly extraordinary person, one that piqued his curiosity. "Not good," The person hidden in the far who was watching Apollo something, and his hair stood up in danger as Apollo, who was still standing in the sky, seemed to have disappeared. The moment Apollo appeared next to the hidden shadowy figure, the man's eyes covered in a dark veil-like aura widened in terror. His heart pounded violently in his chest, realizing how outclassed he was at Apollo's sudden arrival, without any sign of movement. Clearly indicated the use of teleportation, an ability that only half-gods, or those far above, could achieve, even without mastering the law of space. Beings at that level could tear through space with sheer strength, achieving a similar effect. The hidden figure, no longer able to maintain his composure, trembled slightly under the pressure that Apollo's mere presence was suffocating. He hadn't expected to be discovered, let alone by someone who could move with such power and ease. He couldn't believe Apollo was this powerful. He himself might not be the strongest, but he wasn't weak, as he was a very rare fourth-rank shadow mage. Even if he mainly focused on hiding, invisibility, and running away, his strength wasn't weak among the fourth rank. The man's mind raced as he stood frozen under Apollo's overwhelming presence. His body trembled involuntarily, the weight of Apollo's aura suffocating him. How could someone like this need protection? His thoughts spiraled into panic. Lady said Apollo was young, needing protection. But this strength is monstrous. He's no ordinary trialist. He's a supreme monster. Countless frantic thoughts swirled in his head, but no amount of reasoning could reconcile what he had been told with the terrifying reality before him. Both of them. His mind flashed back to the woman who had sent him. They're monsters, beyond common sense. Apollo, still calm and composed, observed the man with cold detachment. "Who are you? Why are you hiding here?" he asked. The person knows he cannot hide. He immediately deactivates the weird shadow magic covering him and shows his true face, which is surprisingly different from what he expected. Contrary to the aura he'd sensed, the man appeared frail and sickly, his pale skin nearly translucent, as if he could be swept away by a strong breeze. His body trembled as he coughed, the sound raspy and weak. "Young lord," the man began, his voice barely above a whisper. "My name is Severus, and I was ordered by the lady to find you, monitor, and protect you." He struggled to maintain his composure under the weight of Apollo's presence. "Which lady?" Apollo asked. "I cannot say that, but she definitely does not want to harm you. But I can ask for permission to arrange a meeting for you." Severus's thin frame shivered slightly, his eyes downcast, as he awaited Apollo's response. Weird. You can't say, but you can arrange a meeting? Are you trying to mess with me?" "Arrange a meeting, and then you can gang up on me." His eyes became cold as he heard Severus's idiotic words. Even though they cannot kill within the Sky City, they can still suppress him. Severus shit his pants as Apollo burst angrily after hearing the words and couldn't help but panic as the aura continued to press him more. I am not lying. It's just that I cannot say anything more that I'm not allowed to say. Otherwise, I would have told you the name." He somehow managed to complete the sentence, struggling under the crushing force of Apollo's aura. Hearing this, Apollo finally eased up and murmured, "Not allowed to say?" He quickly recalled the existence of peculiar skills and contracts that could bind someone, preventing them from divulging certain information. This might be one of those situations that Apollo's cold gaze bore into Severus, his anger evident, though he managed to restrain himself after hearing the man's explanation. Severus, trembling under Apollo's aura, seemed relieved as the pressure slowly lifted. His knees wobbled, and his face grew paler than before, but he remained composed enough to speak. "I truly mean no harm. Young lord, I was ordered only to watch over you after finding you. Nothing more. That if you wish, I can arrange the meeting as soon as I get permission. Please, believe me." Apollo stared at him for a moment, pondering the situation that if Severus was telling the truth, there was no immediate danger, at least not from him. Yet, Apollo couldn't let his guard down. "Fine," Apollo finally said, his tone measured but still icy. "Arrange the meeting, but if I sense any funny business, you won't get a second chance." Severus nodded frantically, bowing low despite his frail condition. "Understood, young lord. I'll make sure everything is done properly. You have my word." He agreed to meet because, compared to some shitty society, he was more interested in the person who arranged for this guy to protect and watch him, as the only person that would ask that would be her. But how can she order such strong people around is a question, so he wasn't sure until he met the person behind. Hearing this, Severus quickly pulled out a small talisman-like device and began speaking quietly into it, asking something to the person on the other end. It resembled a cell phone. Something that could be purchased here with points, As regular communication methods from the eastern continent didn't work within Sky City, that Apollo's master had also urged him to buy one of these devices for ease of communication. But like an introverted otaku too engrossed in his training, Apollo hadn't found the time to do so. While these thoughts passed through Apollo's mind, Severus seemed to have made contact with his superior and finalized the arrangements. "Young lord, please follow me that I will lead you," Severus said, his voice now steadier, though he still looked a bit nervous. Yes. Apollo responded quickly before teleporting to Seoul. "Wait here that I have something important to take care of, but I'll return soon." With that, he followed Severus, who led him to a peculiar restaurant. At first glance, it appeared completely empty, but Apollo's sharp senses immediately detected the presence of at least a dozen powerful auras hidden within. His eyes narrowed slightly as he assessed the situation, remaining calm despite the potential danger lurking inside. "Here, please." After that, Apollo calmly sat at the table, waiting for the person to appear. But he didn't need to wait long, as a few seconds later, an unknown and very mysterious aura appeared and seemed to cover the entire place. The aura was quite unique and had a certain charm of time, like an ancient force that he didn't even feel when God Anric appeared, but currently, he was feeling this as the familiar aura washed over him. Apollo's thoughts raced. Could it really be her? He wondered, his heart pounding. With a mix of anticipation and curiosity, slowly, with an almost regal grace, a young woman stepped into view. Her beauty was otherworldly, her blue eyes sparkling like sapphires as if carved by the goddess of beauty herself. Every movement she made seemed calm and deliberate, exuding a natural elegance that commanded attention. But Apollo stood still, his suspicions growing stronger as this feeling could not be wrong. "Little brother, we finally met." She smiled, her voice like a gentle breeze, and for a moment, Apollo was taken aback by the sight. Her smile was ethereal, almost otherworldly, like a fairy from ancient myths. Her excitement was palpable, though restrained behind her graceful demeanor. Apollo's eyes widened slightly as he took in her features, his mind racing to process everything. "Sister Astria?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. The figure in front of him, the mysterious older sister he had only heard about in stories and letters, was now standing right before him. Apollo's mind was a whirlwind of emotions as he stared at Astria. Her presence was overwhelming, not because of the aura of power she exuded, but because of the sheer weight of her existence. A mixture of beauty, mystery, and strength that seemed to transcend the mortal world. "Astria," Apollo repeated, more firmly this time, trying to ground himself. His family mentioned that his sister was going to come here and wanted to find her, but expected her name. He didn't know anything about her older sister. She chuckled softly, a sound like the tinkling of delicate bells. "Yes, it's me, Apollo. Your elder sister. I've been wanting to meet you for a while, but didn't have the appropriate time to reveal myself." Her words were calm, yet there was an underlying warmth in her voice that soothed his racing heart. Apollo couldn't shake the strange feeling welling up inside him. By all logic, he shouldn't feel any closeness to her. After all, they'd never met before. But something about Astria's presence, her ethereal beauty, and the serene aura surrounding her tugged at his heart. Was it the connection of bloodline? Or was it her goddess-like, mysterious aura that made him feel this way? He couldn't be sure. Still, one thing was certain. His sister was as mysterious as he had always heard. Just like Pussy King, she seemed to exist beyond the grasp of normal understanding, coming and going like a fleeting dream, full of unknowns. Even with his current strength, which rivaled that of an early-stage half-god, Apollo couldn't fully see through her. Astria's aura was truly unique, almost otherworldly, and the fact that he couldn't gauge her power only deepened her mystery. That it wasn't just her presence that stood out. The people surrounding her weren't weak, either. He could feel the intense auras of at least a dozen individuals, 3 of whom had reached the realm of saints, with one even at the peak of saint rank. For a moment, Apollo couldn't help but marvel at how effortlessly she commanded such powerful figures. This only confirmed what he had always suspected. His elder sister was unusual. Where the hell they come from and can have such a strong lineup here within the Sky Tower definitely is. An absolute force, not weaker than the top 10 hegemon forces of the Eastern Continent, whose young master or leader has occupied the top 10 in the ranking. He calmed his thought and looked at her eldest sister as he had so many questions, but where to even begin? Apollo quickly composed himself, straightening his posture. "I've heard a lot about you, but you were always so far away to I always wanted to meet you." He wasn't lying, as he was quite interested in his mysterious eldest sister, as he had read many novels where such mysterious figures usually have some extraordinary identity. and looking at the situation, it might be bigger than he expected. I also have heard about you, my little brother, the famous genius of the Ryaweth kingdom. She smiled and looked at her brother with a genuine surprise on her face, which was very rare. Even the dozen hidden guys also noticed her expression and couldn't help but feel unusual. She couldn't help it because she didn't want her brother to be this strong. Even though she heard the news about his surprising performance at Hunter City, she didn't feel this much at that time, even knowing his true age. But now, seeing him face to face, she truly understands how monstrously talented her little brother is. Apollo, on the other hand, was feeling a bit panicked as his sister's deep eyes seemed to penetrate his hidden secrets, which even half-gods shouldn't be able to do. Tsich, little brother, you are really too strong, Astrea said, her eyes scanning Apollo carefully as she could feel many laws around him. There was a mix of relief and concern in her voice, as though his strength brought her both comfort and unease. She felt relieved because her brother was a talent beyond imagination, his growth nothing short of otherworldly. Yet, that same heaven-defying potential troubled her deeply. She knew that such brilliance would inevitably attract the attention of old, despicable monsters, beings who might lose their sanity at the thought of someone so gifted. You're going to attract more than just admiration, my little, she continued, her tone softening with worry. There are forces out there that won't take kindly to someone like you. Take this, Astrea said, her voice steady as she pulled out an ancient parchment from the folds of her robe. Consider it my gift, since it seems there's not much you need with your current strength in Sky City. The parchment emitted a strange and powerful aura, humming with the presence of a mysterious and complex law. Apollo could feel it immediately, a weird energy, ancient and profound. Unlike anything he'd encountered before, he instinctively knew that this was no ordinary item. What is this? Apollo asked, his eyes narrowing as he reached out to take the parchment, carefully examining the strange words and markings on its surface. It's a secret law technique, Astrea continued, her voice low but clear, that will allow you to hide your aura, strength, and even your foundation. If you manage to fully comprehend it, you'll be able to conceal yourself even from the heavenly laws themselves. Apollo's eyes widened slightly as he grasped the powerful hiding function of this secret law technique, that a technique that could let him hide from the heavens. That was truly an extraordinary secret technique. Astrea nodded, her expression serious. Yes, that it's a safeguard in your journey. You will inevitably draw the eyes of powerful beings, some of whom will see you as a threat and others as a potential target. This technique will give you a chance to evade detection, to remain in the shadows while you grow even stronger. As he examined the parchment, Apollo felt a tingling sensation ripple through him, almost as if the technique were alive, pulsing with latent energy. The intricate symbols and runes seemed to shimmer under his touch, each stroke resonating with the depths of the unique mysteries of nothingness. As he glanced at the parchment, the words and symbols became alive, and immediately a secret technique filled with mysteries appeared in his mind, and he immediately started to understand the hidden truth within it. Astrea didn't bother him and waited calmly for him to understand and open his eyes. In less than a minute, Apollo's aura had become ethereal and mysterious, and then, for a fleeting moment, completely vanished. Even the powerful saints and experts hidden nearby could no longer sense his presence. It was as if Apollo had ceased to exist, standing before them like a shadow in plain sight, unnoticed by all. SZZZ. The air hummed softly as his aura returned, but this time, there was something different. He seemed almost ordinary. The extraordinary and terrifying strength that once clung to him like a mantle of power was masked. Right now, in their eye, he was just another person with no trace of the might that lurked beneath the surface. Astrea's eyes widened in surprise, though her smile deepened with satisfaction. You really are something else, little brother, she murmured, watching as Apollo effortlessly grasped the essence of the technique. The secret technique given by Astrea wasn't something to be taken lightly. That it was renowned for its complexity, a technique that could baffle even the most gifted geniuses. Typically, it would take 2 or 3 weeks for someone to comprehend it well enough to hide their aura and abilities. But Apollo had grasped its essence in mere minutes, executing it flawlessly. The more Astrea observed, the more shocked she became by Apollo's otherworldly talent. This technique, most would need weeks of deep meditation to even scratch the surface. Yet you... She trailed off, shaking her head in disbelief. Apollo remained silent, his expression calm, but there was a glint of understanding in his eyes. He didn't need to be told how difficult it was. He could sense the intricacies embedded within the technique. Yet to him, it felt as though the knowledge had flowed naturally into his mind, as it had always been there, waiting to be unlocked. Apollo had always known he possessed remarkable talent, but he refused to let it fill him with pride. The memory of his battle with the lowly in the dimension battle world remained vivid in his mind. Despite all his recent improvements and breakthroughs, he still believed that he wouldn't stand a chance against her. "I'm not strong enough yet," he murmured to himself, his determination growing. "There's still much more to learn." With that, his thoughts return, and he looks at the sister and can't help but thank her for such a precious secret technique. "Thanks." "What thanks? You are my little brother. This should I do. No need to thank between family." She smiled, looking at her genius brother, who surprised her the most. Apollo nodded, his thoughts returning to the present. His eyes settled on his sister with a mix of curiosity and caution. She had always been a mystery to him, and now, seeing her surrounded by powerful figures, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of force she had aligned herself with. That he asked calmly, "What kind of force did you join, sister? And what's your status? To be able to move so many talented people, it cannot be ordinary." Astrea smiled, her blue eyes shimmering with a knowing light. "I suppose it's time you knew a little. You know, after coming here, you should know the vastness of the universe," Astrea said, her voice soft but carrying the weight of immense knowledge. "Ryan is not the end of it. Not even close. It's just a tiny portion of something far greater." She paused for a moment, letting her words sink in before continuing. "And just as there are boundless worlds out there are forces that know this truth. Ancient forces, older than even the most powerful kingdoms or empires on Ryan. These forces have people who have traveled beyond Ryan into the depths of the universe and survived the unimaginable dangers that exist there. That I have joined such a force." Apollo's eyes widened slightly, the realization settling in. "So, you've seen things far beyond this world?" he asked, his voice steady but filled with curiosity. Astrea smiled faintly, nodding. "Yes, little brother. The universe is vast and filled with mysteries that make even the mighty powers of gods on Ryan seem like nothing. But it isn't like Ryan is weak. It is actually very strong and has its unknown secrets. Like the force I joined has knowledge that spans eons, and they prepare for the threats that come from beyond, not just within this realm. You didn't know about that. Just remember the name, Celestial Palace, the power that rules the stars." She said proudly, like it was the power she created with her strength. He wasn't shocked that the Ryan have contacts outside in the universe, but surprised his sister joined such a powerful force and seems to have a high position. He had always suspected that Astrea would be extraordinary, even beyond the talents their family was known for. But to think she had ventured into the vast unknown of the universe, aligning herself with forces that transcended the understanding of even the gods of Ryan, that was something entirely different. "The Celestial Palace," Apollo repeated slowly, the name resonating with a sense of awe and mystery. "And you're a part of it, sister?" In fact, he was surprised because such a powerful force seemed to come to them to let her join them like they were waiting for her. More and more, he feels weird. Could it be reincarnation shit, and my eldest sister is some kind of lost powerhouse? Otherwise, it would be too much of coincidence. Astrea smiled, her expression a mix of pride and caution. "Yes, but the Celestial Palace isn't just one organization. It's an ancient power that influences countless realms. Its members are chosen not just for their strength, but for their potential and luck. As for my status," Astrea continued with a calm smile, "it's good that I've been receiving the best resources due to my talent, which has allowed me to grow to a decent strength. But, brother, even with all that, you're far better than me." Apollo could sense the sincerity in her words, but something about her was still shrouded in mystery. He was certain that her status in this ancient force was high, perhaps even higher than she was letting on. However, when it came to her strength, he couldn't be as sure. She was clearly using some sort of secret technique to conceal her true power, just as she had given him the technique to hide his own. Yet, one thing puzzled him. Despite her obvious strength and influence, her name hadn't appeared in the top 100 trialist rankings in Sky City, that he couldn't shake the feeling that she was intentionally staying off the radar. Strange, Apollo thought, glancing at her with curiosity. With her talent and resources, she should be among the strongest trialists here. Why is she keeping such a low profile? Since you have such strength, why isn't your name on the ranking of trialists? Apollo asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. With your power, it would have been easy to rank high. Astrea smiled knowingly, her eyes gleaming with a mix of amusement and caution. You're not wrong, little brother. IT would have been easy, she admitted. But not everything is about standing out or being on display. in a place like Sky City. Sometimes it's safer to remain in the shadows, especially when you're involved in things far more complicated than a mere ranking list. I'm involved in something much bigger, Astria said, her voice calm, yet carrying a weight of seriousness that Apollo hadn't heard before. That's why I've kept my distance from the family. It's not that I don't care. It's that being involved with me right now would put them in unnecessary danger. For their sake, it's better to let them live in peace than to drag them into something they don't understand, something that could get them killed for reasons they'll never know. Her expression grew more grave, and the air around her seemed to shift, exuding a quiet but commanding dignity. Apollo could feel the gravity of her words and the weight of responsibility she carried alone. He said anything to her weird response that seems to answer nothing. And frankly, he was annoyed by all those mysterious answers that didn't answer a shit about his questions. Nobody seems to answer the questions directly. And what with the remaining mysterious, like all those answers of being distant from family, so they can remain safe and blah. Reasons. The only thing he now knew was that she had joined Celestial Palace and had some decent power at her hand. Anyway, everyone has their own choice, and he can only accept that. Okay then, brother, I have met you, and seeing you're doing well, I am relieved. But before I leave, I have some important news for you. You have 4 months here to become as strong as you can. And take this, I specially prepared it for you. With that, a small bracelet floated into Apollo's hand. Just as she was about to leave, surprising Apollo, who still had many questions, he called out, "Sister, wait. What is the relationship between the other worlds and the trial? And what is the connection between them and Ryan?" He hurriedly tried to ask more about the Sky Tower, but she only smiled mysteriously. "Yes, they are all related, which you will understand in a few months," she answered simply, then disappeared. Even with Apollo's growing mastery over space laws, he couldn't sense her departure. Apollo stood there, the small bracelet in his hand, his mind racing with unanswered questions. His sister's sudden departure left him in a whirlwind of thoughts. For months, to get stronger, he muttered, glancing at the bracelet. He clenched the bracelet, feeling a faint pulse of energy from it. Undoubtedly something extraordinary, but he cannot fully understand what it does, Apollo whispered to himself. The Sky Tower, the trials, the other worlds, they're all indeed connected. Clutching the bracelet tighter, Apollo made up his mind he would grow stronger fast in these 4 months. The restaurant became eerily empty as all the hidden figures vanished along with his sister. Apollo didn't linger either, pocketing the bracelet as he prepared to confront the Salvation Society. However, after meeting his eldest sister, he found himself more cautious than before. Who knows, he thought, there might also be someone strong hiding within their ranks, just like her. With that lingering thought, Apollo left the place, his mind focused on his next move, but with a heightened sense of vigilance, he returned, and outside, the 2 thugs from Salvation Society didn't even get a hint of it for them, as nothing happened. "Soul, let's go for a stroll outside," Apollo said upon returning, finding Soul still in his place. Soul immediately stood up, ready to follow him, and didn't feel anything unexpected as they stepped out. Apollo's mind wandered to the 2 thugs who had been watching them earlier. He was curious to see their reaction now that he and Soul were walking together, openly displaying their closeness. I wonder what the Salvation Society will do learning he is close with a ranker. Apollo mused quietly, a slight smirk playing on his lips, waiting for their next whether they would still go on or stop harassing Soul. When they came out naturally, the 2 thugs noticed this and couldn't help but feel troubled. Even though they didn't know much about Apollo, they knew he must be strong to become a 2-star mark trialist. Seeing Apollo and Soul together, the 2 thugs immediately decided to distance themselves even further. Fearful of being caught, they chose not to follow and instead hurried off to notify their boss, leaving the decision to higher-ups. What they didn't realize, however, was that from the very beginning, everything had been under Apollo's control. The moment they first encountered him, he had silently marked them with his energy. The energy mark he had placed on the thugs was subtle, nearly undetectable unless one had a high-level comprehension of the laws, Apollo thought. A faint smile crossing his lips as he sensed their every move. They might think they were escaping unnoticed, but they were already trapped in his web. "You're quiet," Soul suddenly remarked, breaking Apollo's chain of thoughts. Apollo glanced at his friend and gave a small nod. "Just thinking about what's to come. You may need to be cautious in the days ahead." Soul raised an eyebrow, but nodded seriously that he knew well enough to trust Apollo's instincts. "I expected as much if they're persistent, but if you're with me, I think we'll be fine." What he didn't know was that he was already watched, but Apollo told him that he would become worried unnecessarily as Salvation Society was still a giant for him. After some time, Apollo turned to Soul and said, "You should head back and rest. I have something else to take care of." Sol nodded, understanding, and they parted ways, each heading in a different direction. While Sol returned to his place, Apollo's gaze hardened as he prepared to deal with the matter at hand. His thoughts were already focused on the next move. He continued walking, passing through various districts, until Apollo finally stopped at a quiet spot near the city's outer edges, where fewer people gathered. Apollo closed his eyes for a moment, focusing on the energy marks he had placed on the thugs that he could sense their movements clearly. They were heading to a secluded area, away from the central parts of the city, likely a hideout where they would report to their superiors. Perfect, Apollo muttered under his breath, a cold determination settling over him. Without hesitation, Apollo made his way toward the location where the thugs were heading, his movements swift and deliberate, yet completely concealed. The streets gradually became quieter as Apollo ventured further from the bustling core of Sky City. He moved through alleyways with practiced ease, his footsteps light and soundless. Soon, the energy marks grew stronger, telling him that his targets were close. Apollo stood before a dilapidated and tucked away from prying eyes in Sky City. You can rent shops, stores, and such places with few points, and there isn't much trouble. IT looked abandoned at first glance, but he could sense the faint presence of several individuals inside, their life forces unmistakable. The thugs had already entered, reporting back to their superiors. Apollo observed the building, scanning the area for hidden traps or potential threats. It didn't take long for him to notice subtle energy fluctuations surrounding the warehouse, likely some form of defensive mechanism or alarm system. But it wasn't difficult for some like him, who have a deep understanding of space and learned the secret technique. He thought with a smirk that he easily, with little effort, passed through the simple energy barriers that guarded the place. With a wave of his hand, he manipulated the space around him, phasing through the defenses as if they were nothing more than an illusion. He stepped into the shadow of the warehouse, blending into the space and darkness, and silently made his way toward the heart of the building. As he approached, muffled voices reached his ears. "That kid, Sol, he's too close to that 2-star trialist that we need to deal with him before it becomes a problem," one of the voices said. Laced with frustration, another voice responded, deeper and more authoritative. "We can't act recklessly. If that trialist is really strong, we could risk more than we gain. That we need confirmation of their relationship and the strength of the 2-star Skymark trialist before we make a move." Apollo's eyes glinted as he heard their concerns. They were trying to figure out how much of a threat he posed, unaware that he was already within their lair, listening to their every word. The energy inside the room suggested that there were at least 5 people, including the 2 thugs he'd marked earlier. But that wasn't enough. His eyes glowed, and suddenly he was able to see inside. Even though the room was covered with runes, it still could not stop him from seeing through. Except for the 2 thugs, the other 3 were strong, as one with a more authoritarian voice seemed to be a newly promoted saint, and the other 2 were peak 4th-rank grandmasters. As time passed, many individuals made breakthroughs, benefiting from the abundant resources available in Sky City. This person seemed to be one of them, having clearly advanced their strength after gaining access to these rare opportunities. The atmosphere around them radiated with newfound power, a clear indication of the rapid progress that was becoming more common in the city. That he couldn't attack them within the city due to its strict regulations, but he could challenge them. Although the challenge party had the option to reject the challenge, doing so came at a cost, a remuneration fee of 20% of the wagered Sky points. This rule ensured that avoiding a challenge wasn't an easy escape. Although it is troublesome and isn't the best thing he can do here, as he cannot do anything to them within the Sky City. But he can still make sure that they receive severe punishment, that they didn't dare mess with Sol. That he quickly scanned the entire building through a spiritual sense and had a rough estimation of the strength present here. And it wasn't weak. There were a total of 81 trialists gathered here in this inn, with a total of 3 saints and 20 grandmasters, while the rest were just 3rd-ranked. That he wasn't interested in dealing with the scrubs and low-end mobs. His focus was on the newly promoted saints. Naturally, the first target would be the saint who had been in the front room, directly involved in Sol's harassment. This wasn't just about settling scores. It was a message to be why going after the strongest and most involved. Apollo aimed to dismantle the Salvation Society's power from the top down, making sure they understood the consequences of crossing him by giving them the same desperation. After listening to their conversations for a few minutes, Apollo left the hideout. To officially issue a challenge he needed to apply at the battle arena, where he could select and fill out the details of who he wanted to challenge. Without hesitation, he set his course for the arena, determined to confront the newly promoted saints and take the first steps in dismantling the Salvation Society's influence. Apollo made his way through the bustling streets of Sky City, His thoughts remained sharp, focused on the task ahead. That he arrived at the Battle Sky Arena, an imposing structure located in one of the central districts. The massive building was a hub for all types of sanctioned battles, where conflicts were settled, reputations were built, and power was displayed. The arena was built to handle the strength of even the most powerful trialists, with protective barriers designed to contain destructive forces and prevent harm to the audience. Apollo walked through the grand entrance, his steps calm and measured. Inside, the air was filled with the tension of impending battles. Thousands of spectators roamed the various tiers of the arena, waiting for the next fight to begin. He walked up to the counter where a cute, bunny-eared beast girl sat, her ears perking up as she noticed him approach. Apollo quickly asked about the challenge procedure. With a cheerful smile, she explained, "It's simple." She then brought out a glowing crystal that contained the names of millions of trialists. You just need to place your hand on the crystal, and you can see the countless names and can sort or arrange them to select your opponent, she added with a slight grin. Apollo nodded and placed his hand on the crystal, ready to proceed with the challenge selection. Apollo placed his hand on the glowing crystal, feeling a slight warmth radiate from it. Instantly, a vast array of names appeared in his mind, almost like a massive database laid out before him. He could feel the sheer scale of the arena's registry, the names of millions of trialists. Floating through his consciousness, that IT was both overwhelming and impressive, but Apollo's mind remained focused. The bunny-eared girl watched him with curious eyes as he navigated through the crystal's interface. "You can filter by rank or any other criteria you like," she said helpfully, her voice carrying a soft lilt. Apollo nodded, his mind already honing in on the details he needed. Tyro's horn, Saint rank. He mentally applied the filters, narrowing down the list for millions to find a single person who was his first target. That Apollo's eyes narrowed as he selected him. Once he confirmed his selection, the name of the saint locked into place, glowing brightly within the crystal. The bunny-eared girl, noticing his completion, perked up once more. "You've chosen your opponent. Now, all that's left is for the system to send the official challenge to them. We'll notify them within the hour, and you should hear back shortly after," she explained, her voice still carrying that same cheerful tone. Apollo withdrew his hand from the crystal, a small smile tugging at his lips. "Thank you," he said simply. The girl giggled softly, her fluffy ears twitching. "Good luck with your challenge. You seem like someone who won't need it, though." Although she seemed like a cute and lovely girl, this is Sky City. How can she be weak and even might be super strong? So he didn't feel surprised by her comment. Apollo nodded slightly and turned, heading toward the arena's exit. He was already looking forward to the expressions on the face of the Salvation Society, St. Tyro's horn, when he received the challenge. Apollo had issued his challenge, and now the only thing left was for him to step forward and face them. Meanwhile, Tyros, upon receiving the challenge notice, was taken aback that he rarely attracted attention, preferring to carefully select weaker opponents without any significant backing when he did make a move. His cautious approach had served him well, helping him maintain his position as a vice-head of the Salvation Society while avoiding unnecessary conflicts. But now, seeing an unexpected challenge come his way, Tyros couldn't help but wonder if he had unknowingly provoked someone powerful enough to be a genuine threat. Despite his influence, the looming uncertainty made him uneasy. Could this challenger possess the strength or backing to cause trouble, even knowing his status in the Salvation Society? Tyros sat in his dimly lit room, the glowing challenge notice hovering before him like an ominous omen. His initial shock was quickly overtaken by wariness as he tried to piece together why someone would dare challenge him. As a newly promoted saint and vice-head of the Salvation Society, he had gained considerable influence. But now, this challenge seemed to disrupt his carefully built world. He tapped the edge of the challenge notice with his fingers, the translucent message revealing the name of the challenger. Apollo Fletcher. The frown deepened on Tyro's face as he tried to recall any notable information about the name. It didn't sound unfamiliar. After thinking for a moment, I remembered about him. As he seemed to have seen the name in the top 100 trialists ranking, he should be a formidable person. But what disturbed Tyros more was the fact that Apollo had chosen to challenge him. And he couldn't say it was just his bad luck or something else, but what he could do, should he take on the challenge or not. The first thing Tyros did was check the points wagered on the challenge, hoping to gauge how serious his opponent was. When he saw the amount, his heart skipped a beat. It wasn't just an ordinary bet. It was the highest wager allowed for a challenge from a one-star Sky marked trialist, 8,000 Sky points. Tyros was shocked. This was no casual challenge. Apollo. The challenger was not only confident but also wealthy and prepared to stake a huge amount. For someone like Apollo to issue a challenge with such a high wager meant he wasn't just looking for a fight. He was making a statement. Tyros felt a mix of fear and frustration. He had always carefully avoided crossing paths with the truly powerful. Yet here he was, unknowingly in the crosshairs of someone like Apollo. "Why me?" he muttered under his breath, trying to figure out how he had drawn the attention of such a dangerous figure. Tyros' mind raced. Does he care about the Salvation Society's business? Or could it be Sol? He muttered to himself. Remembering the recent incident involving Sol, the unranked trialist they had been harassing, he had thought of Sol as an easy mark, someone to exploit for quick gains. But perhaps Sol had stronger connections than he realized. He stood from his chair and paced the room, his unease growing. "Damn it," Tyros muttered, realizing that backing down now would cost him his reputation and points if he rejected the challenge. He'd lose not only 20% of his sky points, but also credibility within the Salvation Society. The higher-ups would see him as weak, and his position as vice head could be jeopardized. He stopped pacing, taking a deep breath that he couldn't afford to lose face. But he also knew he couldn't approach this battle recklessly. Apollo was a dangerous opponent, and Tyros would need more than brute strength to win. His eyes glowed with fierce madness, and he thought of something, as he can only ask for help as he cannot handle this easily. Not just any help, but someone powerful enough to tip the scales in his favor. The Salvation Society had allies, and Tyros knew exactly who to contact at the same time, for some reason. The news about the challenge battle between Ranker Apollo and Vice Head of Salvation Society quickly spread within and even outside the arena, as it is very rare for such strong or well-known trialists to challenge each other. Crowds began gathering outside the arena, eager to witness the fight firsthand. Inside, trialists used their communication devices to share the news with friends and allies, causing the buzz to grow even louder. The rare confrontation between two powerful figures was sure to be a spectacle, and no one wanted to miss it. Time passed, and an hour quickly passed, and the intensity of the trialists quite increased, and even the figures who knew Apollo also appeared to see the excitement. Master Aaron and Aliona seemed to have come after learning about Apollo's challenge. Aaron, as Apollo's master, knew him well. Apollo wasn't the type to seek out trouble for no reason. Yet the fact that he had chosen to challenge someone like Tyros made Aaron raise an eyebrow. Aliona, on the other hand, kept her usual calm demeanor, but even she couldn't help but feel curious. Tyros wasn't just a random troublemaker. He had some influence as one of the vice heads of the Salvation Society, a notorious group. Master Aaron wasn't afraid or worried that his disciple would have problems. Rather, he was more interested in how the hell the fucker Tyros got the guts to mess with Apollo. Did he have a death wish, or he received divine revelation of his crimes and wanted to atone for them by being beaten by his disciple? Sometime later, Tyros appeared, flanked by several members of the Salvation Society. His confident stride and proud demeanor made it clear that he wasn't intimidated by Apollo's challenge. He walked as though he owned the battlefield, a smug grin playing across his lips. The crowd around the arena began to murmur. Tyros had a reputation for being careful, rarely picking fights unless he was sure of victory. His nonchalant attitude suggested he had something up his sleeve, or perhaps he believed his position and backing would shield him from any real threat. Master Aaron, watching from a distance with Aliona, narrowed his eyes. "Interesting, he's either more deluded than I thought, or..." Aliona finished the thought. "He thinks he has some kind of advantage." But within her heart, she knows about Apollo's strength and has seen his strength no matter what kind of trick or trump card Tyros guy had. It was pointless in the face of absolute power. Yes, the crowd grew restless. Murmurs of impatience rippled through the stands. The name Apollo was on everyone's lips, but no one seemed to recognize him as he casually strolled through the main entrance. With his calm and unassuming demeanor, he blended in with the spectators, looking more like a curious onlooker than the challenger everyone was eagerly anticipating. Tyros, standing confidently at the center of the arena, glanced around, his smug expression starting to waver as time passed without Apollo showing up. His followers exchanged uncertain glances, whispering amongst themselves. Apollo, meanwhile, quietly observed the arena from within the crowd, taking in the atmosphere and sizing up his opponent. He could hear the crowd's buzz, some people wondering when the infamous Apollo would show up, others betting on whether he would be a no-show. Finally, he slowly walked to the arena, causing the crowd to be surprised, and they became silent as with every step. Apollo's aura seems to climb, putting pressure on everyone. Even Tyros, who was proudly standing in the arena, felt it, and his expression couldn't help but change. There didn't need to be an introduction, as the crowd instantly guessed who the mysterious person was walking towards the arena. This was the man who had issued the challenge. Apollo. Nobody knows his strength, but as a ranker, rumors of his strength and talent had spread far and wide, but seeing it firsthand left no room for doubt that he is strong. As Apollo reached the center of the arena, he stopped, his gaze locking on Tyros. The air between them crackled with tension, and for a moment, it felt as though the entire arena had frozen in time, awaiting the clash that was about to unfold. Ha! This brat is finally here, and he seems to have become stronger. Tyros is going to be totally fucked and would have nightmares of this day. Master Aaron laughed as he looked at the disciple, who seemed to be a little different and more ethereal, feeling the bad luck of Tyros. Aliona, standing beside, also nodded, as it seemed Apollo had become stronger even if there was a 1 in a billion chance for a miracle to happen now. Even though that had disappeared, the arena held its breath, excited to see what this battle will show them. Tyros, who had been brimming with confidence earlier, felt a cold sweat break across his skin as Apollo's aura intensified. His instinct screamed danger. The smugness drained from his face, replaced by a mixture of shock and dread. This wasn't the Apollo he had been expecting. As Apollo and Tyros faced each other, the atmosphere grew heavy, like the calm before a violent storm. Tyros clenched his fists, his eyes darting nervously, knowing that everyone was watching him, expecting him to prove his worth as a vice head of the Salvation Society. You should have stayed hidden, Tyros. Apollo's voice cut through the silence like a blade. Though he spoke softly, his words carried the weight of certainty. Echoing in the ears of Tyros, Apollo's eyes glowed faintly, and Tyros could feel it. The gap between them wasn't just in strength, it was in essence. Tyros had underestimated him, and now he was standing on the edge of a precipice, staring into the abyss. Ready or not, Apollo said, his voice low but commanding, let's end this quickly. The moment stretched, the anticipation unbearable, before the battle finally erupted in a flash of raw power. Boom! Without warning, Tyros unleashed a massive fireball, 3 meters in diameter, streaking towards Apollo with blazing intensity. The heat alone made the air ripple, and many in the crowd gasped, thinking this would be a powerful opening strike. But Apollo didn't even flinch. With a single, fluid step, he effortlessly dodged the attack, moving with such grace that it appeared as if the fireball had been nothing more than a child's toy thrown at him. Tyros' expression tightened, but it seemed he had expected his initial attack to fail. Without hesitating, his aura surged violently, and a dark, fiery energy began to radiate from him. His strength seemed to multiply within seconds, his power swelling as though something inside him was igniting. His muscles tensed, and his eyes glowed with a manic intensity. The crowd was visibly stunned by the sudden increase in Tyros' power. Many believed they were finally witnessing his true strength, the power that earned him his reputation. But among the more seasoned experts in the audience, there were furrowed brows and skeptical murmurs. This isn't right, one of them muttered. His energy is too unstable, too erratic. Is it a desperate move? Another expert added, eyes narrowing. He's either burning his life force or using some dangerous potion to temporarily boost his strength. But that power is not sustainable. But they were surprised because he directly used such means, making it clear that he wanted to quickly end the battle. Damn, he knew from the start he wasn't an opponent of Apollo, so he begged the young master to give him some means to battle or even to win, and the Lord, after his begging, gave him this. Tyros had no idea where the strange seed came from or how the young lord managed to acquire it. But ever since he swallowed it, it had given him an unnatural power. He could feel it inside him, a volatile force waiting to be unleashed. When pushed to the brink, all he had to do was channel his life force into the seed, and it would grant him terrifying strength, far beyond his normal limits. The problem was, it came at a price. Every time he used it, he could feel it eating away at his vitality, like a flame that consumed his very life to fuel its destructive power. But at this moment, facing Apollo's overwhelming presence, Tyros didn't care about the cost. He needed to win, needed to show his strength. So, without waiting, he used it immediately when he was in the best condition to bring out the most of it and end it as quickly as possible. His aura exploded in a violent surge, raw energy radiating from him in waves as his power climbed. His muscles bulged unnaturally, and veins throbbed under his skin, pulsing with an otherworldly glow. With a violent aura, he burst out his fiery fire life force and attacked with destructive skills. Fiery explosions! Tyros roared. Although he was feeling uncomfortable, he was still excited by the power he gained after using the seed. He eagerly anticipated crushing Apollo beneath his attacks. But his dreams were shattered in an instant. Slap! The sudden, resounding noise echoed through the arena, freezing the once boisterous crowd into stunned silence. As Apollo was standing beside Tyros, bitch slapped him in a fraction of a second, shocking them to the core with a sudden twist that they hadn't imagined. Not only the crowd, but even Tyros couldn't comprehend what had just happened. One moment, he was dreaming of defeating Apollo. The next, Apollo was standing beside him, having moved so fast, Tyros hadn't even noticed, let alone felt the slap. And now, in front of thousands of trialists, he stood humiliated. He couldn't comprehend even after the slap, and his mind was still blank. But Apollo's voice brought him back. You are too slow, and what with roaring and all dramatic effects? Would it change the outcome, idiot? Apollo's sarcastic words made him feel more humiliated and filled him with anger and hate that he was ready to burn half of his vitality to destroy him. But his thoughts were stopped midway, as one after another loud noise of slap echoed throughout the arena. Slap, 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 slap. Each slap resounded like thunder, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Slap, slap, slap. Apollo's hand blurred as it struck Tyros repeatedly, faster than anyone could follow. The onlookers sat frozen, mouths agape, unable to process what they were witnessing. Tyros, once proud and arrogant, now found himself being mercilessly beaten, not by a barrage of spells or powerful strikes, but by simple slaps. Each slap was a brutal reminder of just how helpless he was in front of Apollo. His fiery aura and explosive power were useless, as though they were mere toys in the face of a true warrior. Apollo didn't even seem angry. His movements were calm, his expression cold. Yet each slap carried a terrifying force. It wasn't just about the physical pain, but the utter humiliation Tyros was experiencing in front of the entire arena. You think power alone is enough? Apollo's voice rang out between slaps, each word punctuated by another sharp sound. Slap. You thought some fire tricks and roars would intimidate me. Slap. That you trash who survive oppressing weak could stand against me with this half-baked strength. Slap. Slap. Tyros, unable to react, stumbled with each hit, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face swollen and red. His eyes were wide with terror, not anger anymore. The confidence he had displayed earlier had evaporated, replaced by sheer desperation that Apollo's voice echoed throughout the arena, laced with mockery and disdain. What happened to the proud vice-head of the Salvation Society? Do you think your pathetic master controlling a bunch of trashy trialists makes him some kind of big shot? No, Apollo continued, his tone sharp and cutting. If you think that, then you're dead wrong that he's even worse than all of you. Why else would he create a society just to gather all the trash together? The crowd stirred, eyes widening at Apollo's audacity. It wasn't just Tyros who was being insulted. Apollo was openly challenging the mysterious figure behind the Salvation Society. Someone feared but seldom spoken of in such a way that Tyros' face twisted with rage. But he couldn't hide the fear creeping into his eyes. He had no response. His power, artificially enhanced and unstable, was not enough to stop Apollo. And now, with thousands of trialists watching, Apollo was tearing down everything Tyros stood for, dragging his name, and the name of the Salvation Society, through the dirt. Apollo stood tall, his gaze scanning the crowd, hoping his words would draw out the hidden mastermind. His mind scanned thousands of people and finally found someone well hidden in the crowd who burst out with killing intent for a second, but he immediately controlled it. But this was enough for him to find him, and it was now time to end this farce. Slap. He slapped with his full strength, which was overwhelming. For someone like Tyros, who just barely somehow became a saint and was mentally and physically tormented. Boom! Tyros was sent flying, his body crashing outside the arena with a resounding impact. The force of Apollo's slap was so immense that the very space around them trembled. The crowd gasped in awe, the sheer brutality of the attack leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Apollo stood in the center of the arena, unshaken, his aura calm, yet exuding terrifying power. Tyros lay crumpled on the ground, his pride shattered along with his body, a mere puppet tossed aside by Apollo's overwhelming strength, ending the battle with a very humiliating defeat for Tyros and the Salvation Society. But the crowd, awakening from the initial shock, seemed to love it and burst into cheers, as many of the trialists within the spectators were suppressed or harassed in one way or another by Salvation Society. So they were naturally happy to see this. Apollo stood tall, his expression cold and unreadable, but his eyes glowed with intensity as he directed his attention toward the hidden figure he had sensed earlier. The brief surge of killing intent had been enough to give him away, and now Apollo had locked onto him. The man Apollo had identified was hidden well within the crowd of spectators, cloaked in anonymity, But Apollo's sharp gaze pierced through the sea of faces. Surprisingly, he actually knew the face, as he was one of the rankers who was quite famous, as he had quite a high rank. His name was Marlin Drex, and he seemed to be a member of the Hunter Guild of the main branch at the Scared Light Empire. But don't ever think that Marlin was a nobody who climbed the ranks of the Hunter Guild through talent or sheer hard work. In truth, it was quite the opposite. He was a member of the powerful Drex family, and it was their support that propelled him to his current position. While his talent wasn't bad, it was nowhere near the level of those protagonists who rise on their own, aided by plot armor and extraordinary luck. Still, Marlin was somebody, a figure of influence, and it was unexpected to discover that he was behind the Salvation Society. He was well known for his public persona of helping the less fortunate, often offering talented civilians a chance to prove themselves. Many civilian geniuses outside had joined him in the Hunter Guild, drawn by his reputation as a benefactor. But now, that image seemed like a hollow facade, concealing the darker truths of his ambitions. Marlin also noticed that Apollo seemed to be looking at him, making him feel even worse that he was hiding his face, but he had a feeling that Apollo seemed to see through his cloak and had a feeling he had figured it out and wanted to take care of him. But both of them knew that they couldn't do much within the Sky City as it protects every trialist, at least for now. Otherwise, Tyros wouldn't be alive, or Sol, who was oppressed, just wouldn't have minor injuries. His steps were hurried as he moved through the narrow passages away from the arena. The roar of the crowd cheering for Apollo's brutal victory only fueled his anger. He had invested so much into the Salvation Society, crafting it as a tool to gather sky points while staying out of direct confrontation with the more powerful trialists. Now, with one humiliating slap, Apollo had wrecked everything he'd built. "Fuck you, Apollo," Marlin hissed through gritted teeth as he stormed away, the dark aura of his killing intent bleeding through his restrained demeanor. He had lost more than just a subordinate today. He had lost his foundation. Although Marlin was strong, he was fully aware of his limitations. Maintaining his current position required the backing of the Salvation Society to earn sky points continuously. There were many monstrous trialists, and while Marlin's strength alone wouldn't allow him to break into the top 50, his cunning and strategic thinking had propelled him to where he stood now. Without the Salvation Society's support, all that could be lost. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. He could already feel the power slipping from his grasp. Trialists would abandon society, and, with them, his steady stream of sky points. Without them, how could he compete with the likes of Apollo or the other monstrous talents gunning for the top spots? Marlin's mind raced with thoughts of revenge, but he knew his own limits. He wasn't strong enough to confront Apollo head-on. He just saw him effortlessly overpower Tyros, even using the life-devouring seed, and wasn't sure if he could win easily. He would have to be patient, that if he struck too soon, it would be the end of him. He needed to rebuild, but he wasn't sure currently, as his plan wasn't completed. Maybe it's time to reach out to them, Marlin mused darkly, thinking of the hidden forces. Dangerous, yes, but it is worth it, as he will be able to complete his plan and become stronger. As he walked deeper into the shadows of the city's streets, his frustration simmered into a cold, focused determination. He would find a way to claw back his power, and when the time came, Apollo would regret ever crossing him. For now, he would bide his time, watch from the shadows, and wait for the perfect moment to strike back. Apollo didn't know what Marlin's thoughts and concerns were. He received his wager of 1,000 sky points and accomplished his goal, ensuring that the Salvation Society's members wouldn't dare harass anyone for a while. His overwhelming display of power had sent a clear message. Silently, Apollo left the arena, the crowd parting to make way for him. In a WS, he walked some distance away. He encountered Master Aaron and Aliona, who met him with smiles. Together, they walked, talking and laughing as they continued on their way. "Haha, kid, that fight was really something. I wouldn't even call it a fight." Master Aaron laughed, clapping Apollo on the back. "Those slaps, though, perfect. You should get a lesson on how to humiliate someone with style. It's been a while since I've seen a crowd enjoy something that much. Now, those rats in the Salvation Society won't dare mess with anyone for a long time." Aliona, walking beside them, also smiled. It was rare to see a young saint humiliated so thoroughly, and she couldn't help but also feel satisfied with how the situation had unfolded. The three of them continued walking, the mood light and relaxed, contrasting the intense atmosphere of the arena just moments ago. For Apollo, it was another step forward in establishing his dominance within Sky City. He now wasn't afraid of any trialist as they walked. Master Aaron glanced at Apollo, his expression shifting slightly to something more serious. "But remember, kid, there are always bigger fish. You handle tyros easily, but the person behind it? He won't forget this. Guys like him don't confront you head-on. They bide their time and wait for the right moment. Watch your back. He nodded as he naturally understood, but he wasn't afraid and had confidence in his strength. They returned to their place, and the next day, Sol came running to Apollo, tears streaming down his face. He burst into a crying spree of happiness, thanking Apollo countless times for his help. Sol understood why Apollo had suddenly challenged the vice leader of the Salvation Society, and his gratitude was overflowing. Thank you, Apollo. Thank you. After Sol finally left, having spent nearly an hour crying and thanking him, Apollo focused on conditioning himself, preparing his mind and body. Today marked the first time he would take on a 2-star Sky Mark level task, a significant step up from his previous challenges. He steadied his breath and focused. Thoughts raced through his mind. What kind of task will it be? How dangerous could it get? He wondered if the difficulty would push him to his limits or reveal new opportunities to grow even stronger. Regardless, he was determined to face it head-on, fully prepared for whatever awaited him. Apollo knew he had no choice but to continue completing tasks and collecting sky points. According to his sister, he had only 4 months before something significant was going to happen or change, so he had to become as strong as possible during this time. Tio achieved that. He needed sky points and access to the various facilities within Sky City. While earning points through battle challenges was a quicker method, it would inevitably create enemies among many trialists. The Sky City's protection meant he couldn't simply eliminate those who might seek revenge later. Once they returned to the eastern continent, he'd be facing the wrath of countless forces, and the last thing he wanted was to be entangled in a web of revenge. He knew that while power was crucial, careful planning and avoiding unnecessary conflicts would be just as important in surviving, as he didn't believe, like protagonists, he could survive anything because of luck. As Apollo stood before the portal, he could feel the familiar hum of energy resonating through his body. The swirling light within the portal seemed to beckon him forward, a gateway to the unknown. That a 2-star Sky Mark task was a considerable step up, and while he had no clue what awaited him on the other side, he was ready. When Apollo opened his eyes again, he found himself in the middle of the sky, plummeting toward the ground. However, as a grandmaster, capable of levitating, he wasn't alarmed. He allowed himself to continue the free fall, letting nature take its course, unbothered by the sensation of descent. Boom! With tremendous speed, he finally hit the surface of a small lake, sending water splashing meters into the air. The shockwave from his impact rippled across the lake's surface, leaving a trail of waves in his wake. Apollo emerged from the water calm and composed, as if his dramatic entrance was the most natural thing in the world. Lake was serene despite the chaos caused by his landing, its stillness now broken by the ripples extending outward. Hey, no need to take a bath now, Apollo muttered with a smirk, shaking the water off his drenched clothes. The air here was crisp, the aura of the place felt pure, and the atmosphere was friendly, filling him with newfound energy. But just as he was enjoying this refreshing sensation, his instincts screamed at him. He sensed something approaching. Fast! Boom! From behind, a fist shot toward him, carrying immense force. Without thinking, Apollo's body reacted on its own as he spun around, driving his elbow backwards to meet the attack head-on. The fist and elbow collided with a thunderous crack, sending shockwaves rippling through the air, making the water of the lake tremble violently as the force of their clash resonated through the surroundings, forcing him and the enemy to backwards. That Apollo's eyes narrowed, his opponent revealed at last, which also surprised him as it was a sexy, slender woman with long black hair and large breasts. And she wasn't alone. A little distance away were 2 more beautiful girls. But that's not the problem, as for some reason, they were mostly naked and were hiding their treasures except the one that attacked her, who seemed to not care about her bare naked body. Apollo blinked, momentarily caught off guard by the absurdity of the situation. The 2 girls standing at a distance were frantically rummaging through their space rings, their voices echoing through the air as they shouted, "Sister, quickly wear clothes. Why are you fighting naked?" The woman who had attacked him, seemingly indifferent to the chaos around her, just glanced back at them with an irritated look. "Clothes are pointless in battle," she muttered, her voice calm but filled with a strange confidence. "Besides, it doesn't matter to my body is just another weapon." Hearing the bizarre naked woman's words, he couldn't help but instinctively nod, as indeed those 2 massive things were indeed deadly weapons and were the ultimate killers of mind and concentration. Even though he wasn't a simp and had good control over his mind and reflexes, he still couldn't control his eyes. What could he do anyway? As a guy, it was natural to see. And why would he be shy when some busty and stunning woman was openly flaunting her assets? Still, he quickly snapped his focus back to the situation. Focus, Apollo. He mentally chided himself, as tempting as the power of gravity and jiggle physics was. This was no time to let his guard down. Why are you directly jumping? It was an accident I landed here. I didn't have any other intention. Apollo let the words hang in the air as if to break the strange tension. While his posture remained ready for anything, he knew that some women had weird tendencies, and not just in this universe. Even on Earth, their thoughts and behavior could sometimes be baffling to him. Now, he had accidentally landed in the middle of this situation, where it seemed these three were taking a bath. But being unreasonable, they might very well believe he had done it on purpose and could attack him like some irrational, foolish bitch. Great, just my luck, he thought, mentally preparing himself. But he had to say the naked woman was strong, and during the attack, he didn't hold back much, but being able to equally face it head-on without being injured was a big feat. The aura around her was at the level of a saint. Yet her physique wasn't weaker than his dot. It had to be known that in raw strength he is stronger than many peak saints and is closer to half-gods. Yet this woman, just being an early saint, being able to match him shows that she is very talented and might have some shocking background. The other two women continue to fuss with their space rings, desperately trying to find clothes for their carefree sister, which almost made Apollo laugh at the ridiculousness of it. But he pushed the thought away and remained focused. An accident, you say? She replied, but she didn't stop, and with a skeptical smile, she rushed forward, breaking many sound barriers, and punched towards Apollo. Boom, boom, boom. The shock waves from her attack echoed through the air, but Apollo was already moving. His body reacted instinctively, dodging the incoming punch with fluid precision. Even so, he could feel the sheer power behind her strike as it passed by, creating a gust of wind that ruffled his clothes and sent ripples across the surface of the lake. For a moment, Apollo was impressed, not just by her jiggling assets. Her raw strength and speed were undeniable, and though she was at the early saint level, her physical power rivaled that of many who had trained for centuries. This isn't just talent, Apollo mused. She's undergone some serious body refinement. As the woman followed up with a flurry of attacks, Apollo parried and dodged, gauging her capabilities with each strike. She was relentless, and there was no hesitation in her movements. That it was clear that combat was second nature to her, and her lack of clothing didn't seem to bother her. Instead, it bothered him more. You're strong, Apollo remarked as he sidestepped another punch. His body moved like water, smoothly avoiding her strikes while keeping his composure. But I wasn't lying. I didn't mean to land here. Can we call this off? The woman ignored his words, her eyes gleaming with fierce determination. No one enters our territory and leaves unscathed, she growled, launching herself at him with even more ferocity. Seeing that talking isn't going to work, he made up his mind that he was going to get serious and let this woman know the consequences, as he was ready to slap her ass hard. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, energy beams shot from the other side. Snapping Apollo out of his distracted state, he leapt backwards, narrowly avoiding the blasts as they surged past him. Sister, stop! Stop! You're showing everything to the world. Quickly wear your clothes. One of the women shouted as she rushed toward the battle-hungry, naked sister with a set of clothes in hand. The woman quickly pounced on her naked sister, forcing the clothes onto her, despite the latter's annoyed protests. Reluctantly, the battle-hungry woman finally slipped into the simple white attire that had been thrust upon her. Meanwhile, the other sister, seeing Apollo still on the defensive, continued to unleash a barrage of energy beams, trying to keep him occupied while the first woman finished getting dressed. The youngest sister, clearly the leader despite her youthful appearance, demanded an answer, her serious expression in stark contrast to the chaotic situation moments ago. The other two, the bimbo battle maniac and the shy one, stood silent, awaiting Apollo's response. Apollo hesitated, his face reflecting the difficulty of his situation. I am Apollo, and I am. He trailed off, unsure how much to reveal. Just as he was about to continue, finally a mechanical voice rang in his mind, cutting through his thoughts. Task: win the championship of the 10-clan assembly. Time limit: for days this? Apollo murmured to himself, momentarily distracted by the sudden task notification. The younger woman, growing impatient, pressed him again. What happened? Tell me, why are you here? Snapping back to the present, Apollo quickly replied, I'm here for the 10-clan assembly. The three women exchanged glances, each of them considering his words with varying degrees of skepticism. The shy one looked like she wanted to speak but held her tongue, while the battle maniac's sister crossed her arms impatiently, her fingers tapping against her bare skin. The three women exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly, As they remembered, the Tin Clan assembly will be held in a few days within their clan this time. The youngest one raised an eyebrow. The Tin Clan assembly. So you're a participant? She asked, her tone skeptical but curious. As the days came closer, numerous participants from different clans and tribes started to come. So isn't it surprising someone to appear here, as this place was some distance away from the main venue? But for some reason, she felt he was lying, calling it a woman's instinct. You sure aren't lying. There was a subtle but undeniable edge to her words, one that made it clear she didn't trust him. Apollo felt the pressure of her gaze, realizing he wasn't dealing with a fool. This girl was sharp, too sharp. Look, Apollo said, choosing his words carefully. I'm not trying to cause any trouble, I'm just passing through. But I am a participant in the Tin Clan assembly. It's not uncommon for participants to be scattered around this time, right? The youngest sister frowned slightly, her instincts telling her something was off. Perhaps, she allowed. The youngest sister, arms crossed, studied him for a long moment before nodding. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, for now, she said, her voice carrying a note of warning. But if I find out you're lying or have any other intentions, you'll regret it. Behind her, the battle maniac's sister grinned, clearly eager for another chance to spar with him, while the shy one glanced nervously between them, unsure of what to say. Apollo gave a small nod, though inside, he remained on high alert. He knew he had dodged a bullet for now, but the real challenge, winning the Tin Clan assembly within 4 days, was still looming ahead. And somehow, he had the distinct feeling these three would play a role in whatever came next. With that said, the 3 girls left, and he finally breathed in relief. Now, since it seems he was teleported close to the Tin Clan assembly, he went in the same direction as the girls as they were from here, but he strolled. As he moved ahead, he finally started to see sky ships and other living beings of different races with strong auras who seemed to be going in the same direction. From the large number of people gathering, it can be seen that the Tin Clan assembly isn't a small event, and it isn't going to be easy to win the championship. He quietly and steadily moved forward and listened to the conversation of these traveling small groups with his spiritual sense and gathered some information to get an initial understanding. He learned that the Tin Clan Assembly is an event held every century by the 10 strongest clans of this world, known as Mados. The assembly is crucial, as the performance of each clan determines how resources are allocated for the next century based on their ranking. The sheer scale of the event and the high stakes involved made it clear that winning this championship would be no easy feat. Each participant would likely be a highly skilled warrior, mage, or cultivator, representing their clan's hope for victory. Finally, after walking for some time, he noticed a large city, and at its center was an imposing structure in the distance. It was a massive Colosseum-like building, surrounded by smaller, yet grandiose halls and training arenas. This was clearly the main venue for the Tin Clan Assembly. He had already noticed to enter the city, he needed to pay through life essence stones like he previously used in Azure Dragon World. In fact, life essence stones are the universal currency in the universe. Thankfully, he had quite a few life essence stones still with him, and he paid them and quickly entered the city. As he went in, more and more people converged on the location. Some were talking excitedly about the trials to come. Others were exchanging information on potential opponents. Apollo remained silent and continued to listen and gather all the information, as he didn't want to be fully ignorant. He knew he was at a disadvantage, being an outsider and lacking the deep knowledge that these clans had. But Apollo wasn't afraid. Instead, he was looking forward. As the more he faced strong opponents, the stronger he would become, even if he wasn't a part of this world's 10 clans. He had every intention of winning the assembly. Apollo knew time was short, with the preliminary rounds of the 10 clan assembly set to begin the next day. He needed to gather as much information as possible, whether he could participate individually or had to represent a clan or tribe. Without wasting any time, he swiftly moved through the crowd, scanning for anyone who might have the answers he needed. After a while, he spotted a man who appeared to know quite a bit, though. He had the air of someone who liked to brag, as he was bragging in front of a group of people about his talent and how he hurt himself and was unable to join the competition. Despite that, Apollo decided this was his best lead. Come on, Zach, stop the bullshit. With your talent, making it into the top 100 in the 10 clan assembly is impossible. At least lie about something believable. One of the men jeered, followed by a chorus of laughter from the group gathered in the restaurant as Zach's face flushed with embarrassment, but he quickly plastered on a grin. You guys just wait and see. One day, you'll all be eating your words. He tried to laugh it off, but it was clear the teasing had hit a nerve. That a few moments later, the group dispersed, but Zach remained there alone, drinking. Seeing that it was the right time, he made his move and sat next to him. Apollo took a seat next to Zach, his movements smooth and unassuming, blending in with the natural flow of the tavern. For a moment, neither spoke, the noise of the restaurant filling the silence between them. Zach was nursing his drink, still simmering from the earlier humiliation. His eyes were distant, but Apollo could tell he was the type of man who liked to talk, especially after a few drinks. Apollo waited, choosing his moment carefully. After a few beats, he finally spoke in a calm, friendly tone. Tough crowd, huh? His words were casual, but they carried a sense of camaraderie, as though he understood the struggle. Zach glanced at him, sizing him up. You have no idea, he muttered, taking another swig of his drink. These idiots don't know anything about real talent. Apollo nodded, keeping his tone light, but with just the right amount of interest. Sounds like they don't recognize the work that goes into competing at this level. Zach's eyes flickered with a hint of pride. Exactly, you get I had a real shot this year, but I got injured in training, and now while I'm out. He sighed heavily, clearly frustrated by the situation. Apollo actually believed it, although most of it seemed like bragging. But he wasn't wrong about him being injured. After carefully looking at him through his spiritual sense, can see some truth in his words. He was actually quite strong, and based on his assessment, before his injury, he had likely reached the saint rank as a warrior. After arriving here, he realized that this rank was considered impressive even among the large number of participants. Many of the people he overheard were talking about participating in the assembly with only 4th or even 3rd rank strength. Not only that, he felt his injuries were a bit weird, as usually, it is very rare for the injured strength to regress like this. He had a feeling that the injury wasn't coincidental, but rather man-made. And the weird aura that is difficult to notice by even half-god might have something to do with it. This wasn't his problem, he just needed to ask something, but if he could be of some help, he wouldn't mind lending him a helping hand. You were right, by the way, I am Apollo. He started to introduce himself, as this Zach should have a story. Apollo, I'm Zach. Zach Evans. He also introduced himself, although he hesitates to say his last name, but Apollo mentions that instead, he asked because he wanted to know. Zach, do you know how somebody can participate in 10 clans assembly if they aren't from any clan or force? He asked. Zach seemed to relax a little more after Apollo properly introduced himself. Perhaps it was the calm, confident way Apollo carried himself, or maybe it was just the alcohol loosening his tongue, but Zach started to open up a bit more. Well, for someone like you who isn't tied to any clan or force, it's tricky, but not impossible. Zach began, his tone becoming more serious. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice as if sharing some guarded knowledge. You see, independents or rogue warriors can enter the participants only if they join a clan or become a guest elder of some force. Otherwise, they can't participate in the assembly, Zach said with a hint of intrigue in his voice. He could tell that Apollo was interested in the information, and he couldn't help but suspect that Apollo might be one of those rogue warriors trying to find a way into the 10-clan assembly. That Apollo's eyes narrowed slightly as he processed Zach's information. So, you're saying the only way in is to be tied to a clan or a force, either as a member or a guest elder? He asked, his tone sharp but thoughtful. Zach nodded, leaning back in his chair. That's right. The assembly is for the strongest, and no clan wants to take chances on just anyone. They want their fighters who'll not only win a large share of resources, but will also bring glory to their name. He paused, his voice lowering slightly as he leaned forward again. So, for clans or forces that lack enough talented warriors, they'll go to great lengths to find extraordinary fighters. After all, the 10-clan assembly will determine their standing and prosperity for the next century. Brother Apollo, could it be you want to join the 10-clan assembly as a guest elder of some clan or force? Zach, after saying all, finally asked him if he can see that he is interested in that, and his strength doesn't seem to be weak. Although his strength has fallen to the 3rd rank, he still possesses the eye of a saint and can feel the unique and mysterious aura around him. Yes, Brother Zach, I want to join. Do you happen to know which force is still accepting guest representatives? Apollo asked with impeccable acting, wearing a stressed-out expression as if he were desperate. Zach raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Well, most clans would have already finalized their representatives by now, but if you're lucky, there might still be a few looking for strong warriors. That I've heard a couple of smaller clans are still open, but they're pretty selective. He leaned in with a grin. If you're as strong as you seem, you might have a shot. Apollo feigned a slight relief as if Zach's words had given him a glimmer of hope. He leaned forward, keeping his expression earnest. Brother Zach, I'll take whatever chance I can get. This assembly is too important to miss. Oh, you know which of these smaller clans is still open to recruiting? Zach scratched his chin thoughtfully, clearly enjoying his role as the knowledgeable guide. Well, there are a few, but they're not the most prestigious. For example, the Rose clan. They're relatively small, but they've been known to take in talented outsiders. They value talent, as it seems there isn't anyone that is particularly outstanding in this generation. And if you show them what you can do, they might be willing to cut a deal. He paused, taking a swig from his drink before continuing. There's also the Blackhorn tribe. They're more wild. They respect power above all else, but they're not the kind of tribe you'd want to get tangled with long-term unless you can handle their rough way of life. Their champion was killed in a fight recently, so they're desperate for a replacement. Apollo considered the options, pretending to be deep in thought. In reality, both sounded like a good fit to him. Both of the clans needed a talent, and he should be able to join the 10-clan assembly. "Thank you, Brother Zack," Apollo said, his voice filled with sincerity. "I owe you for this information that I'll go and see if one of these clans is willing to take me in." Zack waved a hand dismissively but smiled, clearly enjoying the praise. "Just make sure you know what you're getting into, Apollo. These clans may offer a chance, but nothing comes for free and might try to trick you." But before leaving, he took out a red potion, which, although within the closed bottle, still emitted a mysterious aura that seemed to soothe body and mind. "Take it, and your injuries will be healed within an hour," he said as he quickly gave the potion to Zack's hands, who was still confused. Before Zack could utter another word, Apollo vanished, tearing through space effortlessly. The sight left Zack utterly shocked, frozen in disbelief. Only half-gods could tear space so casually, and here was a supposed rogue warrior doing it with ease. His mind raced. Could I have just met a real big shot? But why would someone of such caliber ask about joining the 10-clan assembly, an event restricted to those under 100 years old? Could he actually be less than 100? The thought seemed impossible. Even the greatest geniuses of the 10 clans hadn't reached such levels of power, so how could a rogue warrior have achieved it? Zack's eyes drifted to the potion Apollo had given him. Could this really heal my injuries? His earlier drunkenness evaporated in an instant, replaced by a sense of cautious hope. "I've already hit rock bottom. What do I have to lose?" He hurried out of the tavern, determined to test the potion in the privacy of his place. Meanwhile, far from the tavern, Apollo reappeared in a distant location, his expression calm. He had no doubts about the potion he'd given Zack. After all, it had cost him 500 creation points from the system, and the system had never disappointed him before. It was as good as a guarantee. Apollo reappeared in a more secluded area. His mind shifted away from Zack, the tavern, and the potion he had casually handed over. His real focus was now on the 10-clan assembly. The gravity of the competition was starting to sink in. Clans that had ruled this land for centuries would be fighting tooth and nail to secure their place. And here he was, a rogue force, aiming to disrupt it all. It won't be easy, Apollo mused, but nothing worthwhile ever is. As he walked forward, using his spiritual sense to avoid unnecessary attention, he began evaluating his next moves. He had gathered just enough information to know that his power alone could give him an edge. But he needed a plan. Should he try to infiltrate one of the smaller clans for legitimacy, or simply make a bold entrance as an independent? Either option carried risks. Before heading to the two clans, Apollo needed to assess their strength, and with that thought, he decided to visit the Rose clan first. They had a better reputation, which made them a more appealing option. After gathering some information, Apollo quickly located where the Rose clan's members were staying, without drawing attention. To himself, he quietly made his way to their as Apollo neared the Rose clan's place. He sensed a multitude of auras, some strong, but most relatively subdued. From the information he had gathered, the Rose clan had a better reputation, not necessarily due to their ability to grow many natural resources, but because of their balance in both power and politics. They were known for cultivating capable warriors, many of whom specialized in the control of life, energy, and delicate yet deadly combat techniques. The inn was guarded by warriors wearing light, enchanted armor. Their weapons glowed faintly, proof that they were imbued with magical properties. Apollo observed them from the shadows, using his spiritual sense to scan their ranks, estimating the general strength of the clan's fighters. Several of the Rose clan's members were at the 3rd rank, with a handful at the 4th rank. However, he could sense a stronger presence in some of the rooms in the center of the camp, the aura that suggested surpassing the 4th rank and even reaching the 5th rank. There was also an individual aura that was likely one of the Rose clan's leaders, or even a clan's great elder who seemed to have reached the half-god realm, but Apollo's eyes flickered with interest. The Rose clan had depth in its ranks, though now with his strength he doesn't need to be afraid, but still, it is a small clan. And he couldn't help but think about the strongest of the 10 strongest clans. Apollo didn't hide his presence and walked straight towards the inn, where the guards quickly noticed him and became alert. One of the guards, a broad-shouldered man with a gruff voice, stepped forward. "Who are you, and why have you come here?" he asked, his tone cautious but firm. Apollo remained calm, his gaze steady as he replied, "I want to meet the leader of your Rose Clan. I have something important to discuss." The guards exchanged wary glances, their eyes scanning Apollo with suspicion. His calm demeanor and confident stride made it clear that he wasn't an ordinary visitor. One of the guards, a tall, stern man, stepped forward. "The leader of the Rose Clan doesn't meet just anyone," he said firmly, his hand resting on the hilt of his weapon. "State your business or leave." Apollo didn't waver. "I want to join your clan as a guest representative for the 10 Clan Assembly. I believe I can offer something of great value." The guards exchanged wary looks, unsure of whether to let this stranger pass. One of them eventually turned and disappeared into the inn, leaving Apollo standing under their scrutiny. After a few moments, the guard returned, gesturing for him to follow. "Come with me," he said curtly, leading Apollo toward the inn. Apollo followed the guard into the inn, his footsteps steady and measured. The interior of the inn was modest yet well-maintained, with wooden furniture and subtle decorations reflecting the practical yet dignified nature of the Rose Clan. As they moved through the hallways, Apollo could feel the watchful eyes of several clan members. Their curiosity was piqued by the arrival of an outsider claiming to offer something of value to their clan. The guard led Apollo to a large room at the end of the hallway. He knocked twice, and a firm voice from within called out, "Enter." The door opened to reveal a spacious room with a long wooden table in the center. Seated at the head of the table was a slender, tall, dignified, mature woman with silver hair and piercing purple eyes. Her aura was strong, undeniably the leader of the Rose Clan. Beside her stood a few other high-ranking members, each radiating an air of authority and strength. The leader's sharp gaze locked onto Apollo as soon as he entered. "You're the one requesting an audience?" she asked, her tone calm but demanding respect. He inclined his head slightly in a gesture of respect. "Yes, I am Apollo." He introduced himself with calm confidence. "I've come to offer my services as a guest representative for your clan in the 10 Clan Assembly, as I heard it is in serious need of someone like me." The woman's piercing eyes studied him for a long moment, the weight of her scrutiny palpable. "We have already selected our representatives," she said, her tone even but firm. "What makes you believe you are worthy of a place among them?" Apollo met her gaze unflinchingly. "Because I have the strength to ensure victory for your clan," he said, his voice steady. The leader's eyebrows arched slightly in response. Her interest piqued. The air in the room shifted as the other members also glanced at Apollo with their eyes flickering with curiosity. "Many claim to possess strength," the woman replied, leaning back in her chair, her voice cool and measured. "But claims alone mean little in this assembly." Apollo smiled faintly, understanding her skepticism. "Then allow me to prove it," he said confidently. "A simple test of strength will be enough." The leader's lips curved ever so slightly, a flicker of amusement crossing her face. She turned her head slightly, addressing one of the high-ranking members standing nearby, a tall, sharp-featured woman with an aura of formidable power. "Marianne," she said, her voice subtly commanding, "test him." Marianne stepped forward, her brown eyes narrowing as she focused on Apollo. She was clearly a young, seasoned warrior, her peak fourth-rank strength emanating in waves, which wasn't weak as she prepared to face him. The room grew tense. The challenge was accepted, but Apollo remained calm, his confidence unwavering. Marianne's voice was cold and measured. "I hope your confidence isn't misplaced. We'll see if you can live up to your words." She was extra cold as she was one of the 5 participants from the Rose Clan, and her strength ranked 3rd among the 5, which was quite good. Although even if Apollo joined them, it wouldn't be a problem. But she knows the other 4 quite well and can be considered friends. But Apollo's appearance means one of them would lose their place. Apollo didn't care about her cold eyes and gave a nod, stepping into the open space with a serene expression. "Come then." The Rose Clan leader then waved her hand and created a barrier of energy. And with that, everyone in the room's attention fixed on the 2 warriors. The tension mounted, and the test of strength that would determine Apollo's place in the Rose Clan began. Marianne made the first move as a green life aura burst from her, transforming the surroundings. Numerous vines erupted from the ground, surging toward Apollo with swift, relentless force. "Not bad," he murmured, observing the scene. He could feel the powerful wood aura flowing through the vines. Their durability and attack power seemed impressive. But not enough. Freeze. In an instant, an icy chill swept through the air. The temperature around them plummeted as a wave of freezing energy came out of Apollo. The approaching vines stiffened midair, their vibrant green aura full of vitality quickly fading as a layer of frost covering them. Crackling sounds filled the space as the ice spread rapidly, locking the once menacing vines in place. Apollo stood motionless, his gaze never leaving Marianne. The frozen vines shattered with a mere gesture of his hand, crumbling into tiny fragments of ice that scattered across the floor. Not to mention Marianne, but everyone within the room was surprised by such a scene. Even the clan leader, who had half God's strength, was also shocked, but she maintained a calm expression. Marianne's voice stammered and her eyes widened in surprise, her life aura still radiating but clearly weakened by the effortless counter. "You froze my vines." Apollo's calm voice cut through the icy silence. "You'll need more than that if you want to stop me." Her expression became grave, and she immediately used her strongest attack, exploding with all her strength. Spirit Plant Starbeam. Behind her, a towering 20-foot plant materialized, its massive flower glowing with a radiant, ethereal starlight. In the next instant, it fired a blindingly powerful starbeam. A surge of destructive energy streaking toward Apollo with the force to obliterate anything in its path. The air crackled as the beam tore through space, its radiance illuminating the entire room with overwhelming intensity. Apollo stood still as the radiant spirit plant starbeam roared toward him, its power shaking the very air. The sheer destructive force of the attack was enough to make even seasoned warriors pause. But he remained unfazed, his eyes narrowing slightly in contemplation. The beam closed in. Apollo raised his hand, exuding a calm aura of control. The space around him twisted, creating an invisible wall. "Nullify." With a quiet command, Apollo's hand moved, and the devastating beam seemed to disappear quietly in front of him. "What?" But before she could react further, the beam reappeared behind her, as if it had been redirected, racing toward her with relentless force. Boom. The explosion was thunderous, but at the last moment, Apollo sensed a powerful aura, her clan leaders, enveloping her just before the impact, shielding her from the worst of the blast. The entire room fell silent. The aftereffects of Marianne's attack still echoing faintly in the stunned air. Marianne stumbled backwards, her face pale and her breath ragged, as she tried to process what had just happened. Her own attack had been turned against her, and if not for the timely intervention of the clan leader, she could have been seriously injured, or worse. The room still hummed with residual energy, and the walls scorched from the redirected blast. "Space law," Marianne gasped, her voice tinged with disbelief and awe. She could scarcely believe it. Manipulating attacks of such magnitude with that level of precision wasn't something that could be done with a shallow understanding of space. With such a high understanding of space law, she believes he can remain undefeated, that even many saints wouldn't be able to defeat him. The Rose Clan leader, who had quietly shielded Marianne at the last second, finally spoke. Her voice was as composed as ever, but there was a hard edge of respect woven into it now. "I must admit, your abilities exceed our expectations, Apollo." She stepped forward, placing a hand on Marianne's shoulder as if to steady her. "Few can wield space law, much less reach such a high level at such a young age." Apollo gave a slight nod, acknowledging her words, but offering no further comment. He knew the display of his power was enough to establish his position here, and there was no need to dwell on it. The clan leader regarded him carefully. "With your strength, we would be honored to have you represent the Rose Clan in the 10-clan assembly." The Rose Clan leader weighed Apollo's strength carefully, recognizing his immense potential. After witnessing his effortless handling of Marianne's strongest attack, there was little doubt that Apollo could make a serious impact in the 10-clan assembly. With a measured nod, the leader accepted him. "With your strength, you should be able to reach the top 100, maybe even higher," the clan leader said, his voice filled with hope that, if he achieves that, the resources they'll receive will be immense. Their clan could grow exponentially, securing their future for the next century. They won't remain a weak clan any longer. But the main question remains, "What do you want, Mr. Apollo from Rose Clan?" she asked. As from the strength he showed, he could even look for stronger clans, and they, even at the last moment, would gladly open their arms for him. Apollo smiled, knowing what she was thinking, but it didn't matter from which clan he fought. It was best if it was a weaker clan, as he wasn't from this world and didn't want to meet powerful gods directly, as he could not be sure they could figure out. "Don't worry, I need nothing. Just the prize from the 10-clan assembly will do," Apollo said calmly. His confidence radiated in his words. He knew that the rewards for reaching the top 100 were substantial, filled with treasures and resources enough to last most participants for decades. The Rose Clan leader nodded, although it was a simple request still relieved by Apollo's straightforwardness. "Agreed, that will fully support you in this assembly. If you reach the top ranks, it will benefit both of us." His casual dismissal of any reward other than the Ten Clan Assembly's prize only deepened her curiosity about his true motives. For someone of his strength to ally with them instead of seeking out a larger, more established clan suggested layers to his plan that she couldn't quite discern. Very well, she replied with a steady nod. We shall finalize the arrangements and prepare for the assembly. Our clan's resources and support will be at your disposal. Her tone became formal, signaling the conclusion of their agreement. Apollo gave a slight nod, his mind already shifting towards the future, as long as he kept his true origins and abilities hidden from the more powerful entities. He would be able to proceed with minimal interference. The clan leader stood, gesturing for Marianne and the others to follow suit. You will be introduced to the rest of the clan shortly. We'll ensure that everything is ready for your participation, but I trust you'll make your own preparations in the meantime. Apollo smiled faintly. Of course I'll be ready. As he turned to leave the room, Marianne gave him one last lingering glance, still processing the sheer gap in their abilities. Yet rather than resentment, a newfound respect seemed to glimmer in her eyes. Outside the inn, Apollo's thoughts returned to his true objective. His first step was completed without any trouble. Then let's see how the Ten Clan Assembly progresses tomorrow. He stepped out into the cool evening air, his eyes glancing upward toward the distant sky. Although the Rose Clan had arranged a place for him, he still strolled around the city, as the better to know more, the better in this unknown world. Apollo returned to the inn the next morning after exploring the city the previous night. The hustle and bustle never seemed to fade, even late into the night, with a constant flow of people and activity surrounding the Ten Clan Assembly. Upon returning to the inn where the Rose Clan was staying, Apollo finally met the other 4 participants who would be competing alongside him. Marianne, whom he had already met, was present, and the other 3 were not bad in terms of strength, around the same level as her. However, one of them stood out. A proud, handsome guy with a face that looked like an idol. He had an aura of confidence that set him apart, and Apollo could sense that he had already broken into the saint rank, making him a bit stronger than the others. They then got to know each other as they introduced themselves. Marianne greeted him with a nod, still slightly humbled after their previous encounter. The others, 3 participants whom Apollo hadn't yet met, eyed him carefully, gauging his strength just as he had been assessing them. The first to introduce himself was a young woman named Alara. She had striking emerald eyes and carried herself with poise. Next was Brune, a stocky man with a serious demeanor. Finally, the man who had stood out to Apollo introduced himself last, his voice smooth and confident. Matteo, he said, flashing a charming smile that only seemed to intensify his proud, handsome features. Mattheo's eyes briefly flickered as he evaluated Apollo, though he concealed his thoughts with a well-practiced air of confidence. So, you're the mysterious new addition? He asked, his voice pleasant, but with an undertone of challenge. Apollo merely smiled, offering a calm response. Yes, I suppose that's me. There was a moment of silence as the tension hung in the air, but Apollo remained composed. But silently, both of their auras collided, and after that, they calmed down. Matteo finally gave a half-smile, as if deciding to let the matter rest for now. Good, and said nothing else. Marianne, Alara, and Brune all exchanged glances, a quiet understanding passing between them. They knew that with Matteo and Apollo in the group, their chances of standing out in the assembly had increased dramatically. After their small meeting, Apollo and the Rose Clan went to the venue where the clan assembly was going to be held. The venue for the Ten Clan Assembly was a vast arena, larger than he expected. Its towering walls and grand architecture reflected the importance of the event. Thousands of spectators had already gathered, their anticipation filling the air as warriors from various clans prepared for the challenge ahead. The energy was palpable, and Apollo could feel the intensity of countless powerful auras converging in one place. The intensity wasn't much less than the gathering of the Eastern Continent in Rhine. As Apollo and the Rose Clan approached, they were greeted by a representative who directed them to their assigned seating area. The clans were all given private booths that overlooked the central arena, each booth adorned with the emblem of its respective clan. The Rose Clan's booth, though modest compared to the larger, more prestigious clans, still held a place of honor among the participants. Inside, the clan's leader was already waiting for them, her gaze steady as she watched the bustling activity below. She glanced at Apollo and the others, her expression unreadable. The Ten Clan Assembly is about more than just brute strength, that you'll need to be careful of every move and rely on each other in the challenges ahead, she said, her voice firm yet encouraging. Apollo remained silent, his eyes scanning the nearby booths and the warriors within them. His sharp senses quickly identified several strong contenders. Each clan seemed to have at least one formidable fighter, but none immediately stood out as a direct threat. Still, Apollo knew better than to underestimate anyone. The assembly was sure to attract hidden talents and surprises. Matthew, who had been quiet since their introduction, leaned casually against the railing, his confident smirk still in place. "Looks like the competition will be fierce," he remarked, his tone playful but with an edge. "This should be fun." Marianne, standing next to him, glanced at Apollo. "How do you feel about this?" she asked, her voice more respectful than before. It was clear that she now regarded him as a crucial part of their team, especially after witnessing his strength firsthand. Apollo, ever calm, simply shrugged. "I'll do what's necessary." As the group settled into their seats, the arena's atmosphere became more electric. The opening ceremony was about to begin, and the crowd's excitement surged. Apollo could feel the anticipation rising within him as well. This was the moment where everything would be tested. To the far end of the arena, the massive gates creaked open, revealing a vast, imposing figure. A deep, booming voice echoed through the space, commanding attention. "Welcome to the 10-Clan Assembly," the voice announced, its power resonating through the air. Suddenly, an old man appeared in the center of the arena, his presence overwhelming. His aura was immense, unfathomable, far surpassing even the half-god level. His very presence made the atmosphere heavier, as if the space itself bent to his will. Marianne, standing beside Apollo, noticed his questioning look and quickly explained, sensing that he might not know who the man was. "That's the deputy head of the Titania clan, one of the 10 strongest clans and the organizer of this year's assembly," she whispered. But his expression became a bit weird as he felt the same kind of aura that he felt on the 3 naked women. "They should be from the same clan," Apollo murmured to himself as he observed the old man. They did mention their clan hosting this 10-clan assembly. He recalled his earlier clash with the battle-hungry woman, noting the raw, overwhelming physical power she displayed. The Titania clan. They seemed to have the blood of legendary titans running through their veins, he thought, his gaze lingering on the old man. That would explain the absurdly strong bodies he had already experienced firsthand. The old man's presence seemed to command the respect of the entire arena. His weathered face and towering physique were evidence of countless battles fought and won, and the subtle yet potent aura surrounding him told Apollo that this was no ordinary elder. He was likely one of the Titania clan's strongest, a true powerhouse. As the crowd hushed in anticipation, the old man finally spoke, his voice a deep, rumbling sound reverberating through the arena. "The 10-Clan Assembly has been a stage for the strong to prove themselves for generations. Today, you will be tested not just in power but in strategy, teamwork, and perseverance." Apollo's eyes flickered with interest that he knew this assembly would be more than just brawling. But hearing it from someone of such stature in the Titania clan confirmed that the challenges ahead would be diverse. From the rumors Apollo had gathered, every 10-clan assembly featured a different theme. It wasn't just a simple fighting tournament. The first preliminary round, to filter out a large number of participants, will be a simple strength test. The elder announced from above the stage. As soon as he said that, 20 massive pillars, each towering 100 feet high, appeared on the stage. Everybody with interest looked at the pillars when an old man's voice echoed. "These pillars are made by our artifact masters and can measure the strength of participants with a simple punch. And for mages or other paths requiring spiritual strength, it can also measure the force by simple spiritual impact." Apollo's eyes narrowed slightly as he examined the towering pillars. The craftsmanship was impressive. These were no ordinary constructs. From what he had gathered, the Titania clan's artifact masters were renowned for creating tools that could withstand immense force, capable of measuring and absorbing the impact of even the strongest blows. "So, a simple test of raw power to start," Apollo murmured, observing the other participants around him. Many looked eager, already cracking their knuckles and preparing themselves for the challenge. Marianne, standing beside him, glanced at the pillars with a determined expression. "This should be easy for most of us," she said, her gaze flickering toward Matthew. "But the real competition will begin after this." The elder's voice echoed through the arena once more. "Each participant will have one attempt. Strike the pillar with everything you have. The strength of your punch will be recorded and displayed. Only the top 5,000 participants will proceed to the next round." One by one, participants began stepping forward, becoming ready to take their turn, and quickly a long queue appeared in front of the 20 strength testing pillars. Most of the participants know about this, as this is a standard method used by the Titania clan, which is quite famous. It uses an ancient measuring method, not using kg or ton, but instead using the strength of a baby dragon as a standard measure. Point 1 dragon of strength equals 10 tons of strength. With that in mind, one after another, participants were ready to show their strength. The first participant, a tall man with bulging muscles, stepped forward confidently. He eyed the pillar and took a deep breath, his entire body tensing as he prepared to strike. With a loud shout, he delivered a punch that echoed through the arena. The pillar trembled and lit up with a glowing number, 69 dragons of strength. The crowd murmured in response that it was a decent score, but not enough to guarantee his place in the top 5. 000. Next up was a mage, his hands glowing with a soft blue light. He focused his spiritual energy and launched a mental attack on the pillar. It hummed in response, and the number lit up, 60 dragons of strength. Apollo watched as one participant after another took their turns, with scores ranging from 50 to 75 dragons of strength. Some of the stronger contestants reached 150 dragons, but it was clear that only the elite would break beyond that. For reference, most third-rank limit breakers can hit from 30 to 90 power of. The dragon, after using his life force, he himself, after breaking through first rank, barely should be able to hit 40 or 50 power of the dragon, but even then he was taking on most of third rank with ease. Those who can reach above 100 in the third rank can take on ordinary fourth-rank masters and can be called elites. But after some time, finally, strong guys started to appear one after another, shocking the crowds. And one such dark horse appeared, which created quite a shock as it was still the turn of weak clans. Bang! 561 power of dragon. The crowd fell in a stunned silence as the glowing number 561 dragons appeared on the pillar. That participant stood still, his aura radiating with the powerful life force that had fueled his strike. His metallic energy slowly receded as he turned to face the crowd, who erupted in a mix of cheers and gasps. That he had shattered expectations with his strength, which seems to be firmly placing himself among the top contenders. He's incredible, someone in the audience whispered. That's more than 3 times what I could manage. Another muttered in awe. How the hell has a weak clan like Theodore managed to train someone this strong? One after another, various clans started to murmur. But this surprising performance didn't stop the competition as it continued to go on, and some more surprises appeared among the small clans. After some time, it was finally their turn, and it was Marianne who stepped up first. Her aura surged with vibrant green energy, and the crowd quieted, eager to see what she could do. With a graceful motion, she summoned the life force within her and slammed her hand against the pillar. It flashed brightly. 345 dragons. The arena stirred with excitement as Marianne's score of 345 dragons flashed across the pillar, cementing her as a formidable competitor. The crowd buzzed with appreciation, acknowledging her strength with murmurs of approval. While not the highest score thus far, it was a clear signal that the Rose clan was no weak force, as direct strength doesn't mean entire true strength. However, just as the excitement from Marianne's performance began to settle, another figure from a smaller clan approached the pillars. The crowd turned its attention once more, anticipating yet another surprising result. This time, it was a participant from the Greyrock clan, one of the lesser-known groups in the assembly, who also had some beef with the Rose clan. A tall, lanky young man with a quiet, intense expression approached the stage. The audience wasn't expecting much, given the relatively low profile of his clan. Bang! A sharp, powerful blow landed on the pillar, causing it to shudder more violently than before. The crowd collectively gasped as the number on the pillar lit up. 501 dragons of strength. Shock rippled through the arena once again, the whispers of disbelief growing louder. This was unprecedented. 2 participants from lesser clans surpassed the 500 dragon mark in such a short period. Another one, someone in the audience exclaimed. Greyrock clan. Since when did they have someone this strong? Another voice echoed in confusion. The judges and overseers of the event exchanged glances. That it was clear that this year's 10-clan assembly was already shaping up to be unlike any before it. The smaller clans, typically outshined by the larger, more established families, were now revealing dark horses, adding layers of tension and unpredictability to the competition. The people from Greyrock clan seemed to taunt the Rose clan, and seeing this, Matthew makes his move. He stepped forward, exuding a quiet, yet unmistakable confidence. The crowd fell silent as they watched him with keen anticipation. Everyone could see the aura around him was different, and even after seeing the Greyrock clan's performance, he still didn't seem anxious. With a single, fluid motion, Matthew summoned his power. A swirling storm of energy gathering around him, he unleashed his strike on the pillar with a booming impact that reverberated through the arena. The pillar trembled violently before lighting up with the glowing number 518 dragons of strength. The audience erupted into applause, though there was a faint hint of surprise among some of the observers as another dark horse appeared. Seeing this, not only the crowd, but even the warriors and elders from Greyrock clan's expression changed. But Matheo remained calm, even in such a blood-boiling situation, his composure unwavering as he returned to his place with a self-assured smirk. After his shocking performance, the other two participants from the Rose clan also took their turns, achieving good results above 300 dragons. Finally, at last, it was Apollo's turn.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.